National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Walk this way, Diamond.
If I do, well, I tell my friends. Hey, this is the morgue.
Yeah, wise guy.
You should feel right at home here, Otis.
Oh.
Hello, Rick.
Hiya, Walt. What goes here?
I want you to take a look at someone. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. He was murdered, huh?
Yeah, shot. Right in the back.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yeah, you want something?
How do you do? Are you the manager of this little haven of rest?
A boarding house. I run it.
I heard you both times.
What do you want, huh? What do you want?
Information. Your move.
You nuts or something, huh? You nuts?
I'm looking for a girl.
What's the matter? Read the sign. It says rooms for rent. Rooms. Beat it.
You know, if you ever get around to running at 33 1/3, you'll save a lot of breath.
Smart guy, real smart guy. Now, I got to work.
Wait a minute. Now, wait. Here's $5 if you can tell me about a girl named Elaine Tanner.
For $10, I couldn't tell you a thing. Don't know her.
She lived here?
So it's a secret from me, a secret. Now...
Here. Take a look at the snapshot. A man and a girl. Do you know the girl?
Mister, I got maybe 10, 20, 30 different people every month. They come, they go, they pay rent. That's all I care. They pay rent.
All right. Did this girl ever pay rent here?
Maybe I remember her face. I never remember no names.
Is anybody living in her room now?
Why you want to know? Huh?
Well, I'll tell you a secret, Bud. The girl is my sister. When we were little kids, my mother and father ran away from home to become acrobats in a circus. This broke up my sister, and she left, too. Now, Mama and Papa are back, and I want the whole stinking family together again so we can take the light out of the window.
Sure. For $10, maybe I'll show you her room.
All right, you're in business. Now, here's your 10.
Thanks.
The fingers are mine.
This way, down this way.
How long does she live here?
Oh, not for long, maybe 2 weeks.
Then what?
Then comes an old guy one day. Yeah, an old guy, and...
And what?
She goes away with him. And you know what else?
Yes, I know what else. The old guy was the same guy in the snapshot I showed you a minute ago. He was with a girl.
Sure. Okay, look around. She ain't any of them drawers, she ain't. Or that cupboard, she ain't.
She ain't no place. Now, tell me, did she leave anything here at all?
Just junk. Newspapers, magazines, newspapers.
So she was a bookworm. Well, okay, I guess that's it. Let's go. Let's get out of here fast.
Who they shooting at?
Who's in that house next door where the shots came from?
People.
Thanks.
They're shooting at you.
Know anybody who wants to get rid of you?
Nobody. Oh, mister, please go now.
Look. Here's $20 more if you do me a favor.
I do you one favor and get shot at. Who knows what'll happen for 20, huh? Who knows?
Twice as much fun. Now, look, go through the stuff she left here.
I told you there wasn't nothing.
Well, go through it anyway. If you find anything that might give me a lead, call me up. Here's my card.
Richard Diamond, private detective. Hey, it says you're a Dick.
Strictly private. Now, is it a deal?
$20 now?
There'll be more if you find something for me.
Okay. No, please beat it and don't come back here no more. Window glass costs dough.
I knew it wouldn't do me any good to look at the house where the shots came from, because whoever played me for a clay pigeon would get out fast. Now, only one person knew I was likely to visit that boarding house, the man who sent me there. And his name was Morris Clinton. Vocation? Multimillionaire. Avocation, or hobby? Wolf. And an old one at that. But why should he take a shot at me? Thinking like that, figured out to a heart-to-heart talk with Clinton, so I went to see him. But if he knew anything, he played it straight.
Suited you? But that's ridiculous.
Well, I agree, Clinton, but look at my side of it. This morning, you sent your chauffeur to my office to bring me here. Then you hired me to find a girl for you. A girl named Elaine Tanner.
And she wasn't there.
Right. She wasn't there. Just an empty room in a boarding house.
That's all the information I could give you about her.
I'll even buy that. I've worked on less information before, but here's my point, Mr. Clinton. I was shot at. I'm used to it, but I don't like it.
I told you, I know nothing about that. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, I know nothing about it.
I do believe you. We'll just say someone doesn't like my poking around that boarding house. Have you got any idea who that might be?
No, I haven't. I swear it.
Okay. I'll wrap it up right now. As I said, I've been shot at before, but you've been so pleasant, Mr. Clinton. From here, the price goes up.
You don't want to go on with the case?
Not at these prices.
All right, forget it then. I gave you $100 this morning. Keep it. And forget you ever saw me.
Oh, you're so sweet. It'll be a pleasure.
Diamond, just a moment.
Yeah?
What has happened is between you and me.
Oh, yes, but yes. Oh, I will have to report those shots.
What?
Sure. The police don't like to have people taking pot shots at each other. It makes for confusion in a big city.
Wait, Diamond, wait.
Something else, Mr. Clinton?
I have my own reasons for not wanting anyone else involved in this. I'm sure you and I can come to an agreement.
Oh, well, it's just possible, Maury, that you and I may not see wallet to wallet.
What would you say if I offered you $1,000 bonus to keep on the case?
Offer or suggestion?
I'll make it a deal.
Put it on paper. A check.
Can I trust you?
Okay, Clinton, if you feel that way about it. Post date the check. A week from today. If I don't show up with Elaine Tanner by then, the check is yours again. Uncashed.
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. So long, Mr. Clinton. I'll keep in touch.
Where are you going now?
Back to my office to wait for a phone call from the little guy at 118 Parker Avenue.
Oh.
Well, hello there. Did you hear everything you wanted to?
I beg your pardon, sir. I was just coming in to ask Mr. Clinton if I should drive him anywhere this afternoon.
Oh?
Victor, come in here.
Right away, Mr. Clinton. Excuse me, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, sure. So long, Christopher. The minute I left Clinton and Chris, I began to get that lousy feeling again. The only thing that made me feel anywhere near normal was the thought of the $1,000 that would be mine in 7 days. For $1,000, I'd stand up for target practice for the big mole. I didn't have much to go on, just the knowledge that old man Clinton wanted me to find Elaine Tanner and that somebody, who up to now had proved to be a bad shot, didn't want me to find her. With that peaceful thought in mind, I sat in my office hoping for a call from the little manager of the boarding house on Parker Avenue. I'd been waiting about an hour, and then... save your knuckles and use a fire axe. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Christopher. All your driving finished for the day?
Mr. Clinton sent me to see you, Mr. Diamond.
This is the second time today. What's he trying to do, make dear friends of us?
Not exactly, Mr. Diamond. He wants that check back.
What?
He's changed his mind.
Oh, from what I know of him, it needs it.
He wants to call off the whole thing. Something happened.
Elaine Tanner show up?
No.
Oh, and he sent you to get the $1,000 check back.
That's right, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I know an easier way. Why doesn't he just stop payment on the check?
I'm only carrying out Mr. Clinton's orders.
Are you?
Why do you ask that?
It seems a little offbeat, Chris. This morning he hires me, then he fires me, then he hires me, now he fires me. Monotonous, isn't it?
May I have the check, Mr. Diamond?
Not before I call Clinton and ask him a few things.
You just don't seem to understand, do you?
I want Mr. Clinton to explain.
Take your hands away from that phone.
Oh, gun, huh? I know how I hate him.
No need to be afraid of this one unless you get stubborn.
Let's give Clinton a ring.
Keep your hands on top of the desk, palms down.
So we're going to play table tilting, maybe?
And stay sitting.
Listen, Chris.
How do you like your hair parted, Diamond? On the side or right in the middle?
When I opened my big blue eyes, my office was dark, and the neon light on the hotel across the street flashed the news that it was dark outside, too. I'd been out cold for a long time. When the room stopped spinning, I reached out, grabbed a piece of it, pulled myself up, went to the water cooler, splashed myself alive. I started toward the light switch when... This time I was going to be ready. I got behind the door and waited.
Hey, what's the idea? Hey, let go.
Oh, for the love of Mike Otis. Sergeant Otis.
Well, who you expect? Gorgeous George, maybe? Go my neck.
Oh, I'm sorry, Otis. I guess I just can't resist you.
You crazy shamus. Hey, it's dark in here.
It was a lot darker a couple of minutes ago. Hit the light, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh, I got enough troubles, and the first thing I see when I wake up is you.
Holy mackerel. What you been doing with your head, Diamond?
I got mixed up in a handball game.
Oh?
Yeah, some friends needed a ball. It's hard work, but you get used to it.
Oh, got worked over, huh? Well, them bum jokes you pull catch up with you sometimes.
Yeah, Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing here?
I come to get you. Lieutenant Levinson wants to see you.
Well, go back and describe me. That's all he gets tonight.
I think you better come, Shamus. It's important.
I think you better go, Otis. That's important.
Now, look. Lieutenant Levinson sends me over to get you. There's something he wants to ask you.
All I know is name, rank, and serial number. Now go back and tell Walt I don't want to play games.
Shamus, I got news for you. Murder ain't a game no more.
That's all Otis would tell me, but I didn't like the way he kept looking at me all the way to see Levinson. Then we got to headquarters, not to Walt's office, but down the long marble corridor that led back to other places.
He wants me to bring you back here, Diamond.
Where to?
The morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, you heard of it.
I've heard of it. What's this all about?
You'll see. In here, Shamus. Lieutenant.
Back here, Otis.
Come on, Diamond.
Hello, Rick. Well, how's the other head look?
I'll let you know when it speaks to me.
Yeah. Meantime, I want you to take a look at someone.
In here?
Yeah, in here. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. The poor devil.
What do you know about him?
Well, he was manager of a boarding house, cheap walk-up on Parker Avenue.
That we know. What else?
He was murdered, huh?
Shot right in the back.
Hmm.
Rick, unless I knew you were tied in, I wouldn't have you here. You want to talk about it?
Somewhere else, Walt.
Sure. Come on.
Before I answer any more questions, Walt, how'd you tie me in?
He had one of your business cards in his hand. He was shot while he was standing at the phone in the hallway of that boarding house. Did he call you, Rick?
I didn't get a call from him.
Got any idea why he wanted you?
Maybe, maybe not. All depends.
On what?
Walt, listen.
I will in my office. Wait outside, Otis, and I'm busy. Get it?
Sure, I get it.
Wait a second, Rick. Now, here's a gun, 38 police special. Take a good look at it.
I've seen it before. It's mine. How did you get it?
The ballistics report says this gun killed the little guy back there.
Did you check it for fingerprints?
Yeah, and they were all yours.
Will you have Otis come visit me and bake a cake with a file in it?
Oh, cut it out, Rick. I know you didn't kill him, but I've got to tell the commissioner something. He's funny that way.
I was in my office when the guy was shot. I was out cold.
You got any proof?
For you or the commissioner?
For the commissioner, you egghead.
Listen on the way.
To where?
Have Otis bring the car around front. We're going to make a call on a guy named Morris Clinton and his errand boy, Christopher. On the way out, I told Walt the whole thing, how Christopher caught me off base, put me out, and then must have taken my gun to kill the little manager. But neither of us could come up with an answer to why. Why murder to keep me from finding Elaine Tanner? What was the connection between Clinton, his chauffeur, and the girl? I thought maybe Clinton would give her the answers when he learned there was a murder tapping at his door.
So you want to see Christopher, Lieutenant Levinson?
If you don't mind, Mr. Clinton.
Oh, no, not at all. I'll call him.
Real loud, Mr. Clinton.
Of course. Christopher? Christopher!
You're sure he's here, Mr. Clinton?
Oh, yes, I am, of course, Lieutenant.
Call again.
Christopher! Christopher!
I don't think he'll hear you.
Why not? I'm not deaf, Mr. Diamond.
Rick, is that Christopher?
Yeah, this is Chris, all right. And I owe him a haircut.
Now, lay off, Rick. I'll handle this. Christopher,
Yes, sir.
where were you about 2 this afternoon?
Why, right here, working on the car.
Correction. Working on me.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, come on. Let's have it straight.
Mr. Clinton, what about this?
Christopher is right, Lieutenant. Yes, he's right.
Oh, you're scared stiff, Clinton, and you're lying.
I'm not. I wanted to go into town to keep an appointment.
And the fuel pump on the car was stopped up. I had to take it apart.
Oh, sure. And while you fixed it, Clinton stood right over you.
As a matter of fact, he did watch.
And it took all afternoon to fix it.
No, but when it was finished, it was too late for Mr. Clinton's appointment. He decided not to go.
How about that, Mr. Clinton?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Christopher hasn't been out of my sight all afternoon.
That's good enough for me. All right, Diamond, let's go.
What? Are you crazy?
No, that's why I'm putting the cuffs on you. I thought there was something fishy about your story. Gun taken away from you. People coming to see you, hiring you, firing.
Walt, your stomach has gone to your head.
Never mind my stomach. Otis,
Yeah, Lieutenant.
put the cuffs on this Shamus.
Cuffs? On him?
Close your mouth, Otis. Put the cops on.
Walt, what in the world?
Diamond, I've been waiting for a chance like this to comb you out of my hair for good. Otis, the cops.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. All right, Shamus, roll him out.
Mr. Clinton, thank you very much. Goodbye. Come on, Diamond.
Lieutenant.
Otis, I told you to close your mouth.
Oh, I gotta breathe.
Oh, shut up and come on.
Walt.
Outside, Diamond. Get going.
You big bubblehead. What's the idea of making like a cop with me?
I kind of liked it. How'd I do?
What?
Good performance, eh?
Good Oh, you big ham. You great big ham.
Well, Lieutenant, are we going to put the Shamus in the jug?
Shut up, Otis. Take the cuffs off him.
What?
Here, Otis. Start working.
Oh,
You're right, Rick. Clinton was scared stiff, and for some reason he backed Christopher's alibi.
Walt, I've got an idea.
You better have. If I don't have something to tell the commissioner, I'll have to give up my ideas about a pension.
I'm going back to that boarding house.
Why?
Well, the manager was going to call me. It's just possible he got a hold of a lead on Elaine Tanner, but Christopher killed him before he had a chance to tell me.
Well, that makes sense.
You got a man there?
Yeah, a half.
Oh, good. I'll see you later.
Rick,
All right.
please. For the sake of my stomach, don't slip up. You're my only suspect without an alibi.
Thanks, Walt. See you later.
Yeah.
Oh, Walt.
What?
Bottoms up on the bicarbonate.
That's all the stuff there was in the basement, Diamond.
Oh, thanks, my happy. Everything neatly bundled but this one pile. The little guy must have gone through it.
Got any idea what you're looking for?
No, give me a hand, will you?
Sure.
Newspapers, magazines. Oh, my happy.
Uh-huh.
No one's been in here since the murder?
Nobody. I've been on the door.
And the manager had nothing on him.
Only your card.
That's funny, very funny. He wouldn't have tried to call me if he hadn't found something. Maybe he came across something in this pile of stuff. Didn't take it out and then...
Find something?
Yeah. This sheaf of withholding tax statements.
Mm-hmm. The kind that come on the bottoms of paychecks.
Made out to Elaine Tanner, paid by the Blue Falcon nightclub.
That ain't far from here.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah, sure. Now I remember a kid that named Tanner. Yeah, used to work here in the line.
Thanks, bartender. Where's she now?
Well, Mr. Me, I know from nothing about her, but she was good friends with one of the dolls in the line, gal named Gladys.
Where can I find this Gladys?
Dressing room, straight back, turn left.
And knock on the door, huh?
What for? They dressed that way for the show anyway.
I'll keep both eyes closed.
Sure, straight back like I said, then first turn left.
What you want with her, handsome? Why don't you get off here?
You tipped me, sweetheart, but give me a rain check.
Who waits for rain? But, why you want to see Elaine?
Well, maybe I ought to tell her about some oil wells that came in.
Yeah? You don't look like the type talks about oil wells.
Honey, don't let the tassels on my shoes fool you.
Oh, you're cute. Yeah, I know where Elaine is.
Want to give?
Information?
Sure.
Oh, you've got a one-track mind.
Maybe I can't switch it over yet.
Okay, so I'll get a couple of days older meanwhile. Anyhow, I never did like her. So, I don't mind letting you know.
No what, Gladys?
Well, maybe a month ago she quit this job. This dump.
All right, she quits. Go ahead.
Yeah. But before she quit, she's acting funny. Like the night we're going home together, walking along, and she's talking.
This is the last time I take this walk.
So, gonna fly to him from work?
I'm quitting.
Well, if you like to eat grass, go ahead.
I won't eat grass. Ever had a real mink coat, Gladys?
I coulda, but his lawyers settled out of court.
I'll have one. I'll do all right.
You thinking about that guy Clinton who comes in the club?
Uh-huh.
Honey, there's wolves and there's wolves. Want to pick one with teeth.
He likes me.
Sure. Every time he sees you, he's got to push his eyes back in his head.
Chris is working for him. His chauffeur.
So this is news, so what?
Money. Lots of it.
Shakedown? Oh, now look, honey, they can give you trouble for that.
Not a shakedown. This is safe and sure. Chris figured it. He figured it, and I...
And what?
Nothing. Just forget it. Come on, let's get some coffee.
And that's all she says.
Uh-huh. Now, where can I find her?
Oh, I'll tell you where I think she is. Here's the address. I wrote it down.
Thanks, Gladys. I'll see you again.
Yeah. See more of me.
Is that possible?
This costume's for the first show. We save up for the second.
I'll be here for the last show.
Oh, what you said. So long, handsome.
A little while after Gladys gave me the address, I was buzzing at an apartment door. I kept my fingers crossed and then uncrossed them when the door opened.
Yes?
Hello there, Elaine.
Who are you?
Well, the name's Hangtooth. Elmer Hangtooth.
Who?
Oh, I better come in.
Hey, what's the idea?
Can't hear a thing you say, honey. My hearing aid just shorted out.
Now listen, wise guy.
Oh, Elaine. Chris sent me.
Chris?
Yeah. He said to tell you everything's okay. The heat's off.
How about that private eye?
Diamond? Richard Diamond?
Yeah, that's the one.
Honey, you'll never be any closer to him than you are right now.
I was afraid he'd quit. Hey, when's Chris coming?
Soon, I hope.
Oh. I've never seen you before. Have I?
Well, you're young and life's full of surprises.
Uh-huh. I like surprises.
Nice.
Chris work you in on the deal?
Yeah. I did him a favor. Took care of Diamond. Like doing it, too. Oh, by the way, what goes with you and Clinton?
Honey, we had a common interest.
Oh.
Books, dearie. Books. He had one I wanted. When I finished with him, I could have walked out with the furniture.
Yeah, I guess you could, baby. I guess you could.
Think so?
Why not?
What did you say your name was?
Well, the name's Appelknocker, Harold Appelknocker.
What? That's not what you said before.
Oh, so you have been listening. The real name is Diamond, Richard Diamond.
I see a kidder, huh?
Well, if that makes you laugh, this ought to bring back Mahjong. Here, take a look at my license. My membership card, the Hopalong Cassidy Club, my Flash Gordon beanie.
You dirty shamus, you stinking cop.
Easy, baby.
Let
Easy,
go of
baby.
me.
Easy.
Let go, you dirty. Let go of me.
Let her go, Diamond.
Chris!
Jackpot. Chris and Elaine all at once.
Diamond, get your hands off her. Get them off. No, that's better. Now, Elaine, before I fill him full of holes, tell me what he's doing here.
He said just send him, Chris.
Sure, he would. Elaine, you ready to get out of here?
Yeah.
Okay, hand me a cushion from the sofa.
Want to take a nap, Chris?
I'll laugh at your funeral, Shamus. Hold a cushion over the gun. Nobody hears the shot.
Better not, Chris.
Elaine, start out. I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, all right, Chris.
Got the book?
Yeah.
What book?
Shut up. Get going, Elaine.
Chris, let's talk this over.
Funny, you just finished talking, Diamond.
Chris!
Elaine, what's the matter? Give me my book. Give it to me.
Clinton, Dove, get out of the way.
Diamond, you...
Chris.
Well, I owed him that partner's hair.
Chris.
It's all right, Elaine. Just creased. I wouldn't think of depriving the hot seat of such a good customer.
My book. Where's my book? I want it. Give me my book.
Sure, Mr. Clinton. But I'm afraid you'll have to explain to the police first. A telephone call to the 5th Precinct brought Walt and Otis to my rescue. Otis used the siren. Loved it. I told Walt the book old man Clinton kept screaming about had me a little confused, and that I wouldn't be able to relax until he found out just where it fitted in the case. He promised to find out the answers as soon as he took Chris, Elaine, and Clinton back to the 5th Precinct. I told him to call me at Helen's.
Rick, what about that check for $1,000? Is it any good?
Well, the check's post-dated. I doubt if Mr. Clinton will honor it now. It's too bad. We could have celebrated.
So all you got for your trouble was $100 a day in expenses.
I'll get it. Grant's Tomb, the general speaking.
Rick?
Yeah? Walt?
Yeah. You sitting down?
Why?
You can tear up that check Clinton gave you. He won't honor it. He's mad about having to go to jail.
Oh, I was way ahead of you about the check. Why did Clinton go to jail? What did he do?
You know that book he was yelling about?
What about it?
Well, it's an original Sir Francis Bacon manuscript.
How would you know?
I hate to admit it, but Otis told me what it was. You know, Otis is excuse me, Lieutenant. It's bibliophile. Shut up, hammerhead.
Okay, so I work for nothing.
Rick.
Yeah?
The book was worth $30,000. It was stolen 18 years ago from the Fine Arts Library in Washington. Old man Clinton bought it from a fence. That's why he couldn't go to the police.
Oh, so Chris and Elaine hijacked it, huh? Probably had a sale for it.
Yeah, Rick, there's a $1,500 reward for that book.
So what?
It's yours.
Hey, wait a minute, Walt. Helen, put your ear next to the receiver.
Oh, all right.
Walt, say that again.
Say what again?
What you just said.
Did I say anything?
Well, sure you did.
Are you sure?
Oh, now cut it out, Walt. Say it again about the reward.
Oh, that. There's a $1,500 reward for the book.
Thanks, Walt. Bye.
Bye.
Well, baby.
Well, we're going to celebrate after all. $1,500. Oh, Rick, that calls for a real celebration.
Sure.
Well, don't go away, darling. I'll be right back. I won't be long. Oh, Rick, there's a new song on the piano. Why don't you try it?
Okay, I said my pajamas and put on my prayers. Well, that's pretty silly, but... My baby kissed me goodnight, and I am glad to relate that by the time I got home, I was feeling great. I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I said my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me goodnight. Next morning I awoke and scrambled my shoes. I shined up an egg, then I toasted the news. I buttered my tie and took another bite, and all because you kissed me goodnight. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said goodnight and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I said my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me goodnight. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said goodnight and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I lifted the preacher, called up the phone, spoke to the dog, and threw your ma a bone. 'Twas midnight, and yet the sun was shining bright, and all because you kissed me good night.
Oh, that was lovely, Rick. Well, how do I look?
Oh, my, wonderful. What are you so dressed up for?
For the celebration.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Come on, let's go.
Oh, where are we going, Rick?
Oh, the Blue Falcon nightclub. We'll be just in time for the last show.
The Blue Falcon. Oh, but why pick that place?
Oh, but they've got a wonderful floor show.
Yes, but the costumes are... Oh, they're nothing.
Oh, what you said.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Ted Osborne, Gene Bates, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Ezio Pinza, dynamic singing star, plays his first starring dramatic role today on Theater Guild on the Air, with Madeline Carroll and Linda Darnell co-starred. And you'll also want to listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show and the Adventures of Sam Spade right before Theater Guild. Don't forget, Ezio Pinza on Theater Guild on the Air today. It's all great entertainment today on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC. The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Sorry you're coming along, Diamond.
Yeah, I'm beginning to be sorry myself.
You should be. We're heading for open sea.
Looks like it'll be a long ride.
You don't know how long, Diamond.
We're getting into open water.
You're about to go swimming, deep sea style.
How far is it to the shore?
About 5 miles now.
I can make it.
With a hole in you?
And here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, happy homicide.
You know, that's pretty bad, that is.
Oh, my goodness. Walt?
Yeah.
Well, what can I do for the shining light of the 5th Precinct?
You can get right down here. I want you to do me a favor.
I'm not going to help Sergeant Otis cross the street again. Tell him to get a governess.
This has nothing to do with my brainy sergeant. Now, will you come down?
Well, all right. Business is slower than a drunk turtle, so I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Forget it. You know what I always say, Walt.
No, what do you always say?
Bye. Well, sometimes that's the way things get started. The phone rings, and Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct Homicide, tells me to get down. One word from him, and I do as he pleases. So I buttoned my collar, pushed my tie back up into strangling position, and 10 minutes later walked into the squad room of the 5th Precinct, where, as always, the king of the jungle was on hand to greet me.
Well, good morning, Shamus.
Sergeant Otis. Oh, my goodness, you look terrible.
Oh, what's wrong?
Well, it's pretty obvious. You've been sleeping in the wrong position.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Otis, stop trying to be a sport. Get rid of the bats in your house. They're used to hanging upside down.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
The lieutenant in?
He's expecting you. Go on in.
Thank you, Sergeant. Hello, Walt.
How are you, Rick? You been needling Otis again?
Oh, a little.
Now, you got to stop that. When you come in, he begins to sulk. I got to work with him all day.
Be happy, Walt. Be happy. Think of the 16 hours you're not with him. All those other people, jumping off bridges, turning on the gas, beating each other with hot paper sacks.
Okay.
Now, what's with you?
Oh, well, this is a pretty ridiculous thing, and I'm in a tough spot.
Well, I'm pretty tough, and you look ridiculous, so let's have it.
Huh? Oh, well, we got a tip that a guy named Wells had a stash of stolen jewelry.
You said had a stash. You mean he hasn't got it anymore?
That's right, we have.
Well, what the world are you mixed up in it for? It's not your department.
It wasn't, but when the robbery boys got over to this guy's house, they found him dead.
Oh.
Murder. Shot through the head with a small caliber automatic.
How about the jewelry?
In the water pipes underneath the sink. About $100,000 worth.
What do you want me for?
Wells' wife says the jewels are hers. We don't believe it.
What did you do about it?
We put out traces on the jewelry. Went through all the regular channels to find the owner. Nobody identifies it. And if we don't get a claim soon, I've got to give them to her.
You mean you got to turn them over when you think they're stolen?
We know they're stolen. They got to be. These people don't have the fare for a fast meal at the automat, but we can't prove it.
What about the guy who gave you the tip on the jewels?
Said his name was Mario Cimino. Disappeared.
You got any lead on who knocked off Wells?
We're holding his wife, but we haven't really got a thing. No weapon, no motive, no nothing.
So you want me to see what I can do?
Yeah, whole department's in the spot. Can you imagine what the press is going to say when I turn these jewels over to the wife?
Yeah, could be rough. But what in the world can I do that your whole department can't?
We've got to solve this thing fast.
Or turn the jewels back.
Right. Got a murder to solve. We've got a jewel theft to solve.
Oh, that's nothing. It's really nothing. Should be a cinch.
No, not for a cop. He wouldn't be able to put on the right kind of pressure.
What do you mean by pressure?
Well...
Mrs. Wells?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cimino's missing. We need him to tell us how he knew the jewels were stolen. If he's a stoolie, guys like that know you'll give them an even shake. Maybe he'll come out when he hears you're looking for him.
Okay. Now, what about the wife, this Mrs. Wells?
I was holding her till you got here. She's being questioned. You want to see her?
One thing, Walt, before I do. Am I going to like this job?
Knowing your taste, I say yes. When the boys brought her in, they walked her through the robbery detail. Everybody went right out and bought yo-yos.
Walt got up then, hid his yo-yo in the closet, led the way downstairs to a small room. It was dark, except for the single light burning near a desk. In the circle of light sat a young girl, late 20s, blonde and, well, you know. If the State Highway Commission built roads with that many curves, every driver in New York would need seasick pills. She was being questioned by one of the
Came home at
detectives.
what time?
I've told you at least a dozen times. I got home 10 minutes before you got there, and I called you.
Your husband had been dead over an hour.
I can't help that. I came home, and I found him, and I called you.
Yeah, you called us. But I'm asking you about the jewels.
Oh, how many times do I have to tell you? He found them. He found them.
Why this
There ain't many
routine,
people
Walt?
who might
You
have
think she
wanted
had
to
something
kill
to do
your
with it?
husband.
If you've got a
Only
couple of months to
suspect.
listen.
We're giving
You
it to her like
know
this
Mario
so you could
Cimino?
take a look
I
without
never
her
heard of
seeing you.
Where did your husband get the jewels?
He told me he found them. Oh, please, look. I don't know anything about the jewels or how my husband got killed.
What'd you do with the gun?
I told you that, too. I don't know anything about a gun. I didn't kill him. You understand?
Collins,
Yeah?
come here. Give her another 5 minutes, then send her up to my office. You got to turn her loose.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Somebody bringing the rubber hose?
All right, Mrs. Wells. Now, when did your husband find these jewels?
Oh, please. How many times do I have to tell you? He found them
You
3
heard
days
enough,
ago.
Rick?
Yeah, let's go.
Yes, 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 yes!
What do you think?
What do you want me to think? The girl doesn't seem too unhappy about the loss of a husband.
Well, he'd been away for about 4 years, up until a week ago, in the Army. Occupation forces in Germany.
No criminal record on him, huh?
No?
Well, let's see what I can find out.
Oh, here's the information on the girl. Address, phone number.
Thanks. Oh, do some more checking on the husband, and I'll give you a call after I see the girl.
How are you going to get in to talk to her?
Walt, did I ever ask you how you got promoted to head of homicide?
No.
You want to tell me?
Well, it's simple. Seniority, experience, hard work.
Well, just lose the hard work, and you've got a fair idea of how I'm going to get in to talk to Mrs. Wells. Well, I had to solve a murder, a $100,000 jewel theft, and get the dear old police force out of hot water. All I knew was that a man named Wells had been shot, and another guy named Mario Cimino had called the law and told them about a hatful of jewels that didn't seem to have been stolen from anybody. To clean up a mess like that would take a lot of doing. So I went about it in Diamond's most routine fashion, as unorthodox as possible. I grabbed a cab, slipped the driver a $5 to romp over to Greenwich Village a little faster than usual, and before I could say, "Look out for that streetcar," I was standing in front of a door with a small tag over the bell that read, "Vladimir Sokolovsky, artist." Vladimir was an old friend of mine who hears all, sees all, and tells all for a small price.
Who is it?
Come on, Vladdy, open up.
Go away.
It's Diamond, Vladimir.
I trust no one. You might be working for my landlord.
Oh, I'm alone.
Scout's honor?
Cross my heart and hope to swallow my Emmys.
Товарищ, здравствуйте.
I haven't got much time, Vladimir.
Huh?
I want you to do me a favor.
Oh, for you a portrait costs only $50.
No, no pictures, Vladimir. Tell me, ever heard of a guy named Mario Cimino?
Oh, but of course... No.
Paid your rent?
Same answer.
I have a small $10 bill here.
Tavares, you would attempt a lowly bribe.
Well, what do you know? Here's another 10.
I would ask you to stay for lunch, but Greenbaum won't even let me look in his delicatessen window anymore. You understand.
25?
I only do it because Stalin and I do not agree. Mario Cimino. Peasant.
What does he do?
Keeps busy. An occasional stick-up bookmaking. Owes me $11.80. Marianne and the 8 at Hialeah by 8 lanes. Such a filly.
Vladimir. Mario Cimino?
Oh, yes, the lowlife. For him to find a friend would be like Rasputin running a Lonely Hearts Club.
Where can I find him?
I don't know.
Vladimir.
It's the truth.
Scout's honor?
But of course, if I knew where that peasant was, would I not collect my $11.80? Of course I would. Scout's honor, see?
You hold up 3 fingers, Vladimir.
Oh, a Cub Scout.
When was the last time you heard from him?
When he took my $2 that wins me $11.80. He was in the fish business.
Oh, fish business?
Yes, I know, because he brought me 2 halibut, which I promptly made into magnificent stew for my landlord. Was miserable.
The stew?
No, just the fish. Believe me, Tovarish, those 2 halibut were so old, they remember Jonah.
Was he selling fish?
Catching them. He had a boat. When I went down there to collect my $11.80, the bum wasn't there.
Where did he keep the boat, Vladimir?
A disgusting place called Schooner Landing. Places like that should be in Siberia. Stinks.
Well, thanks, Vladimir.
Ничего, товарищ, до свидания.
Oh, Chichonia, Greenbaum's Delicatessen, will you be surprised? Greenbaum's Delicatessen, Greenbaum's Delicatessen, Greenbaum's Delicatessen.
Hello, Abe. Send up the works. Champagne, caviar, salami. I am a capitalist again.
Hello there. Hey, I said hello.
Hello.
You run this landing?
Yep.
Know a man named Cimino?
Mario Cimino?
Yep.
Yep.
Seen him lately?
Nope.
When was the last time you saw him?
You a cop?
Nope.
It's too bad.
Why do you say that?
Owes me a week's rent on my boat.
Skipped out?
Yep.
Understand he was fishing down here. Is that right?
Yep.
How long ago did he rent the boat?
2 weeks ago.
How long ago did he skip out?
About a week.
Anything unusual about the things he did?
Well, he sure weren't no fisherman.
Why do you say that?
Didn't know the first thing about it. When he first rented my boat, he used to go out for 2 or 3 hours and come back with a couple of fish. Didn't have no rigging to speak of, no live bait, just a pole.
Didn't that bother you?
Nope. Weren't none of my business. Had a license.
You mean a regular fishing license or a commercial?
Yep.
Commercial?
Yep.
Did he do anything unusual the last day he was down here?
Well, I don't know. He went out about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and was back here by 6:30. Only thing unusual about that, it's a funny time to go fishing.
What day was that?
We could go tomorrow, Tuesday.
Thanks, Pop.
Hey, sure you ain't a cop?
Yep.
G-man?
Nope.
Don't say no more than you have to, do you?
Nope.
Bye, sonny.
Well, I left the old boy sitting on the dock trying to figure it out and headed for the city hall. Mario Cimino was closer now. I knew a little about him. His whereabouts up until a week ago and the fact that he'd taken out a commercial fishing license. The license I wanted because it would have a picture of Cimino on it. The picture I could turn over to Walt and then we could get out a description on him. I arrived at the city hall, went in, found the department that issues the licenses. They checked with Walt at the station, and 10 minutes later I was heading for Mrs. Wells' apartment with a fishing license and a pretty good photograph of Mario Cimino.
Yes?
Yes.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
That's a remark with a lot of answers. Right now, I want to talk.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I get tongue-tied when I stand in the hall.
You want in?
That's it.
Why?
Ever see this picture before, Mrs. Wells?
What? Come in.
Seniority, experience.
What?
Oh, nothing.
That man in the picture. Who is he?
Don't you know him?
I've only seen him once. Oh, we can sit on the couch, Mr.
Diamond. Where did you see this man, Mrs. Wells?
He came up to see my husband. He was leaving just as I arrived.
Your husband say who he was?
No. He mentioned something about some business he had with this man.
Well, if it makes any difference to you, this man in the picture is Mario Cimino.
Oh. The one the police are after. The man they think killed my husband.
The man who called and told Lieutenant Levinson about the jewels your husband had hid in the water pipes.
Are you from the police?
Well, here we go again. No, honey, I'm a private detective.
Oh.
Your husband just got back from Germany a week ago, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
By boat?
Mm-hmm.
What day did he arrive?
You've got big blue eyes, haven't you, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah.
Very pretty.
Honey, you better sit over there. You're scorching my collar.
All right.
Where was I?
I don't know where you were, Mr. Diamond, but I was thinking...
Oh, yeah. Well, what day did your husband arrive?
Last Tuesday.
When did he...
You must have a hard time combing your hair. Awfully curly, isn't it?
I'll stop back when I got more time. We'll straighten it out.
Please do.
Well, Mrs. Wells.
Yes?
The time your husband's boat got in?
In the afternoon, around 5.
Oh, well, thanks, Mrs. Wells.
Leaving?
Going home and have another talk with Father.
Please stop back. If he misses anything, I'll be glad to fill in.
Maybe I'll send Dad instead. It was a little hard getting out of there because my shoe leather had started to burn and my number 10s were beginning to turn up like skis. I rocked my way down to the cab, did a slalom around 2 lamp posts and a fire hydrant, slid into the back seat, and 20 minutes later I got out across the street from the 5th Precinct Police Station. I was just stepping off the curb when...
Hold it right here, Diamond.
What?
Don't move. Don't turn around.
Oh, well, I hope that's a pipe you got in your pocket.
If it is, it's the first one you'll ever see with a trigger on it. Keep smiling and walk back over to that alley.
Oh, okay. Have to poke a hole in me.
Better to have it poked than blown.
Hey, your dialogue's pretty bad.
It's fine enough. Now, your name is Diamond, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you mine if you'll give me the gun and let me make you tell me yours.
Your dialogue's as bad as mine.
Yeah, I guess I deserve that.
Okay, I haven't got much time. Give me the picture.
Oh, I can't do that.
You better or I shoot you.
What will Mom say?
What's your mother got to do with it?
She took it. It's the only one of me on a bear rug, facing north.
The picture of Mario Cimino. I'll give you 3. 1.
Okay.
Thanks. Now stay put. Count 10 before you turn around. Believe me, Diamond, I mean it. I'll kill you if you move before 10.
You're being pretty silly, Mario. They'll pick you up sure.
I don't think so.
Oh, by the way, Vladimir says to thank you for the 1180.
Tell her it was nothing. Start counting.
1, 2, butt my shoe. 3, 4, close the door. 5.
Oh, Rick, you find out something?
Well, I sure did. This is the lousiest precinct of the city.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Now, 2 minutes ago, I got stuck up right at your front door.
What?
Yeah. And I had that picture of Mario Cimino on the fishing license.
He swiped that?
You just know it.
Well, don't yell at me. You haven't solved this mess, have you?
No, but I'm pretty close.
Well, that isn't close enough. I had to send the jewels over to the wife a few minutes ago.
Oh, dandy.
Well, I had to.
Well, what about the newspapers?
They haven't gotten wind of it yet. We still have a little time. Now, what about Cimino? How did he know you had the picture on the license?
Well, somebody gave him the tip. Gave him my description, but just relax. It wasn't Cimino who stuck me up.
It wasn't?
Not unless he paid Vladimir Sokolowski $11.80 in the last hour.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't understand.
Well, you're not alone. I'm a little mixed up, too.
Well, let's both get untangled, shall we? Tell me what you found out.
All right. Now, listen. Wells arrived last Tuesday by boat in the afternoon around 5.
This we know.
Mario Cimino was being a fisherman then.
Oh.
He'd rented a boat, taken out a fishing license.
Okay.
The day that Wells arrived, Cimino went out in the afternoon, stayed about 2 hours, came back, and disappeared.
And then Wells shows up with a sink full of jewels.
Right. Probably had them on the boat. Avoided customs by dropping them overboard, and Cimino picked them up.
And Cimino killed him for the loot.
Why?
Why? $100,000 in jewels? Why not?
Wells was killed in his own apartment, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, if Cimino picked the jewels out of the water, why go and kill Wells? Why not just take off? Wells could never go to the police.
Oh.
Yeah, and another thing. The pickup was pretty carefully planned. Wells couldn't have done it. He was in Germany. Somebody here had to plan it. Knew Wells had the jewels.
The wife?
Could be.
But where did he get the jewels in the first place?
Oh, a lot of that stuff's still hidden in Germany. You check with military intelligence, and I'll bet it ties up.
Well, this guy who stuck you up and lifted the picture, you say you don't think it was Cimino. Maybe there's a third party.
Could be, but I doubt it. I got a hunch, Walt. Take me down to the morgue. I want to take a look at Wells.
Okay, let's go.
You owe me $25.
25? For what?
Oh, small bribe.
Oh, well, here.
What's this?
It's as good as money. Tickets. Policeman's benefit.
Oh, gee, Walt. You know something?
What?
You're a real sport.
Right over here. Well?
Bullet didn't help his face.
No.
Why don't you get the Army records on Wells?
Why? The wife identified him?
Good for her, but she missed one slight detail.
Yeah?
Yeah. This isn't Wells.
What?
That's right, Walt. This is Mario Cimino.
How do you know?
From the picture on the fishing license. This is the same guy.
Good grief.
And you had to go and give the jewels back to Mrs. Wells.
But...
If you still want to save those jewels along with your hide, you better grab orders and get over there. I'll see you when you get there. Now step on it.
But...
I left Walt in the middle of a butt and took off for Mrs. Wells' apartment in a hurry. On the way over, I went through the facts. Chimino was dead. The body in the morgue wasn't Wells. The jewels were undoubtedly the motive, and unless I was wrong, I'd have to move fast to stop them from leaving the state. I went out of the cab and up the steps to Mrs. Wells' apartment. I reached the door and tried it. No luck, so I went in anyway. The front room was empty. I went through the other rooms. Nothing. Clothes gone. Drawers empty. They'd taken off with $100,000 in jewels, but where to? They had to be smart enough to know they'd never get out of town by the usual means of transportation. So what would be better than to pay up the back rent on Chimino's boat and go fishing? I left Walt a note where I was headed and took off for Schooner Landing.
Hello there, Sonny.
Pop, which boat was Mario Chimino renting?
That one just getting ready to go out, right over there.
Thanks.
Go get him, Sonny. I knew there was something fishy when they paid up on Chimino's back end.
Oh! Well, good afternoon. I represent the Sleep Type Mortuary.
What is it? We've got a passenger.
Good afternoon, Bob.
Diamond.
Everybody seems so surprised.
I'm sorry you're coming along. We're headed for open sea, Diamond.
Well, I might as well take off my shirt and get a tan.
Take the wheel, Lois. Leave your shirt on, Diamond. You can take it off when you go for a swim.
Oh?
And don't get any ideas. I don't want to shoot you until we clear the breakwater, but I will if I have to.
You're Wells, aren't you?
That's right. How did you figure it?
Oh, partly guesswork.
The fishing license tipped you Chimino was dead, not me, huh?
That's right. You didn't know whether I was working with the law or not, but you had to get that picture to give yourself enough time to get out of the country. Your wife called you and gave you my description.
I knew the damage that picture could do if it got to the police, so I had to tag you.
Pretty smart.
Thanks.
We're getting into open water.
You can start taking your shirt off, Diamond.
I swim pretty well.
With a hole in you?
Why'd you kill Chimino?
He wanted 50% defensive stuff. I wouldn't buy that. Found him phoning the police and I had to kill him.
So you put your papers on him knowing your wife would identify him as you. Why didn't you just grab the jewels and take off?
You sound like you're stalling for something. But I'll tell you anyway. Those jewels are in the sink. I knew the law would be there in 10 minutes, so I had to take the chance they wouldn't find him.
Bob, there's a boat coming up pretty fast.
So what?
Well, I hate to spoil the party, but I think it's the Coast Guard.
You're nuts.
I think dear old Lieutenant Levinson got my little old note.
So that's what the star was
Bob!
about. Shut up and stay with that wheel.
Bob, that boat.
Shut up! All right, Diamond, down in that cabin.
I'll get seasick.
None of your funny cracks. Just get down there.
I think I'll take this life preserver just in case.
Drop it.
Sure. Give me that gun.
Bob, that boat's almost alongside. Bob! 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 Bob!
You heard what the man said, baby. Stop the boat.
Rick,
Yes, Helen?
phone for you. Walt.
Oh, thanks, dear. Hello?
Rick, I just got a report from Army Intelligence. The jewels were stolen from a collection the Germans had evidently hidden during the war.
What about Mrs. Wells?
She admits the whole thing. She saw her husband on a furlough a year ago, and he told her to expect word when he was ready to move. She contacted Mario Chimino for the fence. She'll probably get life.
Well, that's too bad. She was the type who really could have had a good time with life.
What are you doing?
Looking at my beautiful girlfriend, Helen?
Oh, thanks.
I say hello.
The lieutenant says hello, honey.
Hello, Walt.
Why don't you two get married?
Why don't you mind your own business?
Rick was just going to sing me a song, Walt.
Oh, yeah? Well, leave the phone up, Helen. I'll get Otis. Otis?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Come here. I want you to hear something.
Go ahead, Rick.
All right. Oh, Otis, listening all?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Well, get your nose out of my ear.
Sorry, Lieutenant.
What song would you like to hear, Otis?
You going to sing something for me?
Sure, just for you. What's your favorite?
Well, now, let's see. Hey, do you know...
Otis. Otis, that's the song.
Sure. You know, Washington at Valley Forge, coldest heck in up Oak George.
Otis.
Yeah.
How about get out of the wheat thresher, Mother? You're going against the grain.
Oh, I don't know.
It's an old spiritual. Look, I got a better idea. You just listen, huh?
Okay, but I still like...
Otis, you're fighting me.
Well, okay.
There's a place I'd like to be, and it's back in Tennessee, where your friendly neighbors smile and say hello. It's a pleasure and a treat to meander down the street. That's why I want the whole wide world to know. I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown, because those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream house I'll build there one day, with picket fence and rambling rose. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Well, did you like that, Otis?
Oh, Diamond, you're dreamy.
Rick, Otis just swooned.
Hi, Walt. Come here, Helen. Aren't they silly?
Yes, Rick. Oh, darling, you are dreamy.
Oh, Diamond, you devil, you.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Jack Crucian, Yvonne Patey, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Two other shows for Sunday on NBC that you'll want to hear tonight are the American Album of Familiar Music and Take It or Leave It. Together, they make up 1 hour of the very best in listening pleasure for you. Baritone Thomas L. Thomas brings you the songs you love best during the 30 minutes of restful reminiscence on the American Album. And immediately following this delightful musical show, Eddie Cantor comes romping into your radio with the $64 question on Take It or Leave It. There's a solid 30 minutes of question marks and laughs when it's time for Cantor, Sunday on NBC. Make it a point to hear both the American Album of Familiar Music and Eddie Cantor's Take It or Leave It tonight and every Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. There are 2 more of NBC's great lineup of Sunday shows. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. James Melton and Erna Berger star next on Harvest of Stars on NBC. National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Before I was a private detective, I was a cop. Homicide. Working out of the 5th Precinct. Homicide means murder. And there are a lot more murders committed in a big city than you think. more than make the headlines in the newspapers. And for everyone, there's the same impersonal routine, the same hard work, the same check and double check, with every cop in or out of uniform doing his best to put the case in the closed file. But there's one kind of murder that will really tear the department to pieces, and that's when a cop is killed in line of duty.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. If your husband's dead and you pull the trigger, Diamond will help, but the fee is bigger. Hello?
Oh, Rick, what can I say?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, no, that's nice. Now try Hello, Rick.
Hello, Rick.
Oh, dandy. Call back tomorrow and we'll start on Hello, Rick. This is Helen.
You idiot.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
What's doing?
Oh, I was just a little lonesome. Wanted to know if you were coming by tonight.
Oh, you know it. Should be there around 8. How about a little...
Hey, Rick, what's that siren? Is there a fire?
Could be. Sounds like it's pulling right up here in front of my building. Wait a minute. I'll open the window.
Now, Rick, if there's a fire, you get right out of there.
Honey, if this building caught on fire, I'd be Mr. Unquintine of 1950.
Well, what is it?
Ambulance.
Oh.
Oh, and here comes a prowl car. Must be a traffic accident or something.
Well, thank goodness.
Well, somebody probably playing in the traffic.
Oh, Rick.
Okay. Some guy forgot to step down getting into his new Hudson. You know, I make remarks like that. I'm not trying to be... Oh, wait a minute. No combination, friend. Just turn the little old knob and push.
Who is it?
Somebody at the door. Well, Pop.
What?
Pop Scholes.
Oh, the nice old blind man who sells pencils on the corner.
Yeah. Hello, Pop.
Please, Mr. Diamond, I've got to talk to you. I ain't got much time.
What does he want, Rick?
Oh, to talk to me. I'll call you back, dear. Bye.
Bye.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, not at all, Pop. Not at all. What can I do for you?
I can't stay long. I have to hurry, but I was wondering if you'd come to my place later on. It's pretty important.
How important, Pop?
I can't explain now, but I got a big trouble. I sure could use some help for old time's sake. Huh?
Sure, for old time's sake. Where do you live, Pop?
A little shack on the waterfront end of River Street, 622 and a half.
When do you want me to come down?
About an hour. I got to be going now.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, Pop. Here, let me give you a hand.
Thanks. I could make it with this stick, but it takes time. I ain't got a lot of that.
Oh, there you are, Pop. See you in an hour.
Thanks, Mr. Diamond.
Name's Rick.
Okay. See you in an hour, Rick.
Asher's residence?
Oh, hello, Francis. Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll call Miss Asher right away.
Thank you.
Rick.
What? Oh, Walt.
Mind if I sit down?
No. What are you doing down here?
Hello, Rick.
Hold the phone, honey.
Came down on a homicide.
Homicide? Oh, that squad car right in front of the...
Right in front of your building, yes. Shooting.
Well, what are you doing up here?
I done all I could down there.
Rick.
Just a minute, baby.
Thought you might want to hear about it. Bill Walton.
What?
Friend of yours, wasn't he?
Yeah, darn good one.
Hello, Rick.
Somebody put 3 slugs in him.
Rick, I can hear somebody talking. What's going on?
Oh, I'll call you back, baby.
What?
Helen?
Yeah. You know, I worked with Bill on a robbery for 3 years. Got any idea who did it?
He left the robbery detail 2 years ago. Been with the narcotics division. Haven't checked with them yet, but he might have been working on something. Might give us a lead. You want to go down to the station with me?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay. I've got some witnesses to the shooting. They'll be down there for statements.
Bill's got a wife and 3 kids.
Yeah. Well, aren't you going to lock the office?
For what? Even the termites gag on the furniture. Let's go. Well, that's the way a quiet day could work itself into a lot of trouble. And like always, if trouble's around, yours truly is bound to get a chunk of it. Walt and I went downstairs, climbed into the prowl car, and 10 minutes later we were walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. The first thing I saw was the zoo's best argument for not taking in boarders.
Lieutenant, I got statements from all the witnesses. You want to talk to them?
No, he thought he'd read their palms, Sergeant.
Oh, Lieutenant, what did you have to bring the shamus along for?
Just relax, Otis. And, Rick, you lay off here.
Well, I wouldn't needle him if he'd just stopped that terrible habit.
What habit?
Living.
Oh.
Come on, Rick.
Oh, look at that, Walt. 4 heads, and they all need haircuts.
Come on, Rick. Come on. This is a swell time to make jokes.
Can you think of a better time?
Okay. Otis,
Yeah, Lieutenant.
send in the first one. Then check with narcotics and see what Bill Walton was working on.
Right.
Boy, I hate things like this.
What about his family?
Oh, I know all of them. I guess I'll have to go over and tell them.
First one, Lieutenant Arthur Phillips. Go on in.
Come in, Mr. Phillips.
Oh.
Have a chair.
Yes, okay. Look, I don't know much about this thing. I was
Mr. Diamond,
just
Mr. Phillips.
How are you?
How do you do? As I was saying,
You
I don't...
saw the killing, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I saw it. It all happened so fast that I don't think I can really be...
What were you doing when you saw the killing, Mr. Phillips?
Walking. But I didn't
Walking
see...
where, Mr. Phillips?
Up the street to my office. Oh, look, I gave your sergeant my statement. You'll find it all
What's
in
your
order.
business, Mr. Phillips?
Insurance. Liberty Insurance Company, 41st and Broadway.
You saw Officer Walton killed?
I saw a man. His name I didn't know he was killed.
You heard the shots?
Well, yes, but it was all so fast.
Just what did you see?
Well, like I said, I was walking down the street.
To work.
Yes, Liberty Insurance
We've
Company.
got that.
Oh, yes.
You were walking.
Yes, and I heard this noise.
The shots?
Yes, but I didn't know it at the time. It was just a loud noise, but it made me jump, and I looked.
You just jumped, Mr.
Yes,
Phillips?
yes. Well, then I saw this guy grab his stomach and fall flat on his face, and then I saw the guy with the gun.
What did the guy with the gun look like, Mr. Phillips?
Well, it all happened so fast.
Sergeant Otis showed you our rogues gallery. Did you see anybody who looked like him?
No, I didn't see anybody that looked like him. I didn't get a good look at his face.
How tall was he?
Tall.
Like 6 feet?
Yes, or close.
What was he wearing, Mr. Phillips?
Brown suit and hat, brown hat.
Stocky? Well built?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Phillips?
No,
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
all.
Phillips. We may want to talk to you again. Don't leave town on a business trip or anything.
Oh, I can go?
Good day, Mr. Phillips. Thank you again.
Oh, anytime. Oh, if you ever need any insurance, Lieutenant.
Liberty Insurance Company. Yeah, I'll remember.
Yeah, well, so long.
Cigarette?
Thanks. We still work pretty well together, Rick. Why don't you come back on the force?
Lieutenant.
There's your answer, Walt.
What is it, Hammerhead?
Well, I went over and talked to Fisher. He told me Bill Walton was working on a narcotics case, but he had no leads. Stuff's been flooding the city.
Bill must have picked up a lead and got shot for it.
Well, that's all, Otis.
Fisher doesn't know anything else. Walton just started on the job.
You got some more witnesses?
Yeah, a lady, Mrs. Margaret Walker. Okay, you can come in.
Thank you.
Come in, Mrs. Walker. Take a chair.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No. This is Mr. Diamond, Mrs. Walker.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Walker?
Do you work, Mrs. Walker?
All the time. I'm a housewife.
You saw the officer killed?
Oh, yes, but I didn't know it was an officer. He wasn't in uniform, you know.
Would you mind telling us just exactly what you saw?
Well, it all happened so fast. I was standing on the corner and just...
What corner, Mrs. Walker?
Why, the corner where the poor man got shot, of course. 51st and Broadway.
Just standing, Mrs. Walker?
Young man, the traffic was very heavy. I was waiting for the signal.
Sorry.
I just want you to understand, I don't usually just stand around on street corners.
Go ahead, Mrs. Walker.
Well, I was standing there, and I noticed an old man selling pencils.
An old man?
Yes, he was blind.
Hey, Pop Scholes did time about 15 years ago for peddling junk.
Yeah, that's right, he did.
I don't know what all this talk is about, but if you don't want to hear my story,
I'm sorry, Mrs. Walker. Of course we want to hear your story. Please go ahead.
Look,
Well,
Walt, I just remembered something. I was supposed to see a client in an hour, and the hour's just about up.
What?
I'm sorry, Walt, but this is business.
Now, you wait a minute.
I'll talk to you later.
Well, I never...
Now, that's only because you don't have any friends named Diamond. All right, Mrs. Walker. Go on with your story.
I went out of that station like Noor in the stretch. The minute the little old lady had mentioned a blind beggar, I remembered Pop Scholes in my office, and I grew the biggest hunch of my career. Something had really been bothering Pop, and a cop killing could have been it. I grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in front of an old weather-beaten shack at the end of River Street.
Who is it?
Diamond.
Oh, wait a second.
Am I late?
Look, Mr. Diamond.
Rick.
Yeah. Look, Rick, I'm sorry you came all the way down here, but, well,
You wanted some help, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did.
You did. Well, you could at least ask me in.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, but you see, I don't need no help now.
No? Well, you seemed pretty worried about something when you came up to my office an hour ago.
I was, but it's all straightened out now.
That right? Hey, I didn't know you smoked cigars, Pop.
What?
One in your ashtray here. Pretty expensive for you, Pop.
Oh, well, you see, I kind of splurge now and then.
Come on, Pop. Somebody been here and changed your mind about talking to me?
No, that's my cigar. What makes you say a thing like that?
There was a cop killed right in front of you today, Pop, a good friend of mine.
What's that got to do with me? I'm going straight.
He was after somebody who's been peddling junk.
I don't touch the stuff anymore. I don't go near it.
Don't you, Pop?
No, I put it down 15 years ago.
You did time for it, too.
Sure, and lost my eyes in stir. You think I want to go back to that? You think I'm a fool? There's a car pulling up out in front.
That should be the law.
I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't.
Better tell me quick. Who's throwing his weight around, Pop?
I had nothing to do with that cop killing. I'm clean. You can't prove a thing.
Come on, open up. It's the police.
You're sure you don't want to tell me anything?
No, I got nothing to tell.
We'll bust it in, Pop.
Come on in. It's open.
Okay, Pop, you're coming.
I might have known it. Why didn't you wait for me, Rick?
Oh, believe me, Walt, I had an appointment with Pop.
That's right, Lieutenant. He did.
Oh, sure. Talk over old times, huh? Otis, take Pop out to the car.
Come on, Pop.
Sorry I got you in trouble, Rick.
Forget it.
Ah, just what have you two been stewing up? What did he tell you?
He was showing me how to throw darts in the dark.
Oh, that's a pretty bad one.
Yeah. What did Mrs. Walker tell you about Pop?
I don't know why I should tell you.
Well, don't be so grouchy. I've just been trying to find the guy who killed Bill. Pop's had it pretty tough already. I thought maybe I could make it easier than having you third-degree him all over the office.
Well, you sound like I'm going to use a hose on him.
But the way you're burning up, you'll probably hit him with Sergeant Otis. No, I'm going home.
Now, wait a minute.
What for? To watch you blow up like Old Faithful?
Mrs. Walker told me she saw some guy walk up to Pop like he was going to buy some pencils. Then another man busted through the crowd. That was Bill. He grabbed this guy with Pop. The guy pulled a gun and shot Bill, and then he beat it.
Did Mrs. Walker give you a description of the killer?
Sure. Short, dark, just the opposite of the one the insurance man gave us. The only thing that fits, they both said the killer wore a hat.
Oh, dandy.
Where are you going?
Now, back to my office. Pop knows something, Walt. Don't work on him too hard.
Okay.
Now, been over to Bill's family yet?
Right after I get through with Pop.
Oh, I'm sorry I got sore.
So we all get sore. So what? I'll give you a call.
I got back in my cab and headed for the office. On the way over, I kept trying to reason it out. Somehow Pop was mixed up in this thing, and he was scared stiff of something or somebody. I paid the cabbie off in front of the building and took the elevator up to my floor. I headed down the hall to my office, still thinking, still trying to put two and two together. That was a mistake. I never could add. When I walked in, I was too busy to notice much. All I got was a whiff of cigar smoke.
You fall easy, Shamus. Now let's see how you bruise. So long, Shamus. I left a note for you. Read it when you wake up.
Everything about a beating like that is so unpleasant. The first swat isn't so bad. It's hitting that cold floor and fighting to stay awake. When you start getting kicked around, that's the time to face facts and give it up. But you don't. You keep on working until your senses get kicked loose and the world comes down around your ears. You fight it because you think maybe you're not ever going to wake up again, and when you finally do, you wish you never had. Anyway, like I said, it's so unpleasant. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that lamp was pretty silly anyway. All right. Don't jump, but you're talking to a ghost.
Rick?
At the sound of the groan...
What's the matter with you?
Well, that's a pretty good question. I don't know how to answer it without a head.
What happened?
Somebody worked me over. Oh, and how they worked me over.
You want me to send an ambulance?
No, just a shovel. What's this?
What's what?
There's something in the typewriter here. A note. Well, I'll put my eyes in straight.
Now, Rick, if you're hurt badly...
Oh, I'm not hurt that bad, Walt.
Well, what about this note?
Says, lay off the cop killing. That's all. Oh, and, yeah, look at this.
Find something else?
A souvenir. Butt of a cigar in my ashtray. There was one just like it in Pop's place.
Well, hang on to it.
All right, sure. What about Pop?
Won't tell us a thing.
Well, I'm getting sick and tired of this. Now, I got an idea. Wait 10 minutes and then take Pop back to his house.
Look, Rick, if somebody knows you're working on this thing, they must have found out when you went to see Pop. Probably spotted you going in. They certainly must know that we picked up Pop, and if they think he told us anything, they'll sure try to get him.
I know it. Now, you drive Pop home, pretend to leave, but don't.
And what'll you be doing?
I'll be inside when he walks through the door.
Okay, but I hope you know what you're doing.
So do I. 10 minutes, Walt.
Okay, Pop, here you are.
Thanks for driving me home, Lieutenant.
That's okay. Good night, Pop.
Good night, Lieutenant. Who's in here? Who is it? Chick! I know you're here. I can smell your cigar smoke. Chick, please, I didn't tell the law a thing. Chick, say something. Honest, I didn't crack. Look, if you want to get rid of me, okay, but not the girl. Please, I swear I didn't say anything to anybody. I'm an old guy. Go ahead, knock me off, but don't do anything to the girl. Please, Chick. I'll peddle your stuff for the rest of my life if you leave the girl alone. Chick!
Relax, Pop.
What? You're not...
No, Pop.
Diamond.
Didn't like to do it this way, Pop.
But that cigar...
The guy who saw you earlier came up to see me. Left me a cigar, too, along with a few bruises.
Well, you just about know everything.
Who's the girl you're protecting, Pop?
I can't tell you that.
Who's Chick?
I can't tell you anything.
Look, Pop, a cop's been killed. A great guy with a wife and kids. Now tell me, who's Chick?
I ain't going to say anything.
If the girl is a reason you won't talk, Pop, I'll find her. And if it's the last thing I ever do, I'll make you both sweat. Well, I'm on my way.
Wait a minute, Rick.
All right. Go on.
Okay. If you give me your word, you won't say nothing about what I'm going to tell you?
I give you my word about nothing yet, Pop. Now tell me, and if I think it should be kept quiet, that's the way it'll be.
I got a daughter, Rick.
What?
That's right. Right after I went to stir, my wife had a baby. My wife died, and the kid went to live with relatives. Rich relatives. She's getting a good home and good schools.
She doesn't know about you?
Panhandling, no. She don't know about me, and she ain't going to.
Go on.
Only one guy knew about her. My ex-partner, Chick Russo. He got away when they picked me up, and after 15 years, he comes back operating again.
The guy with the cigar, huh?
Yeah.
How did you figure?
The stuff was in the pencils. He delivered to me, and I'd pass it.
Why would you pass it?
Chick had me over a barrel. He told me if I didn't play along with him, he'd tell my daughter who her father was. I'd do anything to keep from ruining her life.
Now, what about Bill Walton?
Well, he was going to grab Chick, but Chick shot him. That's why I came to see you. I didn't want no part of a cop killing, but I couldn't say anything then because I had the stuff on me and I wanted to dump it. I didn't want to go back to stir.
Then Chick came to see you here, huh? Threatened you. Told you to keep your mouth shut?
Yes. Told me in plain words that if I cracked, he'd kill my little girl and me. That's why I froze on you. You going to say anything?
About your daughter? No, Pop.
Oh, thanks, Rick. No, I don't care what happens.
Well, I do. This guy's still loose, and he's done a killing. I want him.
I don't know where you can find him. He never said.
Well, maybe I can find him. Take off your clothes, Pop.
Take off my clothes?
Yep, you're going to get yourself a new suit. I'm going out and see Lieutenant Levinson. I'll be right back.
You sure you know what you're doing?
No, but why spoil a good surprise?
Rick.
Where are you, Walt?
Over here by the pier.
What's that with you?
That's Otis.
Well, tell him to hide his tail. Some guy from Oklahoma's liable to shoot him.
Oh, that's very funny.
Shut up, Otis.
Okay.
Seen anything, Walt?
Very quiet.
Now, look, here's the idea. I'm going down to 51st and Broadway and stand with Pop's clothes and dark glasses on.
You're what?
From what Pop told me, Chick Russo will certainly try and get him.
Chick Russo? Are you crazy? He's been out of circulation for 15 years.
Well, I got a big flash for you. He's back.
But at 51st and Broadway, I can't give you any protection. Russo could step out of the crowd, and that's the end of it.
Well, I'm counting on one thing. That he thinks I'm Pop. He knows Pop's blind, so he'll get in close to do it. Maybe even with a knife.
You're crazy.
Walt, not in front of Otis.
Oh, that's all right, Diamond.
Now, I'm going down and change clothes. And then you, Walt, drive me to the corner, let me off. Then beat it. I left Walt then and went back to Pop's shack. We did a quick switch, and finally the dapper Richard Diamond stepped out complete with torn trousers, sweatshirt, and sneakers. I carried his cane with a white tip and kept his old hat pulled down over the dark glasses.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, he looks just like the old man.
Yeah, let's go, Walt. Otis, you stay here with Pop just in case our pigeon doesn't go for the bait.
Oh, Lieutenant, can't
Otis.
Okay.
Don't look so unhappy, Otis. Who knows? Maybe I'll get shot.
Oh, I gotta miss everything.
Isn't he a dream?
Okay, here you are, Rick.
Thanks, Walt. Say good night, Pop, real loud.
Okay. Good night, Pop. Sorry if we caused you any trouble.
Oh, that's all right, Lieutenant. Thanks for the lift.
Here you are, my good man.
Bless you.
Piker. Well, I stood there for 2 hours, getting a few dimes and selling a couple of pencils, but nothing happened. Now and then I'd pull my arm down against my side and feel a nice little 38 in the shoulder holster. I kept moving from one foot to another to keep my legs from going to sleep. I was getting a first-hand example of the tough role poor old Pop had to hold. By 10:30, I was ready to give it up. Then I spotted the cigar.
Bless you.
For what, Pop? Cops driving you to work now, huh? That's enough. I'll take your arm and you start walking. I'll lead you.
Chick, is that you?
Shut up. Walk. All right, we're going in the building. Down in the basement for a little talk.
And that's just what we did. Chick held onto my arm and led me into my own building and down into the basement. I could have taken him right there, but I kept remembering Bill Walton. So I let it go until just the right time.
Okay, Pop. You know what's coming.
Yeah, Chick. I know what's coming.
Don't act much scared. I guess it ain't so tough for a blind man. You can't see it coming.
You'd be surprised what I can see. What did I tell you?
Busted my arm. You hit me with that cane like you could see you hit me.
You go for that gun, I'll break your fat skull.
You ain't Pop.
No, Buster, I'm the fellow you gave the bruises to, just returning the favor.
Boy, you dirty...
Don't do it! Papa spank.
My shoulder.
All right. Now let's go back up where we can find a cop.
I know you're not going to take me.
Come back here, Russo. Stop, Russo. I've got a gun.
Nuts to you, Shamus.
Skeptic.
Yes? Oh, hello, Walt.
Oh, no.
Yes, he's right here. Rick, it's Walt.
Oh.
Oh, this is Fu Wong. Mr. Diamond very dead.
Now, you stop that. I just had a long talk with Pop.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he said absolutely nothing. I still don't know where he figures in this thing. Would you mind telling me?
Well, anything Pop did was under duress.
If it was illegal, I want to know about it.
Yeah, and if it was illegal, Pop would stand a good chance going back to prison.
He might. You better let the law decide that.
You haven't got any proof?
How could I? Everybody's dead, except you and Pop.
Pop won't say anything?
Not yet, he won't.
Walt.
Yeah?
Die.
Now, you wait.
What in the world was that all about?
Oh, that Walt. When he dies, he'll have the penal code written on his headstone. But he's a good cop. And there he is again.
I can't stand to let a phone ring.
Oh, he'll get tired.
Rick, I'll go crazy.
I'll drown it out.
Well, do something.
I've got a lovely bunch of coke.
It stopped.
Oh, good.
Well, don't you stop. That was pretty.
Well, all right. Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of cutie nuts. There they are, standing in a row.
Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. Give 'em a twist, a flick of the wrist, that's what the showman said. Ooh, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of me life. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Roll a bowl, a ball, roll a bowl, a ball. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Aye, there you are, my lad. Step right up here. I got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, all up, stand up in a great big row. I got big ones and small ones, some of them as big as your blasted head. Yeah, you give 'em a twist and a flick of the wrist. Oh, what lovely fun. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of me life. Sing and roll a ball, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Roll a bowl, a ball, roll a bowl, a ball. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Oh, my dear, how was that, honey?
Oh, wonderful. Oh, darn. Yes, Walt.
Helen, you put Diamond on the line.
It's Walt, dear.
Oh, never mind him. Come here, honey.
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Helen, did you hang up? Helen, put Rick on this phone.
This is Fu Wong. Missy Diamond, not so very dead. Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Larry Dobkin, Ann Morrison, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Later today on most of these NBC stations, you'll want to hear two great stars, Kirk Douglas and Walter Houston, in the Theater Guild on the Air presentation of Heaven Can Wait. This is the comedy fantasy which you may have seen as the motion picture, Here Comes Mr. Jordan. It's a great comedy, yours for the listening, today on Theater Guild on the Air. And for another fine mystery program today on NBC, listen later to the adventures of Sam Spade, as Sam slams his way through another of his amusing and mystifying capers. Hear the lovely duet from Madame Butterfly on Harvest of Stars, next on NBC. The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Mr. Diamond, the reason you're here is because I want someone to talk to the mayor. I don't know whether it was explained to you or not, but unless His Honor has done away with himself by noon, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Including yourself.
Oh, that doesn't really matter. You see, in making my escape, a guard attempted to stop me. I had to kill him.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. There's no corpse like an old corpse.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Yeah, but what am I going to do? I can't be witty and handsome at the same time.
Well, don't be greedy. Just concentrate on one of them.
Oh, you're pretty nothing today.
Why don't you come on over and we'll both try and improve?
Shame on you. You know I've got to work.
Oh, have you got a client?
Well, not yet, but I've set bear traps all the way down the hall.
Well, now that's silly. How can you be sure you'll catch a client?
Well, I can't be, but, I get so lonesome up here with no one to talk to. It's fun setting broken legs.
You're impossible.
Diamond.
Oh, my gosh.
What's wrong, Rick?
Those traps. I think I've caught something terrible.
Diamond, I gotta talk to you.
Who is it, Rick?
Sergeant Otis says he's got to talk to me, but I'll be darned if I'll teach him how.
Oh, say hello for me.
Helen says hello, Otis.
Tell her hello, then get off the phone. This is serious.
Hey, what's with you? Somebody steal your catnip?
Can't you stop being funny, Shamus? I mean it. This is serious.
Helen, I'll call you back.
Why, something wrong?
Well, Otis looks worried, and he's making sense for the first time in 11 years.
Oh, well, call me later and tell me about it. Bye.
Bye. Now, Sergeant, what's on your pretty
I
little
want you
mind?
to come down to the station with me in a hurry.
Of course, you'll think this is a silly question, but why?
You remember Louis Spence?
Louis Spence?
About 4 years ago. Caught him running around sticking dynamite under the homes of some of our city officials.
Oh, yeah. Socialistic nut. Put him away, didn't they?
Yeah, crazy as they come. Well, he's out.
What do you mean he's out? If they cured his head, he'd still face a lot of years up the river.
Oh, he ain't cured. Not a bit he ain't cured.
You mean he busted out?
Yesterday. Now, do me a favor and come on down to the station.
Oh, wait a minute, and take it easy. What's going down to the station got to do with Louis Spence?
He's down there with the lieutenant.
Well, great. Put them both in fancy jackets and send them home.
We can't. He walked in 20 minutes ago and asked to see the lieutenant. I didn't recognize him, so I let him in. Now we can't get him out.
Well, why the devil can't you?
He won't let us in, and he won't let the lieutenant out. He's sitting there holding a big bomb, and it's ready to go off.
Well, it looks like a convention.
Everyone's trying to think of something to do.
Why is Spence doing this? What's he going to do? Just sit in there?
You'll really get a boot out of this, Shamus. If the mayor don't jump off the top of the city hall by noon, Spence blows up the whole 5th precinct.
What?
That's right.
Hey, Otis, get Diamond in there. It's 11 o'clock.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Rick.
What do you mean, get me in there?
Didn't you tell him, Otis?
No, I ain't had time.
Well, come on. Why me? What do you want me in there for?
Spence wants someone Levinson can give direction to. He says no cop. Levinson buzzed out and told us to get hold of you.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Talk to the lieutenant on the intercom. Spence won't know who's walking through the door and maybe blow the whole joint up.
Otis, you amaze me.
Oh, I ain't so smart. It was Spence's idea. Come on. Here. Go ahead.
Walt?
Rick?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Diamond's outside now.
Okay. Tell him to come in. But just him. Anyone else?
Okay. Rick, come on in, but no one else.
All right. Otis, stick right here. I may want to talk to you.
Sure. Diamond.
Yeah?
Nothing.
You're so right.
Hello, Rick.
Walt?
This is Mr. Lou Spence, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
How are you, Mr. Diamond?
What's the matter, Spence? You want an early 4th of July?
Rick.
You think I'm kidding, Mr. Diamond? You think I'm not serious about this thing?
Is that the bomb?
Right here in my lap.
He's got it rigged so it goes off the minute he relaxes his hand.
You see, I thought maybe the police would want to take it away from me. If you shoot me, try to knock me out, well, it goes off.
Then you won't mind if I take a look, huh?
Rick, please.
Stay right where you are. And I'll stay over here.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Spence.
Mr. Diamond, the reason you're here is because I want someone to talk to the mayor. I don't know whether it was explained to you or not, but unless His Honor has done away with himself by noon, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Including yourself.
Oh, that doesn't really matter. You see, in making my escape, a guard attempted to stop me. I had to kill him.
He split his head open with a crowbar.
That's right.
Oh, mind if I sit down?
Not at all. But it's 4 minutes after 11. I hope you don't plan on staying too long.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
You look like a pretty reasonable guy, Spence.
Well, thank you. It's too bad Lieutenant Levinson didn't think so when they arrested me. Now I'm going to have to show him I'm not as insane as he thought I was.
Oh, well, you'll have to excuse that, Spence. Walt thinks everybody's a little, well, you know, even me.
That's very interesting.
Oh, and with good reason. Ever take a look at his sergeant?
Mr. Diamond, when the lieutenant arrested me, I was putting an explosive under the mayor's house. He stopped me in my first attempt to rid the community of a political Judas. But now, as you see, I have a second chance.
You really think the mayor's going to jump off the city hall?
He better. And by 12 o'clock. By the way, you have 55 minutes.
Now, look, Spence.
Forget it, Mr. Diamond. I know just what you're thinking. How to get me without the bomb going off. You'll never make it. It's too well thought out. I've planned this for 4 years.
In case you're wondering how much dynamite he's got, Rick.
Mr. Diamond needs convincing. Well, under this overcoat, Mr. Diamond, are some 100 sticks.
Does the mayor know about it yet?
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to talk to him, huh?
I don't care whether you talk to him or not. I just want you to be there when he jumps.
Swell.
And just because you come back and tell me he's jumped, that isn't enough. I want his body in this room.
Walt, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Rick. Just get out of here. I'm sorry I dragged you over, but I needed time.
You still do. It's 54 minutes to 12.
Clear the building, Rick.
Yes, do that, Mr. Diamond. I think the lieutenant is going to make a hero of himself.
Look, Spence, I've got till 12 o'clock, haven't I?
Unless someone tries to get me.
Oh, good. Well, then sit tight, Walt, and give me till 12.
Okay, Rick.
I hope you spend the time wisely. I'm sure you'd rather see the mayor die than your best friend.
Oh, Spence, if you forget about this, they'll probably just put you back...
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. 53 minutes.
Okay. Walt?
Go ahead, Rick. Like you said, 53 minutes.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. Come back soon.
Otis.
Yeah? What's going to happen?
Clear the building.
Well, what about it, Rick?
Lieutenant wants the building cleared.
Okay, come on, you guys. Levinson says clear the building, so we clear the building. Good luck, Rick.
Thanks, Charlie.
Okay, what do we do?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It's 10 minutes after 11. In another 50 minutes, this whole building is going to get blown higher than a kite.
Okay, do something.
Huh?
Well, go ahead.
Well,
You see, Otis, you're in just as tough a spot as I am.
Yeah, but you're smarter than I am. You can usually come up with something.
Well, usually my problems are a puzzle, Otis. Spencer's a problem and a puzzle. I don't know about guys like him.
Well, for Pete's sake, who does?
Well, that's an idea.
Huh?
Stay here and keep close to the intercom. Don't let the lieutenant get any crazy ideas.
Hey, wait a minute. Where you going? You're acting screwy.
Well, Otis, I'm going to go see someone who takes care of people who act screwy sometimes. Well, that's the story, George. You're a psychiatrist. What do I do now?
Well, we solved your problem with that little blonde dancer in Flatbush. Maybe we can do something about this. Of course, she didn't have 100 sticks of dynamite.
Oh, she didn't, huh? What do you think I talked about for 6 weeks on that couch over there? Look, George, this isn't anything like that. This is a real mess.
Now, Rick, take it easy. It's only a mess because you're used to working with something that has a pattern. Maybe not at first, but you know there's one there and you set out and find it. But with Spence, you feel there's no pattern.
Oh, there's a pattern, George. Just wait for 38 minutes, then duck.
There's no possible way to get the bomb away from him without it going off?
Not the way he tells it. He only has to relax his hand.
That's the way he tells it.
Well, I'm not going to take the chance and call him a liar. If I only knew for sure just how that bomb worked, I could reason with him.
Well, before you can reason with him, you've got to know something about him. And what do you know about Louis Spence?
Arrested a couple of years ago for planting dynamite under the homes of some of our more prominent city officials. Found insane, sent to the state asylum, killed a guard, broke out, turned himself into a human bomb, and took a seat in the 5th Precinct police station.
That's all?
Well, isn't that enough?
Well, I'll tell you what, Rick. I know Dr. Carroll at the state asylum. Suppose we give him a call and see what we can find out.
You think it'll help?
I don't know. It might.
Long distance.
Operator, this is an emergency. This is Dr. George Thacker, and I want to speak to Dr. Robert Carroll at the state asylum immediately.
What was the name again?
Dr. Robert Carroll.
One moment, please.
It'll be a minute, Rick. What time is it?
25 after. You got another phone here, George?
Yes, I've got several lines in the other office.
Good, I'll make a call. Let me know when you get Dr. Carroll on the line.
Operator, would you please hurry? I hate the use of the expression, but this is a matter of life and death.
You're on my line, Rick. Use the other phone.
Otis?
Yeah, where the devil are you? It's almost 11:30.
You talked to the lieutenant since I left?
Yeah, once. He wanted me to get out of the building.
No, you just stay put until I get there. I don't want Walt to try anything stupid.
Yeah, well, I want to know what you're doing.
I'm trying to get an idea, Otis. Just one little idea.
Trying to get an idea? I suppose you've been spending the last 20 minutes sitting in Central Park waiting for one to come to you.
Rick, come in here and pick up the other phone. I've got Dr. Carroll on the line.
Bye, Otis.
I've explained the situation to him. I won't interrupt unless I think it's necessary.
Fine. Hello, Dr. Carroll?
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Now, Doctor, I really don't know what good this is going to do, but tell me everything you know about Louis Spence and as fast as possible.
Well, first of all, he's an aggressive paranoic with homicidal tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
He feels persecuted by society, or rather by those who help to govern society.
Why does he feel this way?
He believes in a great many things, all of which he thinks himself capable of achieving. Paranoiacs are frustrated to a point where they perhaps imagine themselves as capable artists or great scholars, such as in the case of Louis Spence, society being his Judas-goat.
Pardon me for interrupting, Bob, but don't you think Spence is capable of doing this sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely, George. You see, he's doing this whole thing purely because he enjoys the agony of it, but he's nonetheless ashamed.
But what about the mayor jumping off the city hall, Doctor? Just to be ridiculous for the moment. What if His Honor did jump? Would Spence then give up the bomb?
I doubt it. If the mayor jumped, it would give Spence a certain amount of satisfaction. But I still think he'd set the bomb off as a climax to his own cleverness and persecution.
Pardon again, Bob. Any usual therapy that you used on Spence?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Spence, as I've said, imagined himself a great talent. And he seemed to lean particularly toward the more artistic accomplishments, such as painting and music. In his quieter moments, we saw that he had a radio.
How does this music affect him, Bob?
He allows it to lull him into a sense of security. Sometimes even believes he's written it. You see, Mr. Diamond, he believes that his environment is against him, that it is trying to debase, degrade, and persecute him. He fights off any acts of moral turpitude by becoming the thing he imagined.
Oh, I hate to break it up, boys, but it's 25 minutes to 12. I've got to leave. Thank you, Doctor.
I hope I've been some help.
Well, you've given me an idea anyway. Goodbye. Oh, miss.
Just a minute, just 1 minute. I'll be right with you.
Oh, look, I'm in a hurry.
So you're in a hurry. So's everybody else. You'll have to wait until I'm through with this gentleman.
Sweetheart.
Now look.
You look.
Oh, a badge.
Yeah, now this is police business. Got to be in a hurry. Is that clock right?
Yeah, it's 11:45.
16 minutes to.
All right, 16 minutes. You want to split hairs?
No, I want a portable phonograph and quick.
Okay. Here's one right here on the counter. 3 speeds, interchanging.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'll go back to the storeroom and get you a new one.
Forget it. I'll take this one.
Look, mister, we got a policy here. I can't say you nothing off on the counter, supposing it don't work when you get it home.
You'll hear about it.
You see? That's just what I mean.
Well, does it play now?
Certainly, like everything. Listen. Oh, boy, that's Pete Rugelow's new arrangement. He's crazy.
Okay.
Don't dig it, huh?
Give me a record by Debussy or Ravel.
Oh, no wonder. Well, let's see. We got the Engulfed Cathedral by Debussy.
No, something with a little more excitement.
All right. I'll read them off. Debussy or Ravel?
Ravel.
La Waltz, I guess. And we got Bolero.
I'll take it.
Which one?
The Bolero.
Okay. I'll have to play it for you.
I've heard it.
So what? It's another policy of the store. There might be an imperfection.
Give me the record.
Hey, don't get so grabby.
Now, look, dear. You want me to have you locked up for obstructing justice?
Huh?
Well, unless you give me that record and this machine, this one right here, I'm going to snap the cuffs on you and haul you down to headquarters.
Oh.
You want me to do that?
Well, you can't.
All right. What's your name?
Well, take the machine and the record.
Thanks. And charge it to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, Homicide Division. If it works, you get paid. If it doesn't, don't even bother sending over a repairman.
Diamond, oh, my gosh. Do you know what time it is?
What, exactly?
Exactly 6 minutes, too. What the devil you got there?
A photograph.
A phonograph?
You talked to Walt since I left?
No. Now, what's the idea with a phonograph?
Hunch, Otis. Maybe we can save this whole mess.
Well, for Pete's sake, can I help?
Sure you can, Otis. Now, take this machine in the other room and play this record. You know how it works?
Well, I can find out.
You got less than 5 minutes to find out, so make it good. I don't want to hear anything until you're ready to let it play all the way through.
Okay. Diamond.
Yeah. Go on.
Whatever you're going to do, if I louse it up, I louse up everything, huh?
You won't louse it up, Otis.
Oh, I'm so stupid. But I'll try.
Otis.
Yeah?
You don't have to wind it. Just plug it in.
Oh, yeah. I heard about them kind.
All right, then get going.
Okay.
Yeah?
Walt, it's Diamond.
What's up?
Careful, Lieutenant.
Oh, I'm getting sick of this.
Walt.
Yeah?
Relax. I want to come in.
How about it, Spence?
By all means. Have Mr. Diamond come in.
All right, Rick.
You have some news for me, Mr. Diamond?
Well, in a way, yes. Mind if I sit down?
Not at all.
How do you feel, Walt?
Dandy.
I'm afraid the lieutenant is growing uncomfortable. It is getting late, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Rick, I want you out of this building. This crackpot has been
Oh, wait a minute now.
What did you
Wait a
call
minute.
me?
Now, look, I've taken enough.
What difference does it make now at 12 o'clock?
Well, sure it does.
Why?
Because the mayor may jump.
What?
Yes, he's locked himself in his office. They can't get him out. He just may jump.
Really, Mr. Diamond?
Well, what's the matter?
I know the mayor won't jump, no matter how many people die when I release this trigger. I just want him to have to face it the rest of his life. I want everyone like me that his kind won't let fulfill their potential talents to realize what a Judas he really is. What all men like him really are.
Well, you know, that makes sense.
Don't try to get on the good side of me, Mr. Diamond. I know what you think about me. I know what you all think. It doesn't make good sense to you or anyone else. How could it? You don't understand those of us who have a truly great talent.
Well, I'll buy that. I don't understand it.
Of course not.
Well, maybe he doesn't, Spence, but how do you know? Maybe I do.
Stop playing, Mr. Diamond. Look at the time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes and I become a martyr. We'll all get blown to kingdom come.
Rick, get out of here.
All right, Spence, I'm going to prove you're wrong.
Rick, for the love of...
Shut up, Walt.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Diamond. What are you going to prove?
I'm going to prove that I know more about you than you think.
Of course you know a lot about me. Criminals have records.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean more about yourself. What you think, your talents.
What do I think, Mr. Diamond? You fool. How could you know what I think?
Because a talent like yours is easy to spot.
4 minutes, Mr. Diamond.
No, it's not hard to tell about people like you.
People like me? What about people like me?
Well, Spence, I meant that, well, there are not many of them. They're few and far between. They're gifted.
What?
Certainly. There's something you have that very few are lucky enough to be gifted with.
Rick, please.
Nearly 12, Mr. Diamond.
I can tell that you are an artist, Spence.
An artist?
Yes, and a very good one.
How do you know this?
Very few people spot it. Do they, Spence?
Very few. You surprise me, Mr. Diamond.
He surprises me, too.
Walt, keep quiet.
Yes, Walt, keep quiet. It's 2 minutes to 12, Mr. Diamond. You can leave because maybe you have been honest with me. Perhaps you do recognize something that...
What's the matter, Spence?
Music.
Music? I don't hear anything.
Music. Beautiful music.
Well, I don't hear a thing, Spence. Do you, Walt?
No? Oh, you must hear it. It's beautiful. Don't you hear that wonderful rhythm?
Now, you see, Spence, we're not as lucky as you are.
No one is. This is my music. This is what I would write if it wasn't for the people who won't let me.
What does the music sound like?
Oh, poet's words. The power and strength of death.
It makes you imagine things, doesn't it?
Yes, oh, yes.
You hear the music and you become powerful. Like making that bomb. Not just anybody could think of that. It takes genius.
You understand. You do understand.
Well, of course I do, but I'm still amazed. There you sit with the power of life and death in your hands, and no one can do a thing. It must be wonderful.
It is. Like the music, it's wonderful. In seconds, we'll all be torn from our earthly bonds, taken away from this dirty, filthy world to a place of clean, wonderful things like that music.
No, but you're an artist. How could you ever take a thing like that bomb and put it together?
A thing like this bomb. Oh, this is a masterpiece.
Just looks like a small box to me.
Oh, it took me weeks. Just a small box. Oh, no, you see, if my finger relaxes...
Yeah, I know about that.
But this took genius. It's not just relaxing my finger. It's how I put it together so as to get the required result. It's like the hammer action on a gun, but it's reversed.
Well, I'll be darned. You mean when you release your finger, that makes the hammer fall?
I can see you appreciate things of genius. I wish you could hear the music, too, Mr. Diamond. You'd really appreciate that. It's so wonderful.
Well, tell me more about the bomb. When you release your finger and the hammer falls, what does it hit?
Well, that's a simple part. I'm surprised at you.
I just wanted to hear you tell me. After all, you invented it.
Yes. It strikes a cap. It's that simple. Simplicity can be beautiful. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
Listen to that music. It builds and builds.
Tell me, Spence, what would happen if something got in the way of the hammer? I mean, between the hammer and the cap.
Nothing can. There's nothing big enough in the box that the hammer wouldn't tear right through. Simplicity, Mr. Diamond.
I'd sure like to take a look at it.
Of course. There's nothing you can do. So by all means, look.
Well, you've got glass over the end of the box.
That's right. See my finger on the trigger? If I release it, that hammer falls and strikes that cap.
Why the glass?
So I could look in when I set it and see that everything was all right.
Oh, that's very clever.
That music is getting so big, I can't think. What time is it?
Plenty of time, Spence.
Yes. When the music finishes.
It's nearly done now.
Wow. I thought you said you couldn't hear it.
It's a phonograph from the other room, Spence.
What?
Tell me, Spence, what happens if I jam my hand through that glass between the hammer and the cap?
What? That music. That music.
Grab him, Ork. Grab him.
Let me go. Honest, you don't understand. You cheated. You did lie. Let me go.
Well, that does it. Otis, take him away.
With pleasure.
And you, Rick.
Yeah?
How'd you know that music would work? How'd you know you could stop that hammer? How'd you know you wouldn't... Oh. Did you hurt your hand?
Well, of all the...
Well, did you?
No.
Well, all right.
You just bet it is. Goodbye. Hi.
Rick, what are you doing here?
Well, now, that's nice. Stop by my place some afternoon and see what kind of a welcome you get.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant, what are you doing here so early?
Well, things were getting boring. I thought I might come over and beat you up or something.
Oh, now, isn't that sweet? Oh, Rick, what in the world have you...
Oh, the hand? Oh, it's nothing.
I know, Red Heart, but what did you do to it?
Well, I kind of hurt it.
Yes, I can see that, but how?
Playing the piano.
Oh, how could you hurt your hand playing the piano?
Well, you know how I live my songs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, truthfully, I was singing The Brother of the Wild Goose, and I got to that part about a wandering foot or a heart at rest, and while I was trying to make up my mind, my heart was resting, but my foot wandered up on the keyboard and stepped on my hand.
And stepped on your hand.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
Well, I think you've got that bandage on just so you won't have to sing anything.
Honey, have you ever seen me not want to sing?
Well, sometimes it's a struggle.
I don't even know whether I can play or not.
Well, why don't you find out?
After lunch.
Before lunch.
Before lunch. Well, maybe I don't need that finger.
Go on.
Love is a flower that blooms so tender, each kiss a dewdrop of sweet surrender. Love is a moment of life enchanting. Let's take that moment that tonight is granting. There's no tomorrow when love is new. Now is forever when love is true. So kiss me and hold me tight. tight. There's no tomorrow. There's just tonight.
You like that?
So pretty.
Well, thank you.
Oh, that reminds me. We're having spaghetti for lunch.
Oh, good.
So kiss me and hold me tight. There's no tomorrow. There's just tonight.
That was nice. Now tell me, how did you hurt your hand?
Simple. I was grabbing.
Grabbing?
Mm-hmm. Like this. Come here.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, of all times. Hello?
Hello?
Walt?
Yeah, I just thought I'd call and...
Oh, you did you? Well, you sure picked a nifty time to do it.
Oh, did I bust up something?
Yes, you did bust up something.
Well, you don't have to get sore.
Well, who's sore?
I am. That's the last time I'll let you do me any favor.
Okay. If that's the way you feel about it, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, what in the world was all that about?
Oh, well, honey, you see, it's like this. Walt got in some trouble, and I helped him out of it. No, you see, I don't want him to feel obligated. But, well, that's not actually it. He doesn't want me to know how he really feels. What am I trying to explain it for? I don't understand it myself.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Stanley Waxman, Cynthia Corley, and Paul DeBob. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. There's more great listening in store for you today on NBC. You'll hear the hilarious Phil Harris and Alice Faye show. And this evening on Theater Guild on the Air, Gertrude Lawrence and MacDonald Carey will star in Lady in the Dark. Next, hear guest star Deborah Alden on The Harvest of Stars on NBC. National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Oh, calm down, baby. Take it easy. It's all right now.
Hey, what's going on in here?
We'll get a doctor to step on it.
Yeah, okay.
Joyce. You keep on like this, you'll end up sleeping in a cage. Joyce, will you shut up and listen to me? Okay, honey, sorry.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Anything for the home. Reconditioned V2 bombs, complete with built-in seat for your mother-in-law's next trip. Also a large stock of 5-second hand grenades for the kiddies in the block.
Rick.
Oh, by the way, we have a special today.
Oh, you have?
Yes, with every 5-ton purchase of dynamite, you get free of charge a nifty nitro tank destroyer kit.
Oh, that's nice.
Great for parties. Plant one in your driveway and give your relatives that extra lift.
Rick,
Richard Diamond.
Yes?
Oh, you're terrible.
Oh, now you only say that because you're an authority on the subject.
It's a wonder you ever get any clients.
Oh, honey, maybe I've been trying too hard. This week, clients have been as scarce as lobsters on the Sahara.
Oh, no business at all?
Helen, if a client walked in now, I'd probably fall off the chair.
Mr. Diamond. Oh, my goodness.
Rick!
Just being as good as my word, dear.
Can I give you a hand?
No. What else do you want to get rid of?
Rick, what happened?
Oh, someone just walked in.
And you fell?
Yeah, right on my...
Rick?
I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. What can I do for you, dear?
Well, my name is Joyce Wallace. I want to hire you.
How do you do, Miss Wallace? Why do you want to hire me?
Because someone tried to kill me.
How?
I was sitting in my living room. Someone took a shot at me through the window.
Your new play opened last week, didn't it?
You know who I am.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember a number you did in tights. You got a pretty face, too.
But thank you.
Have you gone to the police?
No.
Well, baby, if someone's out gunning for you, the law's your best bet. I think you better go see them.
I can't.
All right, then tell me about it.
Well, as you know, I'm an actress. If this got out, it would be all over the papers by tomorrow.
You've had publicity before?
Certainly, and some of it's been very bad. But this time, I can't afford bad publicity.
Oh, well, go on.
You see, my husband and I have separated. I'm trying to retain custody of our child.
And the courts wouldn't like you getting shot at.
Barton, it's my husband, will try just about anything to get the child away from me.
You're married to Barton Webb.
The playwright.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe he was the one who took the shot at you.
I've thought about that, but it's a little hard to believe.
Why?
Well, we've had a fairly decent relationship up till 6 months ago.
Honey, I've known guys who got mad and slit their wives' throats all in a matter of an hour or so. It doesn't take 6 months to build up to shooting.
Well, that's why I want to hire you. I want you to find out.
Can you think of anyone else who might like you better at the morgue?
Well, I have people who don't like me, certainly.
Certainly.
Why do you agree so quickly?
Sweetheart, look. It stands to reason that half the women who know you would dislike you just because, well, let's say your bathing suits have an advantage.
Nice. What about the other half?
Oh, probably like their husbands in a vault after 6 in the evening.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you take the job, we'll probably spend a lot of time together.
Dear, I've got claustrophobia. If I get nervous, I'll just run my head into a wall or something.
You're hired.
You're jumping the gun. I get $100 a day in expenses.
I have a check.
I'll take it.
There you are.
I certainly am. Well, let's go.
Where to?
Your apartment. I want to look for the bullet.
Good. We can have a drink.
Well, it's a little early, but I could use something cool.
Are you warm?
I think so. I've smoked 3 cigarettes while we've been talking and haven't lighted one match. We left the office then with Joyce Wallace in the lead. I followed her down the hall, into the elevator, down to the first floor, where I bought some seasick pills and decided it was better to walk alongside of her. We grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing on a foot-thick carpet surrounded by a very cozy apartment. Cozy. That means $25,000 worth of furniture that you'd never look at when Joyce Wallace is in the room.
You like it?
Oh, but yes. Tell me, when did Mata Hari go in for decorating?
Would you like to see where the bullet came through the window?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's right over here. See?
Yeah.
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah. Well, the bullet. Right through the window. Hmm?
I was standing over there by the sofa when I heard the shot.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm looking for the bullet. It's got to be around here someplace, unless you've already found it.
Oh, I know. I never even thought to look.
Well, it should be in this wall somewhere.
I'll fix us that drink while you're looking.
Take your time.
What do you like?
Oh, any old thing with Hey, wait a minute. You don't know any midgets, do you?
Whatever do you mean?
Mind if I stand on this chair?
Go ahead. Oh, I see it. The bullet up there by the ceiling.
Yeah, that's what I meant about knowing a midget. Your window's right on the street. If an average man pointed the gun, he was either down on his knees or he was a pretty lousy shot.
Can you pry it out?
Yeah, I got it. Uh-huh. There you are.
What are you going to do with it?
I'll run it down to the 5th precinct and have ballistics check on it.
That means you're going to see the police?
Well, honey, what else can I do? I don't think the Boy Scouts are equipped for that sort of thing.
I told you I don't want the police brought in on this.
Oh, they won't be. I've got a few friends who'll do the job, and that's that.
Oh. Well, how about that drink?
Oh, I'll take a rain check for later.
Well, it's 4:30 now. I'll be at the theater at 6.
If I don't get back here to you, I'll see you at the theater.
Well, it's the Strand. I'll leave word with the doorman.
Tell me, dear, you don't do another number in tights, do you?
Well, no. Why?
Oh, it's just as well. The last time my blood pressure went up so high, some guy sitting right behind me got an idea for a new pressure cooker and made a fortune. I'll see you later, dear. She walked me to the door and said something about all work and no play, and then she stood on her toes and kissed me on the forehead. The kiss was effective, all right. When I finally found my way down the hall, I knew just how the first cow in Texas felt right after being branded. I got out into the fresh air, gulped a couple of lungs full, grabbed a cab, and a few minutes later I was walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. Well, good afternoon, Sergeant.
Oh, what do you want, Shamus?
What do you want, Shamus? Oh, Otis, why don't you be happy? Conform. The worst has happened. They'll never send you back to the jungle.
Ooh.
The lieutenant in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Sporty. Oh, Otis.
Yeah, what is it?
When are you going to get a haircut?
What's the matter with my hair?
Looks like a mountain lion's been sleeping in it. Hello, Walt.
Why don't you leave him alone, Rick?
He's used to it. It'd drive him out of his mind if I walked in someday and didn't say a word.
It would?
Probably.
Why don't you try it?
Oh, you're as bad as I am.
That's a horrible thing to say to me. And by the way, what are you doing down here, Rick? What's going on?
I want a ballistics check on this bullet.
Oh, you do, huh? Where'd you get it?
What?
That bullet.
Well, what do you want to know for?
Because I think you're trying to hide something.
Now, why would I do that, Walt?
Because that's the way you operate. Now, where did you get that bullet?
What bullet?
Now, you stop that. That bullet you got in your hand, that one right there.
This one?
Yes, that one.
What about it?
Where'd it come from?
You want to know?
Of course I want to know.
Well, who can tell you better about a bullet than ballistics?
Yeah. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get in here.
What are you going to do?
Find out about that bullet.
You wanted me, Lieutenant?
No. I just wondered if you guessed who it was on my private line. Take this bullet down to ballistics and bring me the report.
Right.
Thanks, Walt. I'll check with you later.
Now, you wait a minute. There was something I was going to ask you.
Yes?
Well, I'll think of it later.
Something about the bullet, Walt?
Yeah, that was...
I let Walt chase me as far as the street, then I grabbed another cab and headed for my own apartment. It was about 5 o'clock, so I cooked up a short meal, climbed into a shower and my other suit. At 6 o'clock, I was at the Strand Theatre talking with the doorman.
Say, your name's Diamond?
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Well, Miss Wallace said to show you right back, but I don't know whether this is a very good time or not.
Well, she said 6 o'clock. It's 6 now, Pop.
Yeah, but she's got a visitor.
Oh.
Well, come on, I'll show you anyway. Her dressing room is right down this way.
I'm not going to give her up.
Well, my dear, you may just catch her anyway.
Oh,
You see what I mean?
Husband?
Yep.
Martin, you just get out of
Still
here.
want to go in?
You know I'm
I think so.
You're just trying to upset me.
I want to settle this thing once and for all.
Good luck.
Thanks, Pop.
Well, I don't care. I'm just going to go ahead with my plans.
You better answer the door, darling. Give your tonsils a rest.
Hello, Joyce.
Oh, come in, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, he's a new one, isn't he?
This is Mr. Diamond, and I have some business I want to talk over with him. Alone.
Well, anyway, you look at him. It certainly would be foolish for me to argue the point. I suppose you chin yourself regularly, Mr. Diamond?
Chins are a hobby with me, Mr. Webb. I've come in contact with several in the past.
A wit. Muscles and wit. This is a new achievement for you, dear.
Please get out of here, Bart. Now.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond. I will say that you're more of a presentable specimen than the others.
You're somewhat of a specimen yourself, Mr. Webb.
Another time, Mr. Diamond. Good evening.
Oh, he just won't leave me alone.
Did you tell him about someone trying to take a shot at you?
Well, of course not. He'd go right to the papers. It's just what he's looking for. Oh, no.
I'll get it.
I see you made it all right.
Hello, Pop.
Who is it?
Package for you, Miss Wallace.
Oh, thanks, Pop. Will you take it, Mr. Diamond?
Sure thing. Thanks. Oh, well, flowers.
Flowers. Oh, this is his idea of a joke. Upset me so I can hardly go on, then a few seconds later his flowers arrive.
Biton's flowers?
Yes. Sends me yellow roses every Monday. There.
Look out.
A snake!
Get back.
Oh, it's crawling out!
All right. All right, it's okay now. He's dead. Honey, calm down.
Hey, what's going on here?
Call a doctor, Pop.
What's the shooting all about?
When you get out of here and call a doctor, go on.
Okay. Hey, ain't that a snake?
No, it's an eccentric spaghetti. Now get that doctor. Joyce, you've got to take it easy. The snake's dead. Now calm down, baby.
A snake.
You keep on like this, you'll end up sleeping in a cage. Joyce, will you shut up and listen to me? Okay, honey, sorry. Like I said, sorry, but it's better if you sleep it off. I don't usually like to belt women, but this was one of those times when a case of nerves had to be turned off in a hurry. Like a leaky faucet. Pretty soon the tub runs over and something gets rusted. I caught her as she went down, picked her up, carried her over to the couch, and then I left her that way until the doctor arrived.
Oh, no wonder she went off like that. I'd probably end up walking on my hands if somebody sent me a snake.
I think maybe I hit her a little hard.
Best thing you could have done under the circumstances.
She's coming out of it.
I'll give her a mild sedative, calm her down. She'll be all right now after the initial shock is worn off.
Joyce, how do you feel?
Well, you bully.
Had to do it.
Think you'll be all right now, Miss Wallace?
Who are you?
A doctor. He's going to give you something to make you rest.
He's not going to hit me, too, is he?
Oh, no, just a mild sedative. Calm you down. Make you feel better.
Well, thank you, but I don't need anything. I'll be all right. Besides, I've got a show to do.
Whatever you say.
You're sure it wouldn't be better?
Where's the snake?
Oh, dear. Pop just took it out.
Oh. Well, let me sit up. I'm all right.
Right in here, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Everybody duck.
Aha. I might have known it.
You might have, but you've still got your sergeant around to keep you in a stupor.
Oh, he's picking on me again, Lieutenant.
Look, what in the world is going on here?
The law has landed, Joyce. This is good Lieutenant Levinson. Walt, Miss Joyce Wallace.
Oh, they must be here about the snake.
Yeah, I called him, Miss Wallace.
Who's this guy?
Oh, this guy's a doctor, Walt.
I'm just leaving, Lieutenant. And Miss Wallace seems to be all right now.
All right, Doctor. Otis, take him out in the hall. Get his name and address in case we want to talk to him.
All right, Lieutenant.
Well, goodbye, Miss Wallace. You just try and relax.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
All right, Rick. Now, what the devil's going on here? We get a call from the doorman. There's a snake loose in Miss Wallace's dressing room, that someone's been doing some shooting.
Oh, snake was loose. I shot it.
That's right, Lieutenant. It's as simple as that.
Oh, it's as simple as that. How'd the snake get in here?
Oh, maybe he was one of her fans.
Now, you stop that.
You find out about that bullet?
Yes, I found out about that bullet. Fired from a Mauser 25. And that's another thing I wanted...
Lieutenant, there's really nothing to worry about. A snake got into my dressing room. Mr. Diamond shot it, and that's all.
Miss Wallace, how does a snake get backstage and into a dressing room?
Well, now, let's see. If I was a snake...
All right. I looked at the snake. It wasn't poisonous, so I guess it doesn't make much difference.
Wasn't poisonous?
No, Red Heart, just a little old gopher snake. Now, what about that bullet you had me analyze?
That's part of a case I'm working on. I'll tell you about it later.
Nothing to do with Miss Wallace, I suppose? No connection with the snake at all?
None whatsoever, Lieutenant.
Is this the box the snake came in?
Yeah.
I'll check with the florist.
Yeah, do that, will you? And let me know what you find out.
All right, but Diamond, so help me. If somebody gets killed, I'm going to hold you for complicity.
I bet you can't say it again.
Say what?
Complicity.
Complicity.
You never know.
Thank you for not telling him anything, Mr. Diamond.
Well, there wasn't much to tell. Maybe you'd better help me out, though. Any idea why someone would send you a non-poisonous snake?
Well, certainly I have a deathly fear of them, any kind of snake.
How many people know about this?
My husband.
Anyone else?
No one. I've never told anyone. You see, I was bitten by a snake when I was a little girl in Wyoming. I never got over it.
Well, someone must have known about it then.
My family and a doctor. They're all dead now.
All right. I'm going to leave for a while. Think you'll be all right for the show?
Oh, certainly. I have a little time before curtain.
Oh, by the way, what's your husband's address?
559 East Park. Why?
Well, I'm going over to see him. Find out what kind of presents he's in the habit of sending.
Yes? Oh.
You should be in mourning, Mr. Webb. I just killed a friend of yours.
What?
Maybe you better let me in.
Well, if you're running around exterminating my friends, maybe I'd just better call the police.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Now I'm coming in.
I hardly see...
Oh, yes.
Well, you're in. Can I get you a drink, Mr. Diamond?
I haven't got much time. I want a few answers.
Well, at least take your hat off. I don't like being intimidated, but if I must be subjected to your roughhouse tactics, I prefer you to be polite.
If I get the right answers, I'll be so polite I'll even apologize when I break your leg.
I really think I'd better call the police.
Did you send your wife a snake?
Has Joyce taken up the bottle?
Which leg do you want me to start on?
No, don't be ridiculous. Of course, I didn't send my wife a snake.
Did you send her flowers?
Yellow roses. I have a standing order with the florist every Monday night.
Well, this Monday there was a snake in them.
You're serious?
How do I look?
Well, that is a very provocative question.
Look, Buster, let's not...
Good grief. If someone did send Joyce a snake, she must be in a complete state of hysterics. She hates them.
Do you own a Mauser 25, Mr. Webb?
Why, yes. How did you know that?
I didn't. Can I see it?
No, as a matter of fact, it disappeared a couple of days ago.
That's a little thin.
Mr. Diamond, I assure you that if I could show you the gun, I would be most happy to. Loaded and pointing right at your overdeveloped chest.
You say it disappeared a couple of days ago, Sure about that?
Of course. I kept it in my bureau drawer. When I got up in the morning, it was there, and that evening I went to get a handkerchief, and the gun was gone.
Nothing else moved? No indication of robbery?
No.
Who has a key to the apartment besides yourself? Your wife?
Mr. Diamond, a moment ago you told me someone had sent my wife a snake. I mentioned that she must be in a complete state of hysterics. Then you start this ridiculous questioning about my missing gun. Now, if my wife was hysterical, by now she's probably looking for the top of her head. Now, get out of my way.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
My wife and I may have our differences, Mr. Diamond, but unfortunately for me, I still love her.
Oh?
And if you ever tell her I said so, muscles or no, I shall assert myself and beat your head off.
Oh, relax. She's all right. She's probably doing her show right now.
Nevertheless, I'll thank you to remove your oversized hulk and let me go to her.
Someone also took a shot at her.
What? Oh, now I am going to the police.
She thinks you did it in order to gain custody of the child.
Well, she certainly deserves to think so. I'm not exactly an easy person to live with. Now, please.
If this gets to the papers, Mr.
You
Webb.
have my word.
Now, one more question. Did you ever tell anyone about your wife's fear of snakes?
Positively not.
Oh. Mind if I make a phone call?
If you like.
You admit sending your wife the yellow roses?
I admit sending my wife some yellow roses. I deny having anything to do with the snake.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
What'd you find out about the flowers, Walt?
Husband sent them, a Mr. Barton Webb.
Oh, I'm with him right now.
Good for you. But there's no possible way he could have gotten a snake in that box. The flowers were sent over by a messenger. The snake had to be put in between the stage door and her dressing room.
Well, Pop, the doorman, brought him in. Maybe he did it.
I'm going down to question him.
Okay, Walt, okay. I'll keep in touch.
Please do that. I couldn't stand it if everything suddenly started to work normally.
Well, did you find out how I put the snake in the box, Mr. Diamond?
No, but I'm still interested.
I'll get it. Yes? Well, hello. Yes, dear. All right, I'll be right over.
Leaving?
Unless you'd care to wrestle. Stay as long as you like, though. Pour yourself a drink. The poison is in the red decanter.
You know, the poison was in the red decanter. I stood there a minute, getting that lousy feeling again. The logical person to have fired the shot and sent the snake was Barton Webb. But my instinct said no. I remembered Walt had said he was going over to question Pop the doorman at the theater, so I took off fast in the hope of beating him there. The theater was only 4 blocks away, so I ran it.
Well, hello there, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Pop, the law's on the way over here to pick you up.
Yeah, for what?
Well, they think maybe you put that snake in the box of flowers.
Well, I didn't, and they're going to have a hard time proving anything else.
Tell me, what did the guy look like who delivered the box?
Young kid.
Wearing a uniform?
No, just looked like one of the kids in the block. Matter of fact, I thought it was kind of funny, a kid like that delivering for a fancy florist. The fellow who delivered the other box was all get up in a nice blue outfit.
What other box?
Came right after you left. Looked like it was from the same florist.
Thanks, Pop. Is Miss Wallace on stage now?
No. She ain't in her dressing room either.
Her understudy take her place?
Yep. Miss Wallace didn't think she could go on. How did you know that?
I'll see you later, Pop.
I want to know where... Oh, no.
Hello, Walt.
Oh, no.
Bye, Walt.
Oh, no.
Well, that tore it right down the middle. I left the theater, headed across town in a hurry. Started adding things up. Webb owned a Mauser 25, but it was missing. A Mauser 25 had been used to take a shot at Joyce. Webb always sent yellow roses on Monday night. Yellow roses had come, and there'd been a snake in them. Something that Joyce had feared, and only one other living person besides herself supposedly knew about her fear. 2 boxes of flowers had arrived at the theater. Webb openly admitted sending 1 bunch, Suddenly, everything was tying together, even a motive. Thanks, Gabby. Keep the change.
All right, thanks. Joyce, now. Joyce, don't be a fool.
I told you once, Barton, that I couldn't stand it anymore. Now get away from me. Get away. Help!
Joyce, in the name... Stop!
No,
Come on, open up.
Oh, shut up. Now, Joyce, for once, please try and use your head.
Open it up or I
Barton,
bust it
it
in.
won't do you any good. You can't intimidate me anymore.
Okay, here he comes.
Get away from me, Barton.
Oh, good grief.
All right, toss the gun over here. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, he was going to kill me.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Diamond.
Yes, Mr. Diamond. You've ruined the door.
He was going to kill me.
Was he?
Of course I was.
Barton.
Well, wasn't he, baby?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Looks to me like Joyce had the gun.
Well, I was trying to protect myself. He threatened to kill me.
It runs in the family. Instead of an anniversary, we have a funeral. The Webbs have always killed their wives. An old custom thought up by
Barton.
my great-grandfather.
Barton,
Lonesome Webb.
shut up.
This gun is a Mauser 25.
What did you expect? A crossbow?
Who does it belong to?
Me.
You told me your gun was swiped a couple of days ago, Barton.
Once I explained to a drama critic that my only claim to fame was talent.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Diamond. That's my gun.
It's mine, and I can prove it.
And you were the one who shot at Joyce from outside the window?
Naturally.
Which window did you shoot through?
What?
No, which? Which window? Quick.
Why, well, how do I know which window? I did it in such a hurry.
Where was Joyce standing? You must remember that.
I refuse to answer you. These questions are completely ridiculous.
Then if you did take a shot at her, you also sent her the snake.
Oh, stop it, both of you.
Well, he did, didn't he?
Of course I did.
Barton, why in the world do you stand there and admit these things?
Well, why not, my dear? I should think you might at least be grateful.
Grateful? Oh, I know you better than that, Barton Webb. You've got some crummy scheme up your sleeve.
Crummy?
Oh, swell.
Despicable. Despicable, that's what I meant. You had some
Well, if you're going to be on, then at least read your lines slowly. Slowly, do you hear? Slowly.
Despicable!
Both of you shut up. You admit sending the snake, Barton?
Yes, I do.
He does not.
I most certainly do.
You're a liar.
What?
Yes, he's a liar, Mr. Diamond. I'll tell you all about it.
Joyce!
No, I'll tell you. You came to me because you said someone was trying to kill you. Shot at you through a window. Maybe Barton.
Of course, I told you.
Oh, shut up. Then a snake arrives in a box of flowers. Looks like Barton sent that, too.
I did?
You did like the devil. 2 boxes of flowers came to the theater tonight. One of them was yours, Barton. The other one you sent yourself, Joyce. You put a snake in it and had some kid deliver it.
I did?
Yes, and another thing. Barton left me in his apartment a good 20 minutes ago. If he was going to kill you, he'd certainly have done it by now.
The Webbs are naturally lazy.
You took his gun a few days ago, Joyce. You called him and told him to meet you here, hoping I'd follow. Then you were going to make it look like he'd attempted to kill you.
Oh.
Joyce, darling. I swear, Diamond, that at the first opportunity, I'm going to start working out at a reputable gym, and eventually I shall engage you in physical combat.
No, he's right. Mr. Diamond, you're right.
Yes, and the motive. You were afraid he was going to take away the one thing you loved, your child.
Barton, why didn't you just come right out and tell him? Why did you admit to something that wasn't at all so?
My motive will not be discussed.
Oh, the little brain was feeling a twinge of conscience. Pretty noble, too. He was willing to take the rap for all the trouble he'd given you in the past.
But...
Well, it was really nothing.
He's still in love with you, Joyce.
What?
Yeah, and I think you two better sit down and talk it over. Believe me, you deserve each other.
Oh.
There, darling. There.
You know, you could get in a lot of trouble for this, but I'll straighten it out with the law.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, how can I ever thank you?
By George. You know, you're not such a bad fellow after all.
Look, let's get something straight right now. I've been made a patsy and my feelings are hurt. I may not get over it until I get a big, fat bonus in the mail. No later than tomorrow.
Muscular, witty, and to top it off, a businessman. Mr. Diamond, I think you have a future.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's a new song, dear.
What's it from?
Show that opened last week.
Oh, the one your client is in?
Mm-hmm. She does it in one of those real tight evening gowns. You know the type.
Mm-hmm. And so do you.
Well, it's a pretty song.
Well, let me hear it.
Okay.
Well, look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band, grandest band in the land. Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band and spread the welcome mat for you. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band, goodness sake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you'd have come and I'd have baked a cake, hired a band, goodness sake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Oh, how'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Well, honey, how'd you like that?
Well, I don't know why she has to sing that in an evening gown.
Well, she doesn't have a very good voice, dear.
Rick, I can't sing at all.
Sweetheart, you could come on in a tent doing 12 courses of Down in the Canebrake, and the critics would lock Joyce Wallace in the zoo.
Do you really think so?
Let's go buy a tent.
Oh, Rick, don't be silly. I couldn't wear a tent.
Well, you could try. If it doesn't work, I know a camping spot in the Catskills.
Oh, Rick.
Thrifty diamond.
Yes, I know. Never waste a good tent.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Clark Gordon, Joan Banks, Jack Crucian, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Later today, you'll hear Thornton Wilder's prize-winning play, Our Town, on Theater Guild on the Air. Today's Theater Guild production stars Elizabeth Taylor and Walter Houston. And for comedy, be sure to tune for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Sunday on NBC is filled with entertainment, so keep tuned here. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC. The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
All right, Shamus, hand it over. Let's have it.
Have what?
I ain't got time to play games. This time you gotta believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're not making it very easy.
I'm gonna make it a lot tougher.
How much tougher can things get?
You'd be surprised. I've waited a long time for this.
Well, I guess everything comes to he who waits.
You won't have to wait anymore. You know something? I don't mind killing you at all.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, homicide made easy. With us, it's the corpse that counts.
Oh, I just don't think I'll ever get used to it.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Right now, nothing. But I've been considering a few push-ups or something just to keep my heart going. I've been sitting behind this desk so long my blood doesn't circulate anymore. It just lies around in puddles.
Oh, Rick.
Rick.
Morning, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hold it a second, honey. Morning, Phil.
Who's Phil?
The postman.
Oh.
Special delivery for you. Return receipt on it. Here, stand right here.
Sure. Okay, there you are, Phil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah.
Rick?
Yeah, yes, dear?
Well, what is it?
Hmm?
Well, what does the postman want?
Well, wanted to give me a letter.
Oh?
Special delivery. From the city hall.
Oh, must be important. What does it say?
Let's see. It says, Mr. Richard Diamond, address, so on and so forth. Oh, here. Dear sir, you are hereby notified that under the laws of this state, you can be called... Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, what's the matter?
Of all the rotten...
Oh, stop making noises and tell me what's wrong.
You know what the stupid letter is about?
I've been trying to find out.
I, honey, have got to report to the police commission and get examined.
Oh, Rick, have you caught something?
Dear, in this state, the commission can call in any private detective and give him a test to find out whether or not he can still qualify to keep on operating.
You mean they give you a test like in school?
You're darn right. Oh, and it says here I've got to appear today.
Well, what if you don't?
Well, I lose the bond I had to post when I took out my license.
Oh, Rick, you better get right down there.
Oh, and here's something else that's real cute. Guess where I have to take the test?
Waltz precinct. Has to be.
Yeah, aren't they the little devils? Report to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, homicide.
What time, Rick?
Time? 10 minutes ago.
Oh, bye, Rick.
It was 10 after 11 when I hung up on Helen. It was 12 after when I hit the street. The 5th Precinct was a good 10 blocks away, and I was bounding into the squad room by 11:18. Needless to say, it put a horrible strain on several unused ligaments. 4 or 5 boys in my charming profession were there ahead of me.
Well, boys, it looks like the commission's serious this time. When they start dragging in their pets, namely one Richard Diamond, you can bet the heads are going to start rolling.
What if the heads do start rolling, Romero? You got a spare?
That's very...
Hey, Shamus, you're late.
Well, Sergeant Otis, do you need a shave, or have you been sleeping with your head on a porcupine?
I ain't got no time for your crummy jokes, Diamond. Take a seat and wait your turn.
Thank you, Otis.
By the by, you're the last on the list.
That figured.
Yeah, take a seat, Diamond. Last on the list, huh? Looks like you don't swing as much weight as you thought you did.
At least now I can understand the reason for this examination.
Oh, you can, huh?
Sure. Guys like you, Romero, would make it necessary to clean up any organization.
Oh, I take it you don't think I'm a credit to the profession, huh, Diamond?
Take it any way you like, but stick with the first guess.
Oh, what's the matter, Rick? Maybe I'm taking some of your business away, huh?
Look, Romero, the kind of business you handle would keep me buying too much disinfectant. And as long as you're asking what's wrong, I'll tell you 2 things.
Yeah?
You're a lousy detective, and you'd burn your grandmother if there was enough money in it.
Oh, okay. What's the second beef, Ricky?
You just said it. You want to talk to me, it's Mr. Diamond. You slip again, and I'll put your jaw in a position so you won't forget.
Is that right?
Oh, get out of my way, Romero.
Oh, sure, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Rick, can I see you a minute?
Yeah, by all means, see your friends and have a good talk about me.
Oh, that's... What is it, Alan?
I just thought you might be more comfortable over here. I would have called you sooner. I was kind of hoping you might lay one on Romero.
Oh, I'd love to bust his face up. There's just no excuse for him.
Okay, so we all got our bonds to worry about. Relax, you got a long wait.
Okay, Diamond, it's your turn now.
Not really.
Go on in. Sorry you had to wait so long.
Thank you, Sergeant Otis. You're very kind. If I'd waited any longer, I'd have been numb. And don't ask me where.
Now, come in, Rick. Bring your slate pencil.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
In a nice, soft chair? Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't do that, Lieutenant. I've gotten so used to that bench outside, sort of grown to fit it, you might say.
Oh, now, Rick, I'm sorry, but there was nothing I could do about it.
Mr. Diamond, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I hear you've been giving that to a lot of people lately. Otis tells me you and Pat Romero had some kind of discussion along those lines.
Why doesn't the government stick Otis out on the beach somewhere and use him for radar? Let him look for flying saucers.
Rick, there's no sense in acting like a child.
The name is Diamond.
Since when?
Since 2 hours of solid sitting, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Diamond. Unfortunately, the commission set this thing up, Mr. Diamond. I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Diamond. As for your waiting, there's enough hard feelings about your relations with this department. If I put you at the head of the list, Mr. Diamond...
shut up.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Mr. Diamond.
Mr. Diamond.
That's better.
It certainly is. Here's the first half of the examination paper. You'll get the second half later. Write the answers to these questions.
How long have I got?
Take your time. Still mad?
Yeah.
Oh.
So for the next 30 minutes, I wrote. I wrote, and Walt stewed. It was something I could always count on with Walt, and being my best friend, he never had been able to get used to it. I looked up and caught him a couple of times, looking out of the corner of his eye to make sure I was getting them right. Don't misunderstand, Walt would never give me the answers. He'd just cough or blow his nose or something to show me I wasn't on the right track. Oh. Oh? There you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond.
Am I finished?
You most certainly are not. Like the others before you, Mr. Diamond, you will have to solve, to my complete satisfaction, a hypothetical case of homicide. And then come back here and fill in the second half of the examination.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Walt. I did that in police school.
It's for Pete's sake, Lieutenant.
Oh, all right.
One moment, Mr. Diamond. I'll get the man who's going to give you the test. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Oh, no.
Would you mind coming in here and taking Mr. Diamond down to the basement?
He's ready for the test, huh?
Yes, Sergeant. He's ready.
Now, there's a dummy in that room there, Diamond.
You sure leave yourself wide open, Otis.
Thanks. Now the dummy, or in this case, the victim, has been murdered. You will go in and try to solve the murder to the best of your ability. If you are intelligent and observing, you will locate the necessary clues which have been placed about the room. Go on in.
How long have I got, Sergeant?
30 minutes, starting now. Go ahead in.
Otis! Otis!
Oh, now come on, Shamus. You ain't gonna tell me you solved it already.
No, Otis, I ain't. But there's something I think you should know.
Yeah, what?
There are 2 victims in this room. And I hate to be the one to tell you, but I'm afraid one of them isn't really a dummy.
What do you mean?
One of them is a body, and it's very dead. Get the lieutenant. Well, there you are, Walt. Pat Romero, shot through the head.
Oh, no. Shut the door, Otis.
Yeah.
And lock it. Stand in front of it. Don't let anybody in. How did this happen? How did Romero get shot in my department? Oh, what'll the commissioner say?
Lieutenant...
You shut up.
Walt, relax. Will you take it easy now?
Oh, sure. Relax. Take it easy. When the commissioner hears about this, I'll have a lot of time to relax on a beat in Flatbush.
Look, Walt...
And the newspapers. What's going to happen when they get wind of this?
Listen, Walt...
Private detective shot in lab room of 5th Precinct. Homicide. Relax. Take it easy. Sure.
Well, at least shut up long enough to hear what I've got to say.
Rick, what am I going to do?
Well, now listen to me. If we can solve this thing before anyone gets wind of it, maybe it won't be so bad.
You're right. Maybe it won't.
We'll keep this room closed up as long as possible.
Otis, if you let anyone in here, I'll personally see that you never... Where are you going, Diamond?
I'm going to Romero's office. I'll call you from there. Make a check on his body and have all the dope ready for me.
Oh, don't you worry about the dope, Rick. I've got more dope in this department than any other in the whole world. I've got the biggest. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Walt chased Otis up the wall, and I headed for Pat Romero's office. Everything was happening so fast, I didn't take time to think much past the fact that the private detective profession had taken a step in the right direction when someone retired Romero. But Walt was in a spot, and someone had broken the law, so it looked like it was up to me to try and tie things together. I got to Romero's building, went up to the 8th floor, tripped over a couple of rats having a nervous breakdown because they couldn't find their way out, found his office, opened the door, and started feeling sorry for myself right away. Oh. I never saw him. All I remember is something black and shiny in front of my face just as I hit the floor. When I tried to take a better look, the bright, shiny something kissed me right in the mouth, and I went to sleep the hard way. When I finally came around, it was like trying to tiptoe through an acre of beach balls. I stumbled a couple of times, spit out a little blood, Very little, because the way I felt, there couldn't have been too much left. When I finally got around to a normal way of thinking, I perceived two things. It was still daytime, and the office of one Mr. Pat Romero, deceased, was a wreck.
Fifth Precinct homicide.
Well?
Who is this first?
Oh, now, come on. This is Diamond.
Well, I thought so, but I'm not going to admit anything for a while, even my name.
Anyone find out about...
No. What did you find out?
Well, I walked into his office and got my brains scattered.
By whom?
By whom? I don't know. I wish I did. I have a very sore head.
Well, Romero was shot all right, but we can't find the bullet.
Well, it's not a very big room.
We'll find it, but in the meantime, here's something else. Romero had $10,000 in cash on him. New bills.
Go ahead.
That's all we've come up with so far. We'll have more to go on when we find that bullet.
Well, maybe it's still in him.
Went clean through. Messed up his pretty patent leather haircut.
What?
What do you mean, what? I said the bullet...
Oh, never mind. Never mind, Walt. Bless your little pointed head. You just gave me an idea.
About what?
About the guy who worked me over a little while ago.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Hurry up and find that missing bullet. Walt had said something about patent leather when he referred to Romero's greasy hairdo. That was all I needed. It opened a door someplace, and there, sitting with its legs crossed, was the biggest hunch I've ever seen. And it was wearing patent leather shoes. The only guy I could think of who would know a man like Romero and still wear patent leather shoes in the afternoon was a local gambler with a reputation as a fashion plate, monocle, striped trousers, and always the patent leather shoes. In fact, that's where he got his nickname, the Patent Leather Kid. This was a small clue, and I knew it, but one thing was in my favor. Anyone who would tear up Romero's office and kick me in the face had to be a bad little boy, and the Patent Leather Kid was typecasting. The kid's real name was Amos Fletcher, and he ran a small club over on 14th Street.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend, but the... Well...
Hello, Fletcher.
I was going to say I'm sorry, my friend, but the place isn't open until 6.
I got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Tell them I sort of lose my head when I get kicked in the mouth and don't get the answers I want. I think you better believe me.
So you got kicked in the mouth?
Yeah, by a pair of patent leather shoes, just like yours.
I had nothing to do with it.
You know a guy named Romero?
Romero? No, I don't know a guy by that name.
Where were you an hour ago?
Right here. I have a couple of friends to prove it. We were playing cards, canasta.
Okay.
I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Diamond.
Who said I was satisfied?
No?
Not a bit.
Well, what about this Romero?
He got himself shot.
Badly?
As bad as you can get shot.
Well, Shamus, that's a chance you boys take. Maybe Romero would have lived longer in another racket. Think about it, Shamus.
I'll think about it, Fletcher. I'll think about it a long time.
Good. Let me know what you decide.
You'll hear about it.
Homicide, 5th Precinct.
Walt, check and find out where Amos Fletcher does his banking. See if he's made any big withdrawals lately.
Patent leather kid? What's he got to do with it?
Just check.
Okay.
Now, what about the bullet? Have you found that yet?
No.
Oh, swell. Did you find anything else?
A bunch of stuff in Romero's wallet.
What?
Oh, driver's license, social security number, some business cards. Card from a real estate office that might be important.
Why should it be?
A notation on the back. Says, call Miss Crockett about new lease. Date after that, yesterday.
New lease? Romero has an office. Wonder what this new lease is.
Why don't you check? Crockett Real Estate, Lexington Avenue.
Bye.
Au revoir.
What?
Something I could... Well.
Pleasant afternoon.
Ain't it though? Dull as can be before you rolled them gorgeous shoulders through that door. Sit down, Sonny. Relax. Have yourself a drink.
No, thanks. A little early in the day for me.
A little early. Well, you'll excuse me, won't you, Sonny? If it gets any later, my stomach's liable to rust. Get it?
Yeah, all over me.
What's your name, Sonny?
Gotta
know, if I'm going to sell you some real estate. Play football in school, Sonny? Figures. Oh, look at them shoulders.
Look, sweetheart.
Huh? What did you say?
I said, look, sweetheart.
Oh.
Why?
No sense in raising all these goosebumps for nothing. Sweetheart, huh? Well, what can I do for you, Sonny? You want Madison Avenue at 50 cents a front foot?
Hey, that's pretty good.
Sure won't have a drink, Sonny?
No, thanks. I'd just like to ask you one question.
Go right ahead, Sonny. You know, I may not look it, but I'm considered one of the best real estate agents in this state.
Do you know a man named Romero?
Sure, I know him.
Did you just rent him some offices?
Yep. Signed the lease yesterday. A whole new suit of offices over on 46th Street.
46th Street? Where on 46?
Oh, right there. Say, are you a cop?
What makes you think that?
Oh, I don't know. Romero's offices are right across from the police station.
The 5th Precinct.
Sonny, you bother me. You're too nervous. Now, why don't you just sit down and get comfortable and we'll
What
talk...
building are the offices in?
Carson Building on the 4th floor. But why don't you just take it easy, Sonny?
Thanks, sweetheart.
Oh, you devil, you.
Now, look, Rick, we know Romero was shot in this room while he was either sitting or kneeling.
Because a bullet entered his head at a high angle.
Yeah.
I think he was shot with a rifle, Walt.
A rifle?
Yeah, from across the street. Romero rented some new offices in the Carson Building, directly opposite this building. I just saw them. Somebody tore those apart, too.
Well, I checked on Amos Fletcher. Does his banking at the National. Made a withdrawal this morning, $10,000 in new bills. Who is it?
Otis.
Come on in.
Has the shamus solved it yet, Lieutenant?
Walt, come here.
Yeah?
Now, look, 4th floor. Carson Building, right over there. See the open window?
Yeah?
Now, if someone in one of those offices fired a rifle, and there's no bullet hole in the lower portion of the window in this room, that means it went through the open part. So Romero would have to be standing, let's say about right here.
Well, that would make the slug somewhere out in the hall.
Right.
But it would have to pass through the door. There's no hole in the door.
Hey, the door was open when me and the shamus came down here.
That's right, Walt. Let's see if we can find that bullet.
What was Romero doing down here?
Oh, he was just finishing this part of the test when I went up to get Diamond.
Hey, Walt.
Huh?
I think I got the bullet. Yeah.
Under the rug?
Yeah, you'll have to pry it out. It's in the floor pretty deep.
Okay. Who did we go after? Amos Fletcher?
That's right.
What's your proof?
Not much. It's all a guess. You know what kind of a guy Romero was.
Yeah, the worst.
Well, let's see. Romero had $10,000 in his pocket. Fletcher took out $10,000 this morning.
Sounds like blackmail.
Could be. Somebody was tearing Romero's old office apart looking for something when I broke in on him. And got a patent leather shoe in the face for my trouble.
That isn't very much to go on.
Well, how about this? I asked Fletcher if he knew Romero. He said no. But as I left, he mentioned that Romero probably got killed because, like myself, he was in the wrong racket. How did he know that?
Well, still not enough to convict him.
Would a confession do it, Grouchy?
You know darn good and well a confession is the only thing that would do it. That or find the murder weapon and prove it belongs to Fletcher.
No, you're so technical. Okay, I'm going back to the office. Give me about 10 minutes and have Otis call Fletcher.
Oh? Have Otis call Fletcher?
Oh, not as Sergeant Otis. Just have him call and give Fletcher a friendly tip. From the way those two offices were torn up, it's my guess that Fletcher hasn't found what he's looking for yet. Just tell him I found it.
Found what?
Well, found anything. You don't have to be specific.
Who said I was going to be?
Going to be what, you mallet head?
Specific.
You don't even know what it means.
It means precisely formulated or restricted.
Huh?
Oh, here, I got the bullet out of the floor, Lieutenant.
Bye, Walt. I left the precinct and headed back for Broadway in my office on the corner of 53rd. I knew that Amos Fletcher, the patent leather kid, was the boy we wanted. But whether or not he'd fall for the gag was a matter of luck. Luck is a big part of my business. So I went to my office and sat down behind my desk to wait. In case Amos Fletcher showed up, I wanted to be sure to be able to hold up my end of the conversation. So I took out my .38 and put it across my knees. Diamond Detective Agency. If you've slaughtered a dozen, no difference to me. 1 or 50, it's the same old fee.
What kind of a remark is that, Shamus?
What kind of remark did it sound like, Sergeant?
I ain't got time to answer that. I called Fletcher.
Good. What did you tell him?
Well, I was pretty good, as a matter of fact. I disguised my voice like this, and I says, Amos Fletcher, and he says, yeah. So I says, just a little tip I thought you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for. He found it in Romero's new offices. How was that, Shamus?
Brilliant change of voice.
You think it'll work?
Put down the phone.
You hear me, Shamus? You think it'll work?
Hang it up.
Hey, Diamond!
Oh, that's better. All right, Shamus, let's have it.
Have what?
I haven't got time to play games. This time you've got to believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're making it pretty tough, Fletcher.
I'm going to make it a lot tougher.
Oh. Oh, now, isn't that a pretty big gun to be carrying around?
It's a little big, sure, but it does everything I want it to.
Mm-hmm. A German Schmeischer, isn't it?
That's right.
Put a stock on it, and you could shoot it like a rifle.
I'm going to count 3, and then I'm just going to shoot it. Now, why don't you be smart and give me the stuff? Let it ring.
Well, it might be a paying client.
It might. Let it ring.
You shot Pat Romero from his new offices across the street from the 5th Precinct, didn't you, Fletcher?
Is that what you say?
Yeah. What was he doing, blackmailing you? You gave him $10,000 sometime today.
You know, you're talking yourself right into a long box.
Why did you shoot him in a police station?
I paid him the $10,000 and he handed me the stuff, and I thought it was a McCoy. I went back to my office and started checking through this stuff. That phone's gonna bother me!
There. You checked the stuff back in your office and you found out it was phony. You got worried, went back to Romero's offices. He wasn't there. He was across the street in the 5th Precinct. You spotted him through the window and shot him.
That's right, Shamus. I saw him talking to a cop and figured he might be spilling his guts. I waited until the cop left and I nailed him. Now give me the stuff.
You'll have to believe me, Fletcher. I haven't got it.
Don't give me that. I got a tip.
Sure you did. That was Sergeant Otis from Homicide.
You're crazy.
Am I? He said, just a little tip I thought maybe you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for. What did Romero have on you?
Some records. You know something, Diamond? I don't mind killing you at all.
Drop it, Fletcher.
What?
I got Walt.
Fletcher.
How is he, Walt?
Pretty bad. I didn't know you had a gun, Rick.
Neither did Fletcher.
Diamond,
Yeah?
phone for a doctor. Hurry.
I'll do it, Rick. Hey, who tore this phone out of the wall?
Fletcher got tired of hearing it ring.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's an old thing.
Oh. Yes.
Hello, Helen. This is Walt.
Yes, Walt, he's right here.
Thanks, Dan. Hello, Walt.
Rick, we found the stuff Romero was blackmailing Fletcher with in a safety deposit box. A bunch of books that exposed one of Fletcher's old rackets, enough to send him away for life.
Well, bully for you.
Oh, and something else. You better get down here right away.
What for?
You didn't finish your test. You don't want to flunk it, do you?
What?
You got the first part all right. The hypothetical part I can cover for you. But you didn't do anything on the last part of the written examination.
Now, you listen to me, Fatty.
Fatty?
The fattest. I've chased my head off solving a case and getting your big feet...
Big feet?
Big feet out of trouble. I've gotten shot at, insulted, kicked in the face.
Well, those things...
I don't want to hear any more of your lame-brained excuses. You just fix it up for me, and I'm going to go in and drop a few subtle hints to the commissioner about his nasty old lieutenant.
You wouldn't.
Oh, but I would. What did you say?
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Take the test for me. Fill out the answers yourself. Cheat.
Cheat?
Cheat!
But...
Oh, that's what you always say.
Now, what were we talking about?
Oh, honey, you were asking me about this little old song.
Pretty. What is it?
Oh, well, give a listen. Oh, how I miss you tonight. Miss you when lights are low.
Oh, how I need you tonight. More than you'll ever know. Each moment, though we're apart, you're never out of my heart. But I'd rather be lonely and wait for you only. Oh, pal, how I miss you tonight. Okay?
Oh, it's very pretty. Shall I?
Might as well.
Yes.
May I please speak to Mr. Diamond?
Oh, my goodness. Rick.
What?
Yes, but look out.
Oh, all right. Hello.
You passed, Mr. Diamond, 99 out of 100.
99 out of 100, Which one did I miss?
The last one. I knew you wouldn't care, so I let Otis fill it in for you.
No.
Yes, the commissioner wants to see you tomorrow morning.
Why? What was the question?
To what department does the cleanup squad belong?
Well, what did Otis write for an answer?
The Department of Sanitation. Tomorrow at 11, Rick. Au revoir.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Don Diamond, Ann Morrison, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? One of the finest programs in NBC's Sunday lineup of stellar entertainment is Theater Guild on the Air. Later today, be sure to hear Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright in the romantic comedy There's Always Juliet. That's Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright on Theater Guild on the Air today on this NBC station. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC. Portions of the following program are transcribed. The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Roberts.
Hello, Walt. Hi, Rick.
They show?
Not yet. Fisher is covering the service entrance.
We'll go in. Honk the horn if you spot anything.
Right.
We'll get out here, Otis. Get the car out of sight.
Like old times, Rick.
Yeah, but I don't miss them. Somebody always gets shot up.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hey, you, hold it. There you are, sir. Candid snapshot of yourself strolling down the Great White Way.
Look, thanks, Bud, but
just sending this card with your name and address.
Look, Fran, thank you,
Hey,
but
Mr. Diamond, please. You don't know me, but I know you. You used to be a cop. I done time. That's how I know, see?
Okay.
Heard you was a private cop now. Came to your office to see you, but I was too early.
Now, look, what is this?
Please, you gotta take this card. I think I'm being tailed.
Little men with the nasty old sledgehammers?
I'll call you later. Take the card.
I told you
Take the card. Here, take it. Phone you later.
Diamond Detective Agency. Mary had a little lamb. She hit it with a stick. She could have gotten 20 years. Instead, she came to Rick.
Are you really that good?
Well, I got the inside on who knocked off Cock Robin.
Well, good for you.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. Did you just get in?
Yeah.
Kind of late, isn't it?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Work late on a case?
Half a case.
Alone?
The funniest thing happened to me on the way to the office.
Alone?
No, I was leading patrol number 3 of the Brownies.
I mean last night. Were you alone?
Don't you want to hear what happened to me on the way to the office?
I want to hear what happened to you last night.
Oh, now relax, honey. I was with Walt.
Honest?
Honest. We played poker. If you don't believe me, stop in at the 5th precinct. Walt's hired a voodoo witch doctor to shrink his head back to normal.
Well, all right. Now what happened to you on the way to the office?
Oh. Well, the darndest thing. Some little guy comes out of the crowd and snaps my picture.
Snaps your picture?
Yeah, you know, one of those sidewalk photographers. Then he creeps up to me and gives me a card like he was passing a pound of radium and tells me to hang on to it until he calls. Said he was being tailed.
Well, who was he?
Who knows? He knew me all right.
Well, what's on the card?
Nothing much. Got it right here. Just a place for your name and address.
Well, you're supposed to send it in and get your picture back.
That's right. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Well, there's something stuck in the middle of the card. Didn't see it before.
Well, Rick, hurry up. Find out what it is.
Oh. Hey.
Well, stop with the mystery. What is it?
Oh, it's a negative. Small negative.
Oh, we couldn't have developed your picture that quickly.
No, it's too small to make out what it is.
Hold it up to the light.
Honey, I am. Just looks like a bunch of people on the street.
Oh, why don't you have a print made of it?
I got a better idea. Why don't you hang up the little old phone and give my friend, the frightened photographer, a chance to call? I'll call you later.
Brute.
That's later, dear. Bye. Well, that's the way it started. I hung up the phone, turned around in my chair, and held the negative up to the light again. Couldn't see a thing that made it unusual. The more I tried to figure it out, the less sense it made. My better judgment started chuckling, but somewhere down in the middle of my stomach, a little alarm started ringing. I had that lousy feeling again, and no matter how hard I tried to talk myself out of it, I knew something was wrong. That little alarm kept sounding off, and believe me, I felt pretty foolish when I realized it was the phone. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond?
Oh. Been taking any more pictures?
How'd you know it was me?
Scientific police methods. Hunch, and I recognize your voice.
Find the negative in the card?
Yeah. What does it mean?
Don't want to talk over the phone. Come to 222 Bleecker Street, apartment H.
You want me to bring the negative?
No. Hide it. If they stop you, don't want to have it on you.
If who stops me?
They'll kill you, sure, if they find it on you.
Well, one thing was certain. The little photographer sure knew how to get me interested. I started out of the office when I remembered he'd said to hide the negative. So, loving a good melodrama, and being the type who sits home Sundays to listen to Sam Spade, I found a piece of adhesive tape, put the negative back in the card, pulled out a desk drawer, and stuck the negative on the bottom of the drawer. Then I closed the drawer and headed for Bleecker Street, apartment H. I waited a few seconds and then gave it another try.
Yeah?
I'm looking for the guy who lives here.
Oh, you are, huh?
Yeah, short little guy, takes pictures.
He does, huh?
Well, your name's Einstein, isn't it?
Nah.
Look, I just want to see the little guy who lives here.
Louie!
Hey, I found some knishes in the icebox.
Oh, that's swell. There's somebody out here wants to see George.
Some liverweights, too. Huh?
Somebody wants to see George.
Oh. Well, maybe it's the guy he called. Hiya. You want to see George, huh?
I want to see the guy who called me. If his name's George, swell.
Shall I let him in?
Yeah.
Come in.
Thanks, Toto.
His name's Tony.
You called me Einstein before.
Funny. George is in the other room, right over there.
Thanks.
I seen you before.
Goody.
Used to be a cop.
Yeah?
Private eye now.
Hey, what the...
That's George. See the one you want?
Name's Diamond, ain't it?
Look, dreamy. Is he sleeping one off?
No, he's dead.
Who killed him?
I did?
I helped.
Okay, you helped. I wouldn't, Chalmers.
Yeah, I got a rod in my pocket. Had it on you all the time. Pretty good, huh?
He sees a lot of movies. I'll just take your gun, Shamus.
Be careful with the holster. I knitted it myself.
Funny. You hungry, Shamus?
Not a bit.
You, Tony?
Oh, I'm starved.
Put him to sleep while we have lunch, huh?
Certainly.
Hey, now...
Louis.
Huh?
Let's heat them knishes. I like them that way.
Yeah. I hope they're potato.
While the Rover boys loaded up on liverwurst and knishes, I slept it off. The one with a pug nose and a steel wool complexion, called Tony, had tapped me right behind the ear with his gun, and it took me a pint of blood and 15 minutes to find my way back. When I finally rolled myself into a sitting position, I lifted my sore skull and looked up at my two lovely playmates.
Hey, Tony.
Uh-huh.
You got liver waste on your chin.
Oh, thank you, Louis.
Oh, how you feel, Shamus?
Like a lark.
He is funny, you know. We want the negative, Shamus.
I don't know what you're talking about.
While you was napping, we thought to join the part. It ain't here.
It ain't?
Nah. So we figure, seeing as how George called you, maybe you know something about it.
How'd you know George called me?
Oh, we heard him just as he was hanging up. He went for a gun, so we knocked him off. Where's the negative?
I don't know.
Maybe he's got it on him, Louis.
Find out, huh?
Hold still, Shamus. Here's his wallet, Catch. No, nothing else.
Nothing much in the wallet. Hey, here's a bunch of cards. Diamond Detective Agency. Hey, get a load of the fancy printing.
Yeah, fancy.
And maybe he's got it in his office. How about it, Shamus?
Look, you two broken-down comics. Anything in my office the termites have got dibs on. And I still don't know about a negative.
Louis, shall we go over there?
Yeah, we gotta find it.
What about the Shamus?
How long did you put him to sleep before?
15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. 15 minutes, about 20 minutes to get to his office. Half an hour to case it, join. 2. This time make it an hour, huh?
Hey.
Sure that's good for an hour?
Oh, sure. But if you're worried, I'll give him another 10 minutes just to be safe.
You know, it's little things like that that can get awfully monotonous. And if you're not conditioned, sometimes you end up with a few loose bolts. Tony was a man of his word, all right. An hour and 10 minutes later, I was stumbling around the room trying to comb the cobwebs out of my eyes. This also can be somewhat of a problem, especially when your eyes have come loose and rolled back in your head someplace. Well, I leaned over, shook my head a couple of times, got the eyes rolling around until I felt them drop into place, then I found my way to the phone.
Precinct, Sergeant Otis.
Well, don't worry about it. They'll find a cure someday.
Oh, no. What do you want, Diamond?
Your other head. I'm going bowling.
Someday, Shamus,
Someday, Sergeant, you're going to find your true niche. And Ringling Brothers will have to find you a mate. Now, put the lieutenant on the phone.
Oh, now, what do you want?
How's your head?
Don't you shout at me.
Well, it's your own fault. Who in the world drinks old-fashioned stingers?
I do, and I'm sorry. How do you feel?
Numb.
Take some orange juice, Tabasco, and 3 raw eggs.
Walt, please.
It's great. Makes you sick as a dog.
Look, Walt, if my head is the wrong size, it's because it was beaten that way.
Oh, no. Have you gotten kicked around again?
I got so many Walts, I look like an advertisement for Puff Rice.
What happened this time?
Get over to 222 Bleecker Street, apartment H.
Why?
Because I got a little old corpse for you.
Oh, not today. Not today, please.
Take some orange juice, Tabasco, and 3 raw eggs. Weak mind, weak stomach. What's the police force coming to? Hello, Bright Eyes.
Oh, can't you lower your voice a little? Well, go on in, Otis.
Oh, sure.
Pelican Feet needs an engraved invitation. Well, shut the door.
Yeah. Oh, no, you... Oh, what did I do?
Relax, Walt, relax. You don't look so bad. I think I like you with the purple face.
You said there was a corpse here. Where is it? And save the gags.
The dead man is in here, laughing boy.
You don't have to be nasty. coroner should be here any minute.
Well, there's the victim.
Who is he? Otis. Take a look.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Yeah, Lieutenant.
His name's George Phipps. I went through some of his things while I was waiting for you. Here's his wallet.
George Phipps? Let me get a better look.
Know him?
Get out of the way, Otis.
But you said...
Yeah, I know him. Ex-con. Got sent up just about the time you went on the force.
He remembered me.
What do? Drop circulars on Sing Sing? Otis. It wasn't that funny.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
What?
No, Lieutenant.
Otis.
Oh, what, Lieutenant?
Shut up.
The rest of the boys from homicide finally arrived, along with the coroner, and I briefed Walt on everything that had happened up to that point. George Phipps had been shot in the back, and the boys found the slug on the other side of the room in the wall, so Walt asked for a complete report as soon as possible. Then we climbed into the squad car and went back to Walt's office.
Now, what about that negative? You think it's still in your office?
I don't know. I'll go over later and check.
I think you can identify the two gun-ups who worked you over?
Drag out the files.
Well, if these two guys knew George Phipps, maybe they did time with him.
Could be.
One's name was Tony, huh? Well, Tony Payton did time at Sing Sing, and he sounds like your description. This look like your boy?
Let's see. Well, you little Dickens, you. You win the butterscotch cake.
I'm right?
You certainly are. This guy is a sure cure for insomnia.
Okay, let's see if we can find out about the other one.
Here's the report, Lieutenant. George Phipps was shot with a .38.
Hey, Tony Payton put me to sleep with the end of a .38.
He did, huh?
Would you mind finishing the report, Sergeant?
Not at all. Been dead about 2 hours. Phipps started working for the Speedy Photo Laboratory 4 days ago. Has about 4 photographers working for them. You know the kind. Take your picture on the street and give you a card?
Yes, I know the kind.
What's the address of this photo lab, Otis?
Down 36th Street.
Walt, I'm going to my office, see if the negative's still there.
Well, you've got to identify the other mug that worked you over.
Oh, I don't know his name or anything else. Take an hour.
Well, I'm going along. I want to see this negative.
Then let's go.
You want me to drive?
I can make it, Sergeant.
Oh.
Shame on you, Walt.
You know he just wants to turn on the siren.
Well, the place is sure a mess.
They really did a job in your office. Negative there?
No, didn't think it would be.
Swell. Now what have we got?
Well, I don't know about you, but I've got an idea. You go on back to the station. I'll check with you.
Where do you think you're going?
To the Speedy Photo Lab. It's not quite 6. Maybe I can get there before the close.
And what do you think you're going to find there? The negative's gone.
Sure it is, but it was developed there.
You think maybe there's a print?
No, that picture was probably taken of somebody on the street. They don't print up those things unless somebody sends in the card. Somebody must have, so there's got to be a print. Phipps only worked for them for 4 days, so the picture had to be taken in that time. Yeah.
Let me talk to Lieutenant Diamond.
Sure, but who's there to show you how? It's for you, Walt.
Oh, yeah?
Nobody ever says hello.
What?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, I got something. We just got a report on a stiff in the river. Thought you'd want to go check.
Oh, sure. In the river, huh?
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
Well, good. I'll just go rent a little old rowboat and sail merrily up and down until I find the crowd. What's the address, you hornhead?
Oh, 682 River Street.
Thank you, Sergeant.
What's the matter, Walt?
I gotta go check on a homicide. Come on. It's on the way to the photo lab. I'll drop you off.
We climbed in the squad car and cut across town. In front of a small white building on 36th Street, Walt let me out and headed for the river. I went into the Speedy Photo Lab and flashed the badge just long enough for the guy in charge to think I was a legit officer. Then I went through the list of people who had been mailed pictures in the last 4 days. The Speedy Photo Lab must have been heading for a quick collapse because there were only 7 names. I wrote down the addresses and started to check. The first 4 were strikeouts, but the 5th was good for all the bases.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Mr. Andrew Troop?
Yes?
Did you receive a picture from the Speedy Photo Lab?
Why, yes. What's this all about?
May I see it?
Well, I don't know.
Here's the badge.
A policeman?
No, don't get excited. Everything's all right.
Well, I can't help but get excited. A real live policeman. How wonderful.
Oh, dandy.
You see, I'm an amateur criminologist.
I'll send you a magnifying glass. Now, may I see the picture?
I'll get it right away. A real policeman. I may break out in a rash.
He got the picture all right, along with his correspondence course from the Find the Clue Detective School. And while he explained his advanced theories on police procedure, I took a good look at the snapshot. He was, of course, the reason for the picture. He was walking along toward the camera, puffed up like a park pigeon with his eye on some popcorn. But there in the background were my two sweet skull crushers, Tony Payton and his friend. But nothing seemed wrong. They were simply walking out of a building, one on either side of a short, stocky man with a large briefcase.
Is that picture a clue of some sort?
Well, I don't know. Do you mind if I take it with me? I'll see that you get it back.
Not at all, not at all. I thought you policemen worked in pairs.
Well, we usually do, but my partner got sore and gave me back my class ring, so we're not speaking. Goodbye, and thank you. I got it, Walt.
I don't care what it is, I'll trade you. Otis for whatever you got.
Here's the picture.
Oh, this is swell.
Well, now what's the matter?
2 homicides in one afternoon, that's what's the matter.
Hey, who was the guy in the river?
Worked for a brokerage firm. Disappeared 4 days ago with $200,000 in negotiable securities. Let's see that picture.
All right. Now, here's the guy who the picture was taken of. Type who works in the pillow factory.
Well, there's Tony Payton in the background.
Mm-hmm. The gorilla next to him is his partner.
I know him. That's Louis Russo. 3 times
What do you see?
Holy, no wonder.
No wonder what?
That guy between Tony and Louis.
The one in the middle, the one with the briefcase?
Yeah, that's the one we just fished out of the river.
Oh, then they accidentally got their pictures taken just before they killed the man with the securities.
Sure, Payton evidently saw Phipps take the picture, remembered him from Sing Sing, couldn't go after him until they took care of the guy with the securities.
Sounds good. Phipps developed the picture and saw what he had, got scared, and came to me for help.
That must have been... Oh, what do you want?
We located Tony Payton.
Where?
Over in a broken-down hotel on 25th Street.
Come on.
Fisher and Robert showed the clerk Payton's picture. And the clerk said he was registered there under another name with another guy.
Fisher and Robert staked out?
Yeah, across the street.
Get the car and step on it.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, the siren. There's Roberts parked up ahead. Pull up by him, Otis.
Right.
Roberts.
Hello, Walt. Hi, Rick.
They show?
Not yet. Fisher is covering the service entrance.
We'll go in. Honk the horn once if you spot anything.
Right.
We'll get out here, Otis. Get the car out of sight.
Yeah.
Like old times, Rick.
Yeah, but I don't miss them. Somebody always gets shot at.
Get going, Otis.
Okay.
Ready, Walt?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Desk clerk?
Well, that's right. There's not going to be any shooting, is there?
Not if we can help it. How late are you usually on?
Till midnight.
Is there a room around here, a closet or something we can wait in?
Oh, nothing close to the lobby. Look, if there's going to be any shooting...
What about the elevator?
Well, what about it?
Can we turn the light off and wait in there?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good idea. That part of the lobby's dark. Wouldn't see us until they were on top of us.
Well, they just live on the second floor. What if they use the stairs?
They won't get that far. Come on, Walt.
What do you want me to do?
What you do every night.
Sometimes I play the radio. Okay if I play the radio?
All right, but keep it low.
I sure hope there isn't going to be any shooting.
Where's the light switch?
That's not it.
Oh, where the...
Okay.
Is there a stool over there? Hey, that's too loud.
Hey, lady. Hey.
Yeah?
Turn it down.
What are you doing? Getting that stool.
That's it.
Huh? Oh.
Payton.
Oh, you sure jumping.
Yeah. 211.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
No, Oh, no.
This dump would make me jumpy, too.
He's heading for the stairs.
When he gets past us.
No.
Hold it, Tony.
Don't move an inch.
Oh, the shamus.
38.
Look, what is this?
That's a bright remark. Where's your partner?
You think I better make a guess?
I'll make it a good one.
Rick, not in front of taxpayers.
I'm not a cop, and this guy gave me my lumps earlier. Now, where's your partner, Tony?
Someone coming in.
That's Louis.
Coppers, Louis Bennett!
Watch Tony Walt. I'll go after Louis.
Get the wall.
He's coming your way, Roberts.
He's heading back your way, Rick.
Stop, Louis. Stop. Okay.
Get me to a hospital, will you?
All right.
Sorry about the horn, but he slipped past.
Get him an ambulance. I'm going back in with Walt.
Sure. Nice shooting.
Okay, Rick?
Yeah.
All right, let's go, Tony.
Gee, I didn't think there was going to be any shooting.
Well, you never know, do you?
Rick? I'm getting a little tired of you getting your face all bruised up.
You're getting a little tired.
Well, you know what I mean. I worry.
You worry and I ache. I'll trade you.
If I could, I would.
You little doll. I know you, but honey. I know. As long as we're going to give away your worry and my sore face, let's give them to someone who deserves them. Otis.
Oh, now, he's got enough trouble of his own.
Yeah. Have you ever seen those feet? There's not a shoe store in town that carries the size.
Rick.
It's true. He can only get one pair a year.
Why only one pair?
Takes 4 months just to lay the keel.
Oh, there it is.
Might as well answer it.
Louis' Pool Hall.
What?
Louis' Pool Hall, snooker, billiards, and straight pool.
Now, you stop that, Helen. Helen?
Look, I don't know what you want, Mac, but the name's Gertrude.
Now, don't give me that. When you picked up the phone, I heard a piano.
Well, of course you hate a piano. What do you think this is, a crummy joint or something? We got high-class entertainment. Anybody that runs 8 straight billiards gets a free beer and a song.
Oh, yeah? Well, Gertrude, would you mind telling me who does the singing?
You mean you ain't hate? We got the world's greatest lyric baritone, Clyde Cat. He's crazy.
Oh, now, for Pete.
No, Clyde. Wait a sec. I'll get him to warble a number. Hey, Clyde.
Yeah, Gordy?
Flex your tonsils.
Sure.
The bird with feathers of blue is waiting for you back in your own backyard. You'll see your castle in Spain through your window pane. Back in your own backyard. Oh, you can go to the east, go to the west, but someday you'll come. Weary at heart, back where you started from. You'll find your happiness lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
There, you see what I mean?
Now, look, I want to speak to Rick.
Don't know him. Maybe he works in the bowling alley. Oh, you'll have to excuse me, Mac. My brother that runs the joint is real skinny, and some jerk just chalked up his head and is using him for a cue.
Now, you wait a
I
minute.
can't, Mac. I can't. He's liable to get a concussion. See you later.
Why didn't you want me to talk to him?
Well, do you really want to know?
Yeah.
Because I wanted you to hear exactly what you're beginning to talk like.
I talk like that?
Close.
Oh, now, come on.
I mean it, Rick. You associate with so many of the guys that talk out of the corner of their mouth that you're beginning to pick it up.
Oh, well, honey, if you're going to get square on me.
Now, do you see what I mean? Honey, if you're going to get square on me.
Well, all right. You want a little proper diction, huh?
Well, it certainly wouldn't hurt.
Darling.
Yes.
Come closer.
How nice.
Oh, not that close, darling. You're fogging my glasses.
Sorry.
Nothing.
Better.
much.
Shall we?
Love it.
Ronnie.
Oh, Cynthia.
Hey, it works. I got to remember this.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Byron Kane, Gene Bates, Tony Barrett, and Jack Crucian. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Portions were transcribed. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Here's an important time change reminder for Richard Diamond fans. This is the last Richard Diamond broadcast in this time period. Beginning April 5th, you will hear Dick Powell as Richard Diamond at a new time on Wednesdays. Check your local newspapers for the exact time, and be sure to tune for Richard Diamond on Wednesdays beginning April 5th. Next Sunday at this time, over most of these same stations, NBC will present Voices and Events, the exciting chronicle of today's happenings throughout the world. Tune here next Sunday for Voices and Events, and be sure to hear the next thrill-packed adventure in the life of Richard Diamond, 1 week from Wednesday, over most of these same NBC stations. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC. Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Here it is. I've got it.
Let me see it.
Here you are.
Oh, yes, indeed. My friend, you have just made us independently wealthy. Many men have died in the past because of this. And unless we're extremely cautious, you and I will be added to the already long list of its victims. Come, hurry.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, where the blue of my eyes meets the gold in your wallet.
Oh, that's pretty terrible.
You may be right.
You admit it.
Yes, I've seen your wallet.
Oh, Rick.
Hello, Helen, baby.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, just finished cleaning out my desk.
Oh, find anything interesting?
Mm-hmm. Sam Spade. Guess he hadn't paid his rent.
Oh, you're impossible.
So, Sam.
Well, I'm not going to try to keep up with this. Am I going to see you tonight?
Oh, sure, darling. Wait a minute, honey. Company just walked in.
Oh.
Something I can do for you, my friend?
Are you Richard Diamond?
That's right.
Client, Rick?
No, I don't know, honey. I'll call you back.
Please, Mr. Diamond. I haven't got much time.
Okay, what's on your mind?
This package. Here, take it. And keep it for me until...
Hey, what's wrong?
Hide it. I'm being followed. Hide it.
Now, take it easy. What's the matter? Hey, fella, come on now. What's... Oh, swell.
Precinct Police Station, Sergeant Otis.
Otis, let me talk to the lieutenant.
This Diamond?
No, it's Ponder, and I think I've been doped. Now put the lieutenant on the line.
Oh. Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, Rick.
Oh, no, it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Nobody gets killed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
You better check up on your statistics. There's a guy in my office who makes a liar out of them.
What?
Yeah, lying right here in front of my desk.
He's dead?
Well, if he isn't, he's got a lazy heart.
Maybe he just fainted. Maybe he's suffering from some kind of a shock. Maybe he's got some terrible disease, and he'll give it to you.
Walt, if this guy isn't dead, he's sure going to have a hard time explaining the bullet hole in his back.
Don't touch anything.
Can't he even scratch my head?
Oh, you know what I mean.
All I did was lock the door. Now get over here. Knock 3 times and say, Ricky loves Walter, and I'll open up.
What did you lock the door for?
Well, because this guy came in and gave me a...
Gave you a what?
Wait a minute, Walt.
Come on, what are you mumbling about?
Will you shut up? Someone's trying to get in the door. I'll see you when you get here, Walt. I have one of those locks that any skeleton key would fit, and that was exactly what my visitor was using. He opened the door. I moved back against the wall as the door swung in. My visitor was a young, well-dressed man, about 5'8" or 9, red hair, nose full of freckles, and on top of the nose, a pair of black-rimmed glasses. There was a big bulge under his coat that he started reaching for just as I rolled his arm around behind him.
You're backing me off!
No, not yet. I still got a little way to go.
No!
Just making you more comfortable. Now, I'll take this big gun. It must weigh you down.
You can't do this stuff.
Oh, sure I can. See, I just twist a little.
No!
Just locking the door again. Now sit down in that chair.
My arm.
I'll be happy you still got it. Now, what are you doing patty-footing it around here, using a pass key to get into my office?
I got the wrong office.
Look, Sonny, you see that over there?
What is it?
It's a guy, and it's very dead.
I'll send some flowers.
Make it enough for a duet.
Someone else gonna die?
Someone else is going to get pretty close to it if I don't get the answers I want.
Well, I'll see what I can find out.
That's to see how fast you can talk.
I don't have to talk to you. I don't have to talk to nobody.
Want to bet?
You're gonna be sorry for that.
You're mixed up. Let me straighten you out.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, then let's have it. What were you doing busting in here? What do you know about the dead guy?
I don't know nothing about him.
What gave you the idea you could break into my office?
I found out the door was locked. I didn't want to wait around in the hall.
You got a permit to carry this gun?
Well, of course I have.
Let's see it.
I haven't got it with me.
Oh, well, then we'd better start at the beginning.
Come on. Ricky loves Walter. Now open this door. I'll have Otis kick it in.
Who's that?
That's the law, Buster. Now, you stay put while I let the big fat policeman in.
Come on, Diamond.
Should I, Lieutenant?
Oh, not with your head.
Well, greetings. Come on in, Walt. I got somebody.
Hey, what the...
Oh, I had somebody.
Some guy jumped through Diamond's window. It's 8 floors up.
Yeah, but there's a roof only 1 floor below. Look out for the glass.
There he is down there.
Hey, you, come back here.
He ducked behind that sign.
Oh, just get off of my back.
Oh, well, he's gone. That's that.
What did he do?
Busted into the office.
Hey, is that dead guy over there?
What does that look like, a bear rug?
Oh.
You think the guy who jumped out of your window has something to do with the dead man?
I don't know. He had this gun on him.
Well, why didn't you take a shot at him?
Because if you'll notice, I've been holding it by the barrel. I wanted you to have the nice little old fingerprints.
Oh.
Yeah, oh. Why didn't you take a shot at him?
Why didn't I?
Yeah, Lieutenant, why didn't you?
You shut up.
Well, Walt?
I don't know what he was, who he was, or what he'd done. Why should I take a shot at him?
Lieutenant.
Otis, I told you to shut up. Now, let's take a look at the dead man.
Looks like he's been shot in the back.
Yeah. You said he came in to give you something, Rick.
That's right. This package right here.
And what's in it?
Oh, I haven't looked yet.
Wrapped in today's newspaper.
Well, what in the...
Hey, some kind of doll or something.
Looks like it's carved out of ivory.
Funny-looking thing. Look at all those arms. Must be Oriental. You know what it is?
No more than you do. The guy just came in and...
It sounds like the wagon, Lieutenant.
Yeah, when the coroner gets here, Rick, we'll go down to the office and see if we can get any identification on the guy who jumped out of your window.
Okay.
Here's a wallet off the dead guy.
Now, let me see.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Social Security card. Name's William Logan. Hey, here's something. Guy's a merchant sailor. Here's his card. We'll check these things.
Look, Walt, you got to wait around for the coroner's report. I've got a date with Helen later, so I'll go over to my place and get cleaned up. Then I'll meet you at the station, huh?
Okay. Hey, Where are you going with that statue?
Well, the dead man, William Logan, gave it to me to keep.
That's evidence.
It's also something from a client.
Client? He give you a fee?
No, but he wanted me to have this thing. It looks like he died trying to get it to me. So he's a client until I find out what this is all about.
Ain't he noble?
Noble schmoble. That thing is still evidence.
I'll take good care of it.
Now, Diamond, you come back here.
Walt, what do I always say when I leave you like this?
What?
What do I always say?
Why, bye?
Bye. I left Walt and headed for my flat on East 51st. I wasn't about to try and figure the whole thing out because it was still an early case, and sometimes cases like that can stretch out into 2 or 3 murders before things begin to fit together. That's the way you got to figure. One guy dead could lead to another, so you walk on eggs for a while and make sure it's not going to be you. I got to my flat and went in. Smoked a few cigarettes. Looked at the carved ivory figure that William Logan had given me. It looked like a woman sitting cross-legged with all of her 6 arms outstretched. I gave it a good going over, but couldn't find anything unusual. So I put it on the piano and went in and started to shave. Yeah? Yeah, what is it? Okay. When people don't answer, it makes me wonder. I crossed the living room, remembered the ivory figure on the piano. So just to be safe, I lifted the top of the piano and put the statue down inside. Then I moved over to the door.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
I'd like to talk with you. I have a business proposition.
Is there any money involved?
Quite a good deal.
Well, you've just made an appointment. Come in, Mr.
Titus. Leopold Titus, Esquire.
He came in all right, and he had the duck to do it. He must have been a good 7 feet tall, and even with his heavy overcoat, he couldn't have weighed over 140. He reminded me of a king-size case of malnutrition. He took in the whole apartment with one fast look and slid into a chair, rested his elbows, locked his hands, and put them under his pointed chin.
It appears you've been shaving. I've interrupted.
Oh, no. Split personality. Never touch this side.
Mr. Diamond, I haven't much time.
Good. Now, you said something about money.
I can see that this is a subject which meets with your approval.
Well, it sets off an emotional reaction, shall we say. I can't stand goosebumps for more than a couple of minutes, so let's get to it, huh?
Yes, indeed. Mr. Diamond, I am prepared to pay $10,000 for Kali.
Oh, well, that's dandy, but I'm not a booking agent. What kind of an act does Kali do?
10,000, Mr. Diamond.
Look, to me, Kali is the name of a dog.
Kali.
Oh, okay, so he got mixed up with a French poodle.
10,000, and that's my top price.
You know, of course, you're running me right into a nervous breakdown. I get the shakes when someone changes $5.
Mr. Diamond, I want Kali. I will have Kali, whether I pay you the 10,000 or not.
Look, Mr. Titus, really, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I certainly hoped you'd be more sensible than this. I know that William Logan came to see you this afternoon.
Oh?
And I know for a fact that he had Kali with him.
Well, did he have it when he left my office?
I couldn't see. Mr. Logan was under a sheet. Now, either the police have Kali or you do. I'd like very much to know.
Maybe I can help you, if you'll tell me exactly what this Kali is.
I made an offer of $10,000, Mr. Diamond. That's a great deal of money, but it does not entitle you to play 20 questions.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, Mr. Titus, I'd like to finish shaving.
As I explained, Mr. Diamond, I don't have much time.
Well, then, good afternoon, Mr. Titus.
No, I'm afraid not. Charles!
Yes, Mr. Titus.
Well. I thought maybe you'd cut your throat when you jumped out of my window.
I hear you got rather ambitious with Charles, Mr. Diamond.
He turned such a pretty color when you slap him around.
I told you you'd be sorry for that.
Yes, and indeed you will, Mr. Diamond, unless you tell me where I can find Kali.
You can go to the devil.
I'm afraid the trip would be unpleasant and premature. However, I'm sure your passage might be taken care of. Show him your new gun, Charles.
Of course. Now you sit down, Diamond.
Where is Kali, Mr. Diamond? And you know very well what I'm talking about. The small hand-carved ivory statue.
Sorry, Titus.
Yes, and so am I. I deplore the sight of blood.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Titus. Just turn your back.
Yes, Charles. Excellent suggestion.
Do you have a wireless, Diamond?
No. But I got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Oh, very funny. All right, where's your wireless?
Hey, never mind, Charles. Mr. Diamond has a piano. Yeah, I can manage to raise or lower the volume as the groans dictate.
I could make a lot of noise.
My old piano teacher assured me I could do the same. Now, go ahead, Charles.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Oh!
Where is Kali, Diamond?
Oh, nuts.
Again, Mr. Titus?
Again, Charles. Are you using your fist, Charles?
Oh, yes.
Well, use the barrel of your gun. We haven't much time.
All right.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You...
Oh, it's not a very good piano, Mr. Diamond.
There's an old kazoo over in the drawer.
Kali, Diamond, I want the statue.
Well, for $10,000, don't you think I'd give it to you?
No. Oh, really, Mr. Diamond, this piano is in a deplorable condition.
So's Diamond, Mr. Titus. He looks terrible.
Shame, but unavoidable. Keep working on him, Charles, until he decides to confide in us.
Where's the statue, Diamond? No? Okay.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Young man. Young man.
Who says so?
That is good. You can hear me?
Oh, I can hear who?
Try and sit up. You look quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, you can make book on it.
There, that's better. Now take your time. I want your answers to be correct.
Well, he got me into a sitting position, and when things finally stopped jumping around, I got a good look at him. Titus wasn't around. Neither was Charles, his little butcher. The room was dark except for a single light in the corner. The man standing before me was short, dressed in a tailored blue suit, his dark face standing out against a white turban on his head. He didn't smile or blink his eyes.
I am Ahmed Benif.
Oh, thanks. I'd introduce myself, but I've been pushed around so much I could be anybody.
Mr. Titus and his man Charles can be very persuasive.
Well, a gallon of blood and a few broken arms, anyone can do it.
Where did they go?
I got tired, took a nap.
Did you give them Kali?
Oh, no. Now, look,
It is a very simple question. I know that a man came to your office with the statue.
So does half of New York.
I have been following Titus because I know the statue was stolen from him and that he would do anything to get it back. He led me to your office, then he led me here. If he has the statue, he has undoubtedly returned to his flat where he is preparing to leave for a place of safety.
Well, I don't know whether he's got the statue or not.
That is unfortunate. I have no more time to question you. I shall have to assume that Mr. Titus has the statue and kill you.
He was like a cat. Before I could push myself to a standing position, he was around and back, and I felt something drop over my head and draw tight around my windpipe. Oh,
I'm sorry, but I must know. If you will not tell me, I shall have to strangle you.
Simon, come on. Ricky loves Walter. Now open this door.
We shall meet again, Mr. Diamond.
Come on, Rick. I know you're in there. You were supposed to be down at the station an hour ago.
Shut up.
I don't want to break it down, but I will.
Yeah, but I will. Okay, keep your badge on.
Come on, step on it.
Well, Blue Eyes.
Where's Diamond?
No. Yeah.
What in the world?
Believe me, Walt, I don't know.
You look awful.
Yeah, I feel like I've been playing in a wind tunnel with blocks of cement.
What happened?
Look, before I go into it, tell me what you found out.
We better take care of you first.
Yeah, it'll have to wait. Things keep going on like they have been. It's only a matter of time until someone else gets killed. Now, what did you find out?
Well, you know that gun you gave me?
Yeah, the one I got from Charles.
Is that his name?
Yeah, what about the gun?
It was the one that killed the guy in your office. That's why you got to get down to the station and try to identify this guy from the gallery.
By the time I do that, he'll be out of the country.
How do you know that?
Ahmed Benif told me.
Who the devil is Ahmed Benif?
Guy with a turban tried to strangle me.
Now, don't you start that.
I'm not starting anything. He beat it out the back. If you had knocked on that door, I'd have been strangled to death.
He the guy who beat you up like this?
No. Charles did. Because Mr. Leopold Titus, Esquire, told him to.
Leopold Titus, Esquire? What are you trying to do?
That's right. He was looking for Collie, and the first...
Wait a minute. Collie? That's a dog.
No. All it isn't. It's an ivory statue. Oh, my gosh.
Now what?
Wait a minute.
He's lost his mind. What are you doing on that piano?
I'm looking for the statue. I put it in here.
Please, Rick, slow down.
Yeah, gone. Well, Titus has got it. He was playing the piano.
Please, Rick, please.
Walt, what did you find out about the dead man?
William Logan?
Yeah, what did you find out?
He was a merchant seaman. Landed yesterday on the Queen of India out of Calcutta.
Thanks, Walt.
Where do you think you're going?
Check with the steamship company. I stumbled out of my place looking like an ad for ground sirloin and grabbed a cab. On the way to the India steamship lines, I tried putting two and two together. The little statue, Kali, was a reason for the whole thing. One man was dead because of it, and everybody who was connected with the case was perfectly willing to kill anyone else at any time. Mr. Leopold Titus wanted it, so did one Ahmed Benif. Titus and his boy Charles evidently tailed William Logan, merchant seaman, to my office, and somewhere along the line, Charles shot him. Ahmed Benif was tailing the whole bunch. 2 and 2? Well, maybe, but I still needed some answers. A cab pulled up in front of the East India steamship offices, and I went in. A nice little girl with a nice little personality showed me the passenger list of the India Queen, and sure enough, Mr. Leopold Titus and a Mr. Charles Freely, first class. I thanked the girl, told her I'd send her a picture when my face got back to normal, and I headed for the docks and the customs office. I needed an address on Titus, and I knew that he must have signed a manifest at customs. He had. And 5 minutes later, I was back in my cab headed for the residence of Mr. Leopold Titus, Esquire, Kew Gardens, Long Island. It was a big, sprawling house, and by the time I got there, my watch was leaning on 7 o'clock. I paid the cabbie with my last $20 and started toward the only light burning. The light was coming from a downstairs room with tall French doors, so I went over the balcony and moved up for a better look. I got the look and went in fast. Titus.
Mr. Diamond. I'm afraid you're a bit late.
The place was a wreck. Titus was half sitting, half lying against the couch. There was blood all over him. Charles Freely was stretched out on the floor near the towering bookcases. He was looking up, staring, but not seeing a thing. Around his throat was a long, white length of cloth.
Greed, Mr. Diamond. The price for greed comes extremely high, as you can well see.
Ahmed Benif?
Oh, you've met. Yes, Ahmed Benif. Quite as proficient with a gun as well as a strangling cord.
I'll call an ambulance.
No, Mr. Diamond. I'm having a twinge of conscience, so hear me out. You must find Benif and stop him.
Does he have Kali?
Yes, he has Mother Kali.
Mother Kali?
As she is known by her followers. Tugs, Mr. Diamond. Have you ever heard of Tugs?
No, I haven't. What are they?
A cult long since believed extinct in India. An army of assassins banded together under the guidance of Mother Kali.
Assassins?
Yes, Mr. Diamond. Trained in the art of strangling.
Oh, yes. I read something about that in a history book. It was a long time ago.
Correct. They were suppressed by the British in 1830.
You're trying to tell me they've started all over again?
Absolutely.
What about that little statue?
Belongs to the man who has reorganized the Tugs. A symbol of his leadership, passed down through generations from one leader to the next. And to a collector worth a fortune.
And you're a collector?
A businessman. But I know a great many collectors who would pay a sizable fortune to get a hold of that statue.
And Ahmed Benif is one of those Tugs?
Indeed he is.
Where did you get the statue?
Charles stole it for me from Ahmed Benif.
What about William Logan, the merchant seaman?
Board ship from Calcutta. Logan discovered its value and stole it from us. Indeed, Ahmed Benif is a thug. The statue is his, passed down by his father and his father before him.
I'll call the law.
Mr. Diamond, please see that Charles is buried next to me. A mixed-up boy, but a good friend.
Sure. Operator, give me...
Put down the phone, Mr. Diamond. Put it down.
Well, Benif, this isn't very smart, is it?
On the contrary, Mr. Diamond, it is very smart. I have the statue. And now you are the only man who could tell the authorities that once again the thugs are rising all over India.
How did you know I'd be here?
I did not know. As I was leaving, I saw your cab pull up. I listened to everything Mr. Titus had to say. I was surprised. I thought surely he would be dead by now.
And now you kill me.
Most assuredly.
Ahmed couldn't see it because as he came closer to me, his back was to Titus, and Titus was pulling himself painfully across the room, trying to get to the dead body of Charles Freely. I didn't know what he was up to, but I had to give him time to make it.
I deplore the use of a gun, but in some cases
I'd rather strangle your victim.
That is my religion, Mr. Diamond. Unfortunately, in some cases, I must take other steps.
Well, you've sure taken some pretty big ones.
I assure you it has been most necessary.
All because of a little statue?
All because of what that little statue represents. I rule the thugs, Mr. Diamond, and Kali is a symbol of my leadership. As you have seen, I would do anything to retain its possession and keep faith with my people. So now, again, my time is short.
Indeed, it was short, wasn't it, Mr. Diamond?
Indeed.
I'm certainly happy that Charles had his new gun.
Thanks, Titus.
A pleasure. And now, quickly, 2 favors, Mr. Diamond.
What are they?
First, take the statue of Kali and destroy it. I must have your word.
You've got it.
Good. The second, I wish your honest opinion.
I'll try.
Once you directed me to the devil, and I said that it was a premature crossing.
Yes?
And I fear that perhaps now it is not. Your honest opinion, Mr. Diamond. Do you think he could really stand the competition?
Titus. Well, it'll sure be a good race anyway.
How do you feel, Rick?
Oh, I don't know. Pretty good, I guess.
Want to tell me about it?
No, I don't think so, honey. You just get confused with an old argument about right and wrong.
Well, I wish you weren't so unhappy.
Unhappy? Oh, honey, you said a bad word. I'm just mad about my bruises.
Oh, I think the colors are lovely.
Well, so do I. I've just got to be careful about wearing plaid.
Oh, Rick.
Pretty bad, huh?
Yeah. Why don't you just sing something?
All right, dear. I'd love to. Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby. When you give me...
Rick.
Did you hear that?
I certainly did. He's back.
That's the grouch in the next building, isn't it?
Yes, he's been out of town for a rest.
Oh, my God. What's his name?
Mr. Lumpkin.
Oh. Good evening, Mr. Lumpkin. Oh, antisocial, huh? You are my sunshine. You are my sunshine. You are my sunshine. You are my...
No.
Good evening, Mr. Lumpkin.
All right. Good evening.
Well, now that's better. Now, what would you like to hear?
The sound of you cutting your throat.
You're fighting me.
Oh, I'd love to with a machine gun.
Dipper. Control yourself. I may ask questions later.
Oh.
Good evening, Mr. Lumpkin.
You stay out of this.
Good evening, Miss Asher.
My, you're looking well.
Oh, thank you. So are you.
If he leans out any further, he'll be hanging by his heels.
Now, you just stay right there, Mr. Lumpkin. We've got a lovely surprise for you.
Yes?
Yes. Now, sing something nice, Rick.
Love it, love it. Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby when they give you the eye. Although I know that you care, won't you write and declare that though on the loose, you are still on the square? I'll be gloomy, but send that rainbow to me, then my shadows will fly. Though you'll be gone for a while, I know that I'll still be smiling with my baby by and by. With my baby by and by. Well, how do you take it?
How is that, Mr. Lumpkin?
Oh, Miss Asher, it's impossible for me to express my feelings at this moment. Especially when a lady is present.
He didn't like it.
Well, what do you expect from a clarinet player? Come on, let's case the icebox.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Gypsy Rose Lee visits Duffy's Tavern tomorrow on NBC. National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hey, Ed.
Huh?
Stop the car a second, will you?
What for?
I thought I saw something lying back there by the road.
So what? It's probably a dead dog.
No, hold it. It's too big to be a dog.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Where is it?
Oh, it's right over there.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Holy cow.
Yeah.
She dead?
Oh, I think I'm going to be sick.
Me too. Let's go call the cops.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. If there's a corpse in your cellar and your nerves are a wreck, old Rick to the rescue if you write him a check.
Oh, Rick. I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
Can I make a suggestion?
Please do.
Feed me regularly, take me for walks, and be sure that you let me out nights.
Some suggestion. You do that for a cat.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. How are you?
No, I don't know. I think I'm a nervous wreck.
What from?
You remember when you said I ought to take up something to keep me busy in the office?
Yes.
You remember you mentioned knitting?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I've dropped more stitches than a cross-eyed surgeon.
You idiot. I was only fooling.
Well, don't laugh. I was making Francis a pair of screaming argyles.
Keep with it, Strongheart. You'll win out.
Ah, you're darn right I will. Oh, what I said. Darn. Get it? Helen, are you still there?
Yes, Rick.
Wasn't funny?
No, Rick.
Okay, come on over. Let's neck.
Yes, Rick.
Shame on you.
Yes, Rick.
I'll see you about 8.
Oh.
You don't sound very happy.
That's such a long way off.
Give you time to make plans. Bye.
Bye.
Now, let's see. I gotta take out 1, 2, 3, 5 rows. Oh. Yeah, what is it?
Rick?
Oh, how are you, Walt?
Very unhappy.
You should see me. I've got to take out 5 whole rows just to pick up one lousy stitch.
What?
Oh, forget it. What are you unhappy about?
I'll tell you about it when you get down here.
Well, the 5th precinct's 20 blocks. Can't you give it to me over the pipe?
I wouldn't ask you if it wasn't important, and I'd rather not say anything over the phone.
Okay. Stop making like life-facing Portia. I'll be down as soon as I finish this heel.
Heel?
Yeah. If you must know, I've taken up knitting.
Coming from you, I am unmoved. I don't care if you're building Sergeant Otis a fur-lined money belt. Get down here as fast as you can.
All right, Walt. But you'll be sorry when it starts getting cold again, and I won't knit you a sweater to cover your rural blueberry.
Oh, now you get over here.
Bye, Walt. Getting Walt's goat was a sport with me. Whether he'd admit it or not, he got a kick out of it, too. Sometimes I wouldn't stay on the rib as long as I usually do, but that was only because Walt always starts sounding just a little bit worried. Then I know it's time to lay off and get serious. Now, don't misunderstand me. I never lay off entirely. And I never get completely serious. Those are 2 habits that don't help find the solution any quicker. They just fit you with a mess of ulcers, and you still end up too worried and too serious. I closed my office and headed for Walt's precinct. When I walked in, I spotted Sergeant Otis leaning back in his chair with his number 12s resting on the desk. Oh, hello, Sergeant Otis.
Well, how's the big private detective today?
Just fine, Otis. How's the flash of the 5th precinct?
Just fine, Diamond. How's the big private detective today?
You said that.
I did?
Yeah. Is the lieutenant busy?
No, but he's happy. Why spoil it?
Otis, when are you going to shine your buttons?
What buttons?
Oh, excuse me. Gravy stains.
Oh.
Hiya, Walt.
Rick, why don't you leave that poor guy alone? After you leave, he comes running in and cries all over my desk.
Otis? He wouldn't shed a tear if he was standing in an onion warehouse watching his grandmother set fire to herself.
Yeah, well, give him a rest for a while. I got a big problem I want to talk to you about.
All right, Walt, what's on your mind?
Well, I don't know quite how to give it to you. It isn't strictly kosher for the police force to go around asking for help.
Now, wait a minute. I don't want any apology routine. If you want a favor, you came to the right boy. You know that goes without saying.
Yeah, I guess I do. But well, this is a pretty big favor, Rick. The commissioner's on my back, and so is everyone else that's got anything to do with this city's government.
Oh, sounds rough. What did they do? Find out you were hiding a chimpanzee in a cop's uniform, calling him Sergeant Otis?
Oh, now be serious for a second, Rick.
All right, if you'll just get to the point.
All right. I guess you've been reading about these homicides you've been having for the past 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah. Pretty messy.
Well, the powers that be say solve them or turn in my badge.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. Don't they know that this is the toughest kind of a killing? The killer's obviously got a lot of screws loose, and a maniac doesn't need a motive to kill. Don't those swivel chair bigwigs know that a crime without motive is the toughest job in the world to crack?
Sure, they know all that, but the public and the press is yelling its head off, so the pressure's on.
Yeah, well, what do you want me for? You've got one of the best departments in the state.
When you were on the force, it was the best department in the state.
Now,
you stop that.
Then stop twisting my arm. What do you want?
I want help. I've got to crack this case by next week or I'm out of my ear. You're the best detective we had on the force, and you're the best private gumshoe in the city.
Well, now, that's real nice.
Will you stop that clowning?
Okay. What about these killings? Each time they find some dame looking like the last of a hamburger sale...
Excuse me a second, Rick. Yeah?
Lieutenant?
No, this is Oliver Dragon. What do you want, Mallet Head?
We just got a report from a guy out in the River Road. Another one of them butcher's killings.
What?
Yeah, some dame all hacked up and lying beside the road.
Okay, get the car out. I'll meet you downstairs. Oh, did you hear that, Rick?
Uh-huh.
Well, come on.
You want me along?
Of course. I can brief you about the whole setup on the way over.
I don't know whether it's such a good idea to get mixed up in this or not.
Why not?
Well, it looks like anybody who gets close to this killer doesn't have much of a future.
Well, you can't live forever.
Oh, now, aren't you the sweet one? No, that's not what's worrying me.
Well, what is then?
Now, when I go out, I want a nice, comfortable place to lie down in. The way this nut goes to work with a knife, I might end up in a meat locker.
All right, everybody back. Go on through, Lieutenant.
Show him your biceps, Otis.
You comic.
How did all these people get out here? This is 10 miles from anything.
Someone must have heard me call the police. When I left the phone booth, the whole crowd followed me out here.
Who are you?
My name is Ed Cody. Me and my friend here found the body.
Where is it?
Right over here, Walter.
How does it look?
Yeah, the way you thought it would.
Now you see what I'm up against, Rick. This is the third killing like this in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Oh, I don't feel too good. Let's walk over this way.
Yeah. Cody, you and your friend come along. We'll want to ask some questions.
Yeah, okay, Lieutenant.
Well, whoever the guy is that's pulling these murders, he's a complete lunatic. Are they all like that, Walt?
You should have seen the last one.
Hey, how'd you guys happen to spot the body?
Well, I saw it first, and I told Ed here.
Yeah, we were just driving along when Mac spotted something lying beside the road. I stopped the car and we got out. When I saw what it was, I left Mac here and went back to town to call you.
What's your full name, Mac?
McCarthy. John McCarthy.
Okay. What are you doing, Rick?
Oh, looking at the road. That's your car up there, Cody?
It's Mac's. I was just driving.
Now, you went ahead how far before you stopped?
Well, about 20 yards.
You won't find much, Rick, even if the road is soft. Their car and then the other one would have blocked out the killer's tracks.
Hey, maybe he didn't use a car. Maybe he walked her out this way and then killed her.
No, this place is 10 miles from anything. He drove all right.
This crowd has ruined any footprints for sure. Oh, here come the boys. Come on, Rick. As soon as they start examining things, we can get back to the station.
Yeah, I want to go through the whole file on the last 2 killings.
You won't find much.
A change of reading never hurt anyone.
Well, that's the whole mess.
No leads at all, huh?
Not a one. I'm getting nearsighted from looking at all the lineup. We've picked up everything from drunks to safecrackers. No leads.
Same type of crime in every case. This killer's got a crazy streak as wide as Broadway.
Wait till the commissioner hears about this one.
Walt.
Yeah?
Give me a pencil.
Now, tic-tac-toe is out. I got a headache.
Stop waving your gills and give me a pencil.
Here. What are you doing with that map?
Drawing circles.
Now, you stop that. That's the scale of this city, and I don't want it loused up by your doodling.
Look at that.
So you make a dandy circle.
Well, thanks. What's it for?
How should I know? You drew it.
Drew what?
The circle.
Wasn't that a little foolish?
Of course it was. That's what I'm yelling about.
Well, that's bad for you.
What is?
Yelling.
I know it.
I thought you said you didn't know.
Know what?
About the circle I just drew.
What circle?
The one on the map.
That's what I was yelling about.
Well, why? You didn't draw it.
I know I didn't. You did.
What for?
How should I know?
You're a policeman.
What in blazes has that got to do with it?
You were a rookie, weren't you?
Of course I was.
You worked your way up to sergeant and then head of homicide, didn't you?
You know very good and well I did.
Wasn't it a little tough?
You bet it was. I pounded a beat for 4 long years. I did it by the sweat of my brow. Now, wait a minute. How did we get into this?
You asked me about this circle I drew.
I did?
Yes, Walt, but you didn't know what it was for.
Oh, yeah. Well, what is it for?
For you. You like it?
Ah, it's not bad. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. You lowlife, you conniving, dirty, underhanded louse. You always do this to me. I think you sit around nights and pull the wings off of flies.
Moths.
All right, moths. You sit around and dream up little monstrosities to put on the police force and use me as a
guinea pig.
Right, guinea pig.
You call me, Lieutenant?
No, get out of here, you idiot.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Diamond, for once I'm going to find out what's at the end of this merry-go-round. I want to know about that circle. And I'm going to get it out of you if I have to shove that map down your throat.
What was that?
Huh?
What was that you said, Levison? This is the commissioner.
Oh, not you, Commissioner.
Hey, and then I can't have any of these killings.
Yes, Commissioner.
I want you to put on more pressure.
Yes, Commissioner.
What have you done about the latest one?
Well, I just went out and looked at the body.
Well, that isn't a man.
Yes, but...
This department's been sitting around long enough.
But...
I'm giving you fine money. I have action and plenty of it.
But...
Your motor's running.
You shut up.
Eh?
Oh, no, Commissioner, somebody else.
All right. But if I don't get some action in the next 24 hours, you're going to be plenty silly.
Yes, sir.
Now get busy on it, and I'm not kidding. Get there.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Who was it?
I am not talking to you.
Don't you want to know about the circle?
No.
Fine. Well, when I was looking over the reports on the killings, I noticed something.
You don't say.
Say what? Okay, if you don't want to play. Be a sorehead all your life. Well, I noticed that all of the killings, including the one we looked at this afternoon, were within at least 10 miles of each other. And the first one, this one right here, was exactly in the opposite direction from the last one.
Bully for you.
No, it's nothing. Well, using the first and last homicide for the edge of the circle, we find that the other killing also falls within the sphere.
Okay, so what?
Getting interested? Well, the girl this afternoon had been dead for about, 14 hours, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but the coroner can come closer.
Well, about, anyway. In the other 2 cases, it says that both girls were killed about 3 in the morning. If the last one was dead 14 hours, she comes close to that time, too.
Okay. What does that prove?
Not a thing. But it's something to go on. This is a wild one, Walt. But let's say that our killer started off with his victim somewhere, within that circle. To drive 5 miles, half the distance of the circle, it would take him, about...
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Now, that means he left his starting point around 2:45. That's a funny hour to be so consistent.
You're right.
Bars close at 2. 45 minutes to talk a dame into a ride. Might be.
Well, I'll be darned.
I may be all wet. The killer probably started from somewhere outside the circle. But we can start by eliminating the idea of the night spots anyway.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Send out a 508 and get everybody in here. I want to check on all the night spots from...
45th Street and Broadway, the center of the circle.
From 45th Street and Broadway for 10 miles in every direction.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Now, that means cafes, bars, bowling alleys, anything that stays open until 2 or after, and step on it.
I hope we're right.
So do I. I don't like walking on eggs.
Then sit down. Who knows, you might hatch something.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Walt found out the name of the last victim, and the family supplied us with a picture. Her name was Martha Kirk, and they knew nothing of her whereabouts the night of the murder. You can't really appreciate a police department until you really see them in action. Inside of 2 hours, Walt had every dive, bar, and night spot in the 10-mile circle tagged. They spread out, one man to every 5 blocks, each with a picture of the 3 murdered girls. Because it had been my idea, Walt wanted me to swim with it and maybe sink. I took a little section from 48th Street to 46th Street, and by late afternoon, I'd covered most of the likely prospects. Yeah, you guessed it. The bottom of the barrel was coming up fast, and it was emptier than a ballpark during a thunderstorm. No one had ever seen the 3 victims. The last spot on the list was a bowling alley. I walked in and spotted a cocktail lounge, and when I climbed up on one of the stools, a bartender with a head that should have been out on the alleys walked up to me.
Yeah, what'll it be?
Oh, how about a glass of milk?
Glass of milk? Think you can stand it?
Well, if you're worried, water it a little. I don't want to pass out on you.
I get him. He made it funny.
So did your family.
You're looking for trouble?
Only if I get pushed. I'm looking for information.
First door on the left.
Yeah. Ever seen any of these girls before?
What are you, a cop?
Well, let's just say I'm nosy. And I've got a badge to keep me in the spirit of things.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Let me see him.
All right. Here's the first one.
No. I ain't never seen her.
How about this one? And this one?
Nah. Hey, wait a minute. Sure, I know. This one comes in here about twice a week. Was in last night. Gets lushed up and cries about how tough a family is on him. Let's see, her name is...
Kirk?
Yeah, Martha. Martha Kirk. Nice looker.
She was.
Huh?
Did she ever come in here with a man?
No, but sometimes she leaves with one.
Same guy every time?
Nah.
Do you remember her leaving with a man last night?
Hey, yeah. Come to think of it, she did.
What time?
About 2:15. We stopped serving at 2. Right on the dot, that we do.
Oh, that you do, yeah. Okay. Think you'd know the guy if you saw him again?
Sure, he comes in a couple times a week, too. I seen him pick up a couple of strays. I guess you call him a wolf.
Yeah, with a hatchet.
Huh?
Forget it. Where's your phone?
Right over there. Hey, here, use a slug. It's on the house, officer.
Thanks.
I hope nothing's happened to Martha. She was a rotten drunk, but a wonderful chick.
Oh, she was, huh?
Sergeant noticed at your service. If you're in trouble, you probably deserve us.
Oh, that's awful.
Okay, Diamond, you don't have to get nasty.
Shut up and get me the lieutenant.
One moment, please.
Lieutenant Levinson.
You can forget about retiring, Walt.
You got something?
Yeah, looks like. What did your boys turn up?
Nothing yet. What is it, Rick? Don't play games now.
Get over to the 47th and 9th. You know the bowling alley in the middle of the block? I'm in the bar.
Want me to bring the boys?
No. This is one we've got to play quietly. I don't want to scare our ghoul off.
I'll be right down.
Hey, bartender, what about that milk?
Oh, yeah, coming up. Is it going to be a pinch?
There is, Buster. There certainly is. Walt romped in about a half an hour later, and he talked with the bartender. He finally looked satisfied. He had to, because it was the only lead that had turned up. We told the bartender to tip us if the guy showed again, and we sat down to wait. Maybe my rabbit's foot started thinking it was back with the quartet, because around 1 o'clock it started kicking. The bartender gave us a nod just as a big guy wandered in and sat down at the bar. He weighed in at about 220, and his clothes were sloppy. He ordered a drink and started eyeing a cute little number sitting at the other end of the bar.
Let's take him.
Now, hold it, Walt. He's making a pitch.
What?
The dame at the end of the bar.
So he's making a pitch. What do you want him to do? Wait around till he takes her out of here? Maybe you'd like to help him sharpen his axe.
Look, you haul him in now, you'll have to beat it out of him.
You want him to pick the dame up?
Is that against the law? Arrest me.
Oh, stop your clowning.
You'd rather catch him with the goods, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but...
Now, don't start that again. You butted the commissioner to death. Just relax. Maybe you can pick up a few pointers. Our big boy moved all right up to the seat next to the cute little girl. She was under full sail and didn't seem to mind at all. He landed at 1:15. At 1:30, he'd established a firm beachhead. And by 2 o'clock, there was a flag raising.
Okay, he scored. The joint's closing.
I'm believing I'm going to tail him.
How? He's probably got a car. He'd spot you sure if he takes her out to some lonely place.
How do I know? You put in a call, throw a dragnet around this area for 10 miles.
I'm not going to let you. If he gets away with that girl, he may kill her.
Look, Walt, I promise you he won't get into that car unless I can stick with him. Come on, we'll both stick close to him until I can think of something. We followed the man and girl outside and walked a few yards behind, making like we had a little load on. They headed for a big parking lot, and that's when I got the idea. The parking attendant was just walking up to him when I stumbled forward.
Hey, boy.
Rick, what are you doing?
Stay with me, Walt.
Yeah, mister?
Sonny, I'd like to have an automobile, please.
Hey, just a minute. I was here first.
Sure, honey. Don't let him get away with it.
Yeah.
Oh, look, old man. My friend here's late getting home, and he's got a wife that's 10 feet tall. You mind if we get my car first?
No, go ahead.
Someday.
No, relax, Sonny, relax. We're going to take a little drive, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, mister, let's see your ticket.
Well, I got it here someplace right in my pocket. Come on, we'll walk up. I know where the car is.
Okay, but you got to have a ticket.
Rick, what's going on?
Keep walking.
Hey, I thought you was loaded.
Keep going with the police.
You what?
That's right.
Well, what's wrong?
Which one is that guy's car?
You mean the guy back there with the dame?
Yeah.
Well, he gave me his ticket. Oh, it's right over there, the coupe.
Rick.
Come on. I'm going to climb in that trunk, and you're going to get in your car and tail us. But stay far enough behind so that he doesn't spot you.
Okay, but I think you're crazy. Is the trunk open?
Yeah. I'll get going.
Well, they'll see me coming back.
Well, then tell him you forgot something in the bowling alley. I passed out in my car.
All right. And, son.
Yeah?
Don't let on that anything happened. We think that man is a killer.
Oh.
I squeezed into the trunk and waited. About 2 minutes later, the lovebird showed up and got in the front seat.
Oh, very much.
I rode like that for about 15 minutes, and it wasn't bad until we hit the dirt road. Then my inside started bouncing around like a pound of rice in a wind tunnel. We drove for about 10 minutes more and came to a stop. I raised the trunk just enough to get some fresh air and listen. I didn't want to climb out because they'd feel the movement up in front. I was sure they could hear my breathing.
Oh. What are we stopping for?
I thought maybe that...
Huh?
I wanted to look at the pretty scenery.
Well, how can you? So dark. Pretty though.
I can see you, baby.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You're nice.
Mm-hmm. So are you.
It went on like that for another 5 minutes, and I started thinking I'd picked the wrong guy. Then the conversation changed.
What's the matter? What's so funny?
Don't you know?
No, and I don't like the way you're acting.
Women. That's what's funny. All the same.
Huh?
Like my wife. She was like all the other women.
Hey, let's get out of here. You're talking funny.
Funny, yeah. See a man and you like him, any man. You're all alike.
Now you stop that. I just came along
Now
because...
come here.
No! You let me go.
You ain't no different. Come here.
No! Stop that! Let me get out of the car.
Sure. Go ahead. I don't want no blood stains on the seats anyway.
Blood!
Go on, run. I'll catch you.
I rolled out and didn't forget to take my .38 along. I spotted him in the moonlight, moving after her like a big animal. He was laughing. I could see he had something in his hand. It was a knife. She tripped and fell, and he moved in. Gave me goosebumps bigger than a grapefruit. When he was nearly on top of her, I closed in. Okay, hold it, hold it.
No!
Drop the knife.
I'll kill him. I'll kill her like the rest of them. Kill her, too.
You all right?
Oh. I'm so glad you got here.
All right, now just take it easy. It's all over. It's all over. Are you sure you're all right, honey?
You know something?
No, what?
I think that man is crazy.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Good evening, Francis. Is Miss Asher in?
Yes, sir. She's in the study, knitting.
Knitting?
Knitting?
Thank you, Francis.
Knit 1, purl 2. Knit 1, purl 2. Knit 1, purl 2.
Drop 3. That's the way I do it.
Rick.
Hello, baby.
Oh, look what I've gotten into. I'm a nervous wreck.
Well, that'll teach you. What are you building?
It was going to be a surprise for you.
Oh, a whole suit.
Silly. Rick, I'll get it. Hello?
Helen, is Rick there?
Oh, just a minute. It's Walt, Rick.
Oh, well, give me that phone. Where are you? Why didn't you follow me like I told you to?
Well, something happened.
Well, what happened, you big ox? I could have been killed out there.
I'm sorry, but...
Why didn't you follow me?
I got caught in the Triborough Bridge, and I didn't have a quarter.
Why didn't you use your police badge?
Holy smoke. Now you tell me.
Ricky,
No, yeah.
I need relaxing.
You need relaxing. Oh, swell.
Ricky, come here.
I know just the thing.
No, come over here.
There's an old spinning wheel in the parlor, spinning dreams of the long, long ago.
Ricky.
What's the matter, dear?
Oh.
Well, how about this one? Wilhelmina. Let me start that again, will you? I didn't get started very well. Wilhelmina, she's the cutest little girl in Copenhagen. Wilhelmina, she has all the fellas crazy in the noggin. In Copenhagen, all the roses on her cheeks, and the music when she speaks, and how sweet her kisses taste. Sugar caney's like my mama's Danish pastry. Wilhelmina, maybe soon we'll elope in Copenhagen. Wilhelmina, we'll share everything, including my toboggan. In Copenhagen, all the other girls say no, but Wilhelmina, she says nine. All the boys call Wilhelmina Willie, but I call Wilhelmina mine. Well, now, how did you like that, huh?
Well, it was wonderful, but where did the orchestra come from?
Oh, the orchestra? Did you like it?
Mm-hmm.
No, don't knock it.
Rick,
I
told you I needed relaxing.
Oh, well, how's this? Rag mop. Rag mop.
Rick!
Rag mop.
Oh, no, Rick!
Rag mop. I started that one right. I got to like that one, too.
You can sing later.
Oh, all right. Now, what is it, little baby?
Come here.
You know something?
What?
I may never sing again.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Lieutenant Levinson was played by Ed Begley, who soon will be seen in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Also in the cast were Virginia Delvey, Wilms Herbert, Lorene Tuttle, Bill Conrad, Peter Leeds, and Jack Crucian. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Warren Lewis. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Look for the private life story of Dick Powell, Pie Face and the Private Eye, in the May issue of Movie Stars Parade on your newsstands now. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Dimension X, from the annals of science fiction, a new radio series about men and science and a future destiny. Saturday on NBC, here, Dimension X.
Hear Dick Powell and June Allison tomorrow on Screen Guild Theatre on NBC. The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
E-A-O-E. E-A-O-E-A. Oh, swell. Oh, everything will be right there. Okay, just let me get a robe on. Coming. Yes. Yes, there's nothing like stepping out of a nice warm shower into a nice hot murder. The only thing in sight was the body of a man lying on his face. I didn't have to get any closer to see that he was very dead. Then I heard someone running down the front steps and out into the street, so, still being the kind of guy who's always interested in seeing what a killer looks like, I went down the stairs and out into the street. I landed on the sidewalk just as the sedan pulled away from the curb and dove into a hole in the traffic. I only had time to see that there were two people in it. Didn't even get a chance at the license. Well, a white terry cloth robe can be a little conspicuous at 11 o'clock in the morning on East 51st Street, right off Madison. So I shuffled back up the stairs, put in a call for Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, homicide. But it seems as if I was a little late. A neighbor on the way down the hall had stumbled on the dead one in front of my doorway. Now, generally, a body in front of my door would be left alone to sober up. But this one seemed to be bleeding, so just as a precaution, the neighbor had called the police. All I could do was just stand around and wait for them.
Wouldn't you know it, Otis? Wouldn't you know it? Finally got to be right in his own building.
Yeah, Lieutenant, and she said it was right in front of his own door.
That's around this corner. Oh, what'd you say the name of the woman was who turned in the alarm?
Myrtle Tibbles, the apartment next to his.
That's right, Otis, and she's a big snoop.
Huh?
I heard that.
What's that?
Myrtle Tibbles.
Now listen, Rick.
If you've got any questions, officer.
Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no...
Oh, shut up. Otis, go question her.
Me?
Yes, you. Go ahead.
I know plenty I can tell you about that Mr. Diamond there.
Lady, I know everything you're going to say, and a lot more.
Oh? Then come in, Captain.
Hey, did you hear that, Lieutenant?
Get in there, Sergeant, and question the big lady.
Yes, sir.
Snoop, eh?
Well, Rick?
What kind of a bit is that?
I suppose you're going to tell me you had nothing to do with this killing.
Walt, I was in taking a shower when this gentleman decided to get himself shot in front of my door. I was singing, too. Would you like to hear what I was...
No, Hey, wait a minute. If you were in taking a shower, how did you know he was getting himself shot?
He rang the doorbell first.
Oh, sure. He wanted to let you know there was going to be a murder.
Listen, Blubbermouth, I was taking a shower. I stopped taking a shower. The doorbell rang. I went to the door. I opened the door. Dead man. I ran down into the street after the killers.
What about the shots?
I didn't hear any. Must have used a silencer.
Well, you say you ran after the killers. Was there more than one?
2. I don't know who pulled the real trigger, but I chased 2 people down into the street.
Did you recognize them?
No, they didn't leave any calling cards.
Descriptions?
Man and woman.
Now, that's helpful. License number?
Too fast. Got lost in traffic.
In other words, all you noticed about them was a little less than nothing. I'm surprised you didn't forget and leave your head hanging in the shower. Yeah.
Oh, now, by George, Lieutenant, that was a real dandy, that was.
Oh, cut it out, Rick. Come on, let's take a look at the corpse.
Well, have you forgotten? You just sent it in to question Myrtle Tibbles.
Not Otis, I mean this one.
You better be specific. I've known a lot of coroners to get pretty confused when Otis was covering a homicide.
Some kind of a messenger.
Yeah, band on his cap says Speed Messenger Service.
Here's his receipt book. Only one entry. Richard Diamond, Apartment E, 53 East 51st Street. Nothing else.
Would you want any more? I'm honored.
Now, what the devil could he have been delivering?
The reason he got shot, probably.
Huh?
Yeah, Myrtle. Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant.
Go ahead and ask him, Otis.
Oh, no.
Yeah, young love.
Myrtle, Miss Tibbles wants to know if it's all right if I stay for lunch.
Why, I think that would be real nice, Sergeant. How long do you think it will take?
How long, Myrtle? Not long.
Well, that's fine. But before you sit down and start feeding that fat face of yours, what would you suggest we do about this body in the hall?
Well, I'll tell you, Lieutenant.
Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get out here.
Coming, Lieutenant. Thanks anyway, Myrtle. Well, where to, Lieutenant?
Oh. How about the Speed Messenger Service?
Right. Just as soon as the coroner and the boys get here and take over. You want to come along, Rick?
Well, sure. The dead man was trying to deliver something to me. I'd like to know what was important enough to get him shot.
Sure, let's get going.
Diamond, don't you think you ought to change that robe?
Walt.
Yeah, I know, but what are you going to do?
Oh, gee, I only made a suggestion. You don't have to get sore.
Oh, we're not, Sergeant.
He can wear the robe for all I care. I only...
Well, thank you, Sergeant.
I don't give a darn if he looks silly.
Otis.
Just because I make a suggestion.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
Will you do me a favor?
Well, sure, Lieutenant.
Shut up!
So while Walt tore Otis to pieces, I did a quick change. And when the coroner arrived, we climbed aboard the squad car and headed for the main office of Speed Messenger Service. While Walt was getting the address from headquarters in the car radio, Otis sneaked on the siren. So in less than 10 minutes, we pulled up in front of a building at 31st and West End Avenue and barged in.
You on duty here, miss?
Yeah. Trouble?
What makes you think there's trouble?
When a cop car pulls up in front and you two jump in here like a couple of bill collectors, it figures. Trouble, see?
A woman's intuition. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Tell me, dear, did your service send a messenger over to 53 East 51st Street, Apartment E?
About an hour ago. Why?
What was he supposed to deliver?
I don't know. I don't remember that good, see?
Oh, well, try.
I don't get this. What's wrong anyway?
Well, dearie, your messenger ain't anymore.
Yeah, shot to death.
What?
Now try to remember what it was
Mr. Cartwright!
Hey, sister.
Well, let her get Cartwright, Walt. Maybe he can tell us something.
Yes? Now, what in the world...
Mr. Cartwright, Johnny, he's dead.
Dead?
Those are police officers, see? They said he was shot to death.
No, just be calm. Let me get this straight.
But I told you, see, it's Johnny.
All right. Now go in the back. Get a drink of water or something.
Yes, sir, but I just can't believe that it's...
I am Mr. Cartwright, gentlemen.
Well, that's nice. Are you in charge here?
I am the manager. Now, what is this about one of our messengers being dead?
That's right. Have you any idea what he was delivering to 53 East 51st this morning?
Well, why, no, but it should be in our record book. You'll have to forgive Miss Ogilvy. She gets very emotional.
Does she?
Well, let's see the record book.
Oh, it's right here. Here you are. Now, let's see. There. It was the first delivery this morning, as you can see. 53...
We'd like to know just what he was delivering.
Oh, well, I really couldn't say. I don't even remember what the item looked like.
Well, who sent it?
Yes, that I can help you with. Here it is. Last name Clark, first name Paddy. In other words, a man named Paddy Clark.
No.
Yes. Odd first name, isn't it?
Mean anything to you, Rick?
No, something. It's a little vague. Name seems familiar, that's all. How about you?
I don't get a thing from it. Any return address?
No, just his name with instructions to deliver it to a Mr. Diamond at this address.
Well, don't you remember whether it was a package or a crate of bananas?
Dear,
or
we
what?
got so many things in here to be sent out.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Otis, what do you want?
201 over on East 48. Thought you might like to know.
You better take off, Walt. 201's your department.
Fine. 2 homicides in one morning.
I'll finish checking here and go over to my office. You can get in touch with me there.
Okay. Come on, Otis, let's go.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, you can use the siren.
My, you officers certainly are busy, aren't you?
Yes, we officers sure are. Now, how'd you like to trot out that girl again? Maybe she's calmed down a bit.
Oh, certainly. Feel any better, Miss Ogilvy?
Oh, yes, sir. Much better.
This gentleman would like to ask you a few more questions.
Oh, the good-looking one? Oh, sure.
If you're through with me, officer, I have some
You
more...
go right ahead. Go on. We'll get along all right alone. Won't be beautiful.
Honest, dearie, I can't help you a bit. I don't know nothing.
Oh, sure you do. Weren't you here when this Patty Clark came in?
Honest, I don't remember, but... Gee, you got the most...
But you do remember what the messenger was supposed to deliver, don't you? Hmm?
Well, what was in it, I don't. It was just a thick envelope. Why, I could... Listen, honey, I'd like
Anything
to...
unusual about the envelope?
I wish I could remember for you, but I really can't. We deliver so many things every day, but let's talk about something else. Gee,
Well, after all, there was no reason in the world why she should remember one particular envelope, so, making like a good cop for Walt's sake, I scribbled down her name and address. Then headed for my office at the corner of 51st and Broadway. I stopped in the lobby for my morning supply of cigarettes and was about to step in the elevator when a big fat hunch, that's right, hunch, grabbed me by the arm and turned me back into the direction of the tobacco shop. That's the place I've been stopping at every morning for the last 6 years. And it was run by a little guy with a twitch in his right eye. A little twitch and a last name Clark. And a first name Patty.
Back for something else, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Max. Where's Patty?
Oh, he called up the other day and says he was going out of town for a couple of days or so.
Oh, is that it? I've missed him the last couple of mornings.
Well, you know, he got 3 stands to look after.
Yeah, that's right. Say, tell me, where's Patty live?
You want to see him?
Mm-hmm. Got a little business deal I want to talk over with him.
Oh, sure. You know Patty. Anything to make a buck. Here's his address. Read it?
Oh, fine, yeah. He got a phone?
Yeah. It's Skylar 49970. There.
Thanks, Max. One of these days I may even buy a cigar from you. Funny how things like that can happen sometimes. The name of Patty Clark had seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it. Only because I'd been doing business with him every day for 6 years and didn't think to look that close. I grabbed the elevator, went upstairs to my office, and put in a call to Mr. Clark.
Yeah?
Patty?
Who wants him?
Oh, no.
Rick.
Hello, Walter. What's new?
You know perfectly well what's new. What do you think I'm doing over here?
Well, now, let me guess. Riddle homicide?
You knew that's why I come over here in the... Now, wait a minute.
Yes, Lieutenant.
How did you get this phone number?
Patty Clark dead?
The deadest. Now, how'd you get the number?
I, looked in the book.
It's not in the book. It's a hall phone listed under the apartment name.
I asked my Ouija board.
Pow.
Okay, Groucho. Patty Clark owns a cigar store in my building.
Well, why under the sun didn't you tell me that in the first place? You said you didn't know him.
I said the name was vaguely familiar.
All right.
How was Patty killed?
Shot. Coroner's on his way. Look, I'm not far from your office. I'll be over as soon as he gets here.
I'll have a candle in the window. Bye. To the happy people.
Something wrong?
Oh, no. Come in. Just filling my lighter.
Okay, Agnes is alone.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well. And in came Agnes. And this was the type of girl easily recognized. About 5'5", with more curves than the World Series. And the one thing that really set her apart from the rest, a great big .38, complete with silencer. Her boyfriend took out a cute little .45 and leaned against the door, while Aggie swayed over to my desk like a mull cobra.
All right, Diamond. Let's have the envelope.
Honey, could you point that thing the other way? My skin is beginning to crawl out of my shirt.
I want the envelope, Diamond. And if you refuse to give it to me, I really wouldn't mind killing you.
You know, I think I'd like to give it to you if I knew what you were talking about.
I hope we're not going to have to play games, Diamond.
Well, something like post office might not be so bad.
Drill him, Aggie, and we'll search the place. He's got to have it somewhere.
I'll handle this. I want the white envelope Patty Clark sent you this morning.
And I thought you, too, got it after you killed the messenger boy.
Now, I don't know what you're talking about.
Seems to me I chased you into the street. Saw you climb into a car and take off.
The guy in the white robe.
So if you two knocked off the messenger boy, you must know I don't have the envelope. Too bad, but I didn't even get to the door until after you'd shot him.
We didn't shoot the messenger.
What was in the envelope?
You know what was in it. Go on, Aggie. Show him we ain't kidding.
Oh, shut up. We didn't shoot the messenger, Diamond, but we are going to get the envelope. Where is it?
Hey, that siren's pulling up out in front.
Why didn't you search the messenger? You had a gun. You didn't have to worry about me if I showed at the door.
Well, we got an envelope off him, all right. Empty. Hey, what are you doing, Paul?
Taking a look out in the street. Hey.
Police.
Prowl car. Two guys coming in this building.
Some of your friends, Diamond?
You say the envelope was empty?
What if they are some of his friends? What if they found Patty?
I told you to shut up.
Why'd you kill Patty? You knew he'd already sent the envelope.
Knock him off, Agnes.
Quiet.
Hey, somebody getting out of the elevator.
You keep your face shut, Diamond. Paul, get over behind the door.
What are you going to do?
Diamond, you stay right there at the desk. Say one wrong thing, and you and a couple of more get dead.
My.
Hello, Rick. I got over here just
Good night, Lieutenant.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, what you mean is good afternoon.
Ooh. Believe me, Walt, I meant good night.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yes, dear sweet little Agnes had slipped out from behind the door and let Walt have it right behind the ear. He went down like a 16-pound shot in an elevator shaft. Then Aggie and her playmates started backing off. They opened the door, and Aggie, darling, pointed the business end of the silencer about halfway up my hand-painted tie. Whether or not she would have shot is anybody's guess. But along about that time, a very dear old friend stepped up behind her.
Drop it, lady.
The other cop.
You can drop yours, too, Sonny.
Oh, Otis, bless your little pointed head.
You fool. Why didn't you look first?
Well, I forgot.
Forgot?
Okay, over against the wall. Keep your hands up high. Hey, how's the lieutenant?
Oh, he'll come around. Walt. Oh, Walty.
Which one let him have it?
Agnes.
The dame?
The other one's named Paul. Come on, Walt.
Oh.
Come on, Walt. It's spring again. You know, birds and bees and all that sort of rot. That's a good boy. Now, try and sit up.
Oh, my head. What happened?
What happened?
Oh, no. Walt, you've been crowned queen of the 5th Precinct.
Who did it?
No. Don't look at Otis. He's been reading his Tom Swift, Rived in the Nick. Look, there.
Huh? Them?
Them.
And Otis?
Saved the day.
What did he do? Wander in without his collar and scare them to death?
Agnes, she's the one with the sweater. Agnes crowned you.
Look, where did these two figure, huh?
Oh, they're the pair who ran out of the building after the messenger was killed.
Put the cuffs on them, Otis.
Yes, sir. Okay, you put out your right and you put out your left.
And I'll be in Sing Sing before you.
And I'll be in too. Get him.
Now bring him over here.
Go on, lady.
Okay. Keep your hands to yourself.
Here's the artillery, Lieutenant. 38 special with a silencer. This 45 auto.
Silencer. That's enough to book him in itself. All right. You kill the messenger?
No.
How about Patty Clark?
We don't know who you mean.
They know.
That's your story.
Well, we'll take him down and book him. Happy now, Rick?
No. I want to know who has the envelope and what's in it.
Envelope?
Yeah. The girl at the messenger service finally remembered. Come on, let's take these two down to headquarters.
Well, they're still not talking. Did you find anything in the files?
Both have records. Guy's Paul Barrows. Agnes is his wife. One conviction apiece, May 1938, suspicion of passing counterfeit money.
Uh-huh.
Convicted, did time, parole. Oh, you got a fresh address on them?
They've been living in Flatbush. Otis went over with some of the boys to check.
Good.
And here's some fancy news. Just yesterday, the FBI started watching all of Patty's cigar stores as possible fences for phony money.
Yeah? Well, then it ties. Come on, I want to take a look at Patty Clark's room.
Paddy was lying right there beside a couple of bags he'd packed for the trip.
Oh?
4 slugs in the chest, no struggle.
Anybody in the building hear the shots?
No, and the .38 your little girlfriend had wore a silencer, remember?
When did the coroner say Paddy was shot?
About 6 this morning. What's that?
Oh, a little address book. Paddy must have used the speed messenger service more than once. Look, see here? Here's the address and phone number. Now, Walt, let's go over and take a look at Agnes and Paul Barra's place in Flatbush. See what Otis has found out.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. Hello, Detective.
Well, thanks, Otis. You drop your watch?
Turn up anything?
No, nothing much.
What do you mean by nothing much?
Well, nothing.
That's what I was afraid of.
Hey, is there an address book around here anywhere?
Over by the phone. Why?
Just getting my jollies, Otis. Love to look at new numbers.
Now, see if Speed Messenger Service is listed.
Yeah? Yeah, right here on the back page. Walt.
Yeah?
Paddy was killed at 6 this morning, huh?
Right.
6 this morning. You know, I wonder when he gave the messenger service that envelope. You know, the one addressed to me?
Well, the place wouldn't have been open at 6 this morning, so it must have been sometime yesterday.
That's right. And back in his room, his bags were all packed. Well, I think he wanted to make sure he'd be out of town before I got that envelope.
I'm way ahead of... Hello, Henderson? Levinson. Plan any plane or train reservations for Paddy Clark?
Well, if you didn't, I'll show you where I keep that bottle of lighter fluid in my office.
Does that include me, too, Diamond?
There's only one bottle, Otis.
Rick, Paddy had tickets for a plane to California and then a boat to the Philippines.
Well, I'll lay you even money that Agnes and that Paul character didn't knock off the messenger or Paddy Clark.
What?
All they wanted was that envelope.
Envelope?
That's why they came after me, and Paddy didn't have it.
No? Then who has?
Otis, stop sneaking up. Now, Rick, what about the counterfeiting angle?
Otis, go over and check on the speed messenger service. See if anybody could have pilfered that envelope and put another in its place or something. And be sure to call me.
Why don't we do that?
On account of we're going back to the precinct and talk to Agnes Barrows.
Got them waiting outside.
Good.
And here's something you like. Ballistics says the .38 your Aggie was carrying is not the gun that killed Paddy Clark or the messenger.
Swell.
Okay, show them in.
Hello, Aggie, darling.
I'm sorry I didn't shoot a hole in your head.
Isn't she a doll?
What do you want out of us? We ain't got nothing to say.
We'll see. Now, we know that Paddy Clark was fencing counterfeit money for you two.
Now, ain't that peachy?
Walt, get the phone.
Yeah. Hello?
Lieutenant, I'm down to Speed Messenger Service.
Well, congratulations, Otis. We thought you'd get lost.
Walt, let me talk to him.
Sure.
Otis?
Yeah?
Mr. Cartwright there where I can talk to him?
He's right here.
He isn't?
Yeah. No. He's right here.
Well, if Cartwright isn't there, put the girl on.
Cartwright is here. He's standing right next to me.
She isn't?
She? No, he. Cartwright's a he. Can't you get anything straight?
They've skipped?
Huh?
Whole place cleaned out?
No, there's plenty of people. Oh, now, wait a
Hold the
minute.
phone a second. They've skipped, Walt.
I'll pull out a general.
Skipped? Why, those dirty...
Oh, shut up.
Didn't you hear? Didn't you hear what he said? They skipped.
How do you know? You're going to take his word?
Henderson, put out a general on Cartwright and his girlfriend.
That dirty, no-good, double-crossing Cartwright.
Look, kiddies, that guy's framed you two from the very first. Why don't you talk? The state will make it easier for you.
Agnes?
I don't know.
Sure, tell him. We've been getting the runaround ever since he got us in this deal.
Hello?
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
Hold it, Otis.
But,
I said hold it.
Go on, Agnes.
Well, I don't know whether Cartwright killed him or not, but Paul and me sure didn't.
What about that envelope that Paddy Clark sent to me? What was in it?
Counterfeit dough. Some of the stuff we made with Cartwright.
Why send it to me?
Oh, because Paddy got sore at Cartwright and wanted to blow the racket wide open.
He was crazy to send it through the speed messenger service.
Sure he was.
Yeah, I think I get it now. When Cartwright found it out, he killed the messenger and had you two there just to make it look like you'd done it.
Sure, the lousies.
Otis.
Hey, listen, how long can a guy hold
Otis. You want to be a hero?
Huh?
How close is Cartwright standing to you at this minute?
He's about a foot away.
Well, just reach out and slap the cuffs on him.
Really?
Yeah, and something else, Otis.
What?
You may use the siren all the way home.
Oh, Rick, it's nice to have you here with your face in one piece.
Yeah, lucky, ain't I?
That's pretty. Why don't you sing it?
Well, I...
Oh, no.
Let me get it. It's got to be Walt. Yeah?
Rick, I just wanted to let you know that Cartwright was behind the whole setup. Printed the stuff right down the basement of the Speed Messenger service. Rick?
Harold Abernacher speaking. Owner of the largest hog ranch outside of Little Rock.
You don't say.
Sure did. What's the matter? You need an ear horn or something?
Rick, so help me if you don't stop this.
Our name's Harold, Bud. Harold. That's it. That's my name. Now, you just hang on and let you mash your molars with the missus.
I don't want to mash my molars with a missus. I want to
She talks louder than I do. Used to call the hogs herself, you know. Lula Bell?
Lula Bell.
Howdy. Having trouble with your hearing, huh?
Now, Helen, listen.
Calling me Harold? No, friend. My name's Lulu Bell. Maybe you got the same trouble like my Uncle Zeke. Used to stick a plug of tobacco in his ear overnight and always forgot it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we thought he's plumb deaf till I started calling the hogs and it shook the tobacco loose. Now, you just relax and I'll unplug you.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Word for Uncle Zeke. Hold on to your teeth. Find any loose tobacco? He hung up.
Give me the phone. Good old Walt. I'll drive him out of his mind.
5th Precinct, Lieutenant Levinson.
What?
Oh, no. Now, you listen to me.
Don't get loud with me, Grouchy. I just called up to find out what happened on the case.
Huh? Now, look, I just told
If you don't want to tell me, okay, be a sorehead.
I'm not going through that apple knocker routine again.
What are you talking about?
Lula Bell called Otis all the way in from a stake out in Flatbush.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want to keep me in on the nose, just forget it.
Gosh.
What's the matter now?
Maybe I did have the wrong number. What a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so you had the wrong number. What about the case?
Oh, yeah. Well, it seems that Cartwright was really the one behind the whole setup. Killed Petty Clark, sent Barrows his wife.
We've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me that misery is looking around for company. So stay with the happy people. Don't wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with the people who love to wear a smile.
Helen, is Walt still talking?
Wait a minute, I'll see.
Really had blood in his hands. He's been cleaning up in that counterfeit racket for years.
Well, I might as well sing another chorus. We've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me that misery is looking around for company. So stay with the happy people. Don't wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with people who love to wear a smile.
Arrived at, Otis says there must have been more than 100,000 in phony bills. We got the plates and everything.
You don't say.
Yeah, that just about ties it up.
Well, Walt, I'm sure glad to have heard all that. Oh, wait a minute. Someone wants to say hello to you.
Oh, yeah?
Walt?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Lieutenant Levinson was played by Ed Begley. Also in the cast were Virginia Del Valle, Wilms Herbert, Lucille Meredith, Michael Ann Barrett, Carlton Young, and Frank Gerstle. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. There's more thrill-packed listening for you throughout the week when NBC presents other great adventure mystery dramas. Night Beat and Dangerous Assignment are two action-filled shows you'll want to make a steady date with every Monday night over most of these NBC stations. Yes, on Monday, travel the Night Beat of the Chicago Star with newsman Randy Stone. There's poignant adventure as Randy searches the city at night for an unusual and intriguing story. Also on Monday, join Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment. As Steve Mitchell, soldier of fortune, Donlevy journeys to the corners of the earth in search of adventure, fortune, and fair play. Yes, now on Monday, hear two great adventure mystery programs, Night Beat and Dangerous Assignment, on NBC. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Screen Guild Theatre stars Ginger Rogers tomorrow night on NBC. National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, a corpse in every plot.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
I know, Helen, but my sense of humor's out of gas.
Aw, what's the matter? No business?
Not for a week. If a client walked in now, I'd probably swear it was an hallucination and referred to Bellevue.
Walt's been trying to get you. He called here about 5 minutes ago, said it was important.
I just got in the office. I'll give him a call.
Am I going to see you tonight?
You know it. Me and my empty wallet will be glad to stop over for dinner.
Well, I'll have Francis fix something healthy.
Tell him to cook some money.
I'll see you around 7 then. Don't forget to call Walt. Bye.
Bye. And I wish I was smiling, sure it's flying on in May.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Oh, you want to talk to me, Fatty?
Rick?
How many people called you Fatty?
Where the devil have you been? I called you at your apartment all morning.
Helen just told me I slept late.
Well, why didn't you answer your phone?
Rent was due. Could have been a trap.
Can you come down here?
Well, if it's important, I can come down. But if a potential client gives up because he can't find me, I may have a crying jag all over your office.
I'll stock up on hankies. I wouldn't ask you, Rick, but it is important, very.
Well, don't sound like the last course of Gloomy Sunday. I'll be there. Relax. I knew Walt was on the level because every time he thought something was important, he came on in a higher register and began to sound like a harp. Well, I closed the office, set the bear trap in front of the door in case of a client, and left a box lunch. I might be gone for a good while this time, and if I caught something, there was no sense in letting it starve. The 5th Precinct was 20 blocks away, so being a practical man who always regards that lonely feeling in his pocket as the sure makings of a pedestrian, I insulted a few well-meaning cab drivers, and 30 minutes later, I limped into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
In my business, you have to be conditioned to anything. Nothing should surprise you. But in my business, like any other, there's always a first time for everything. And it looked like this was it. For over a year, I had been walking leisurely into the squad room of the 5th Precinct and smiling inside when I spotted a cop with a battering ram for a head and landing barges for feet. He was always the best straight man I'd ever run across, and his name was Sergeant Otis Loveloon. But this day, dear old Otis was not to be found. Instead, sitting at his desk, looking up at me through a pair of thick horn-rimmed glasses, was something else. It pulled out a clean white handkerchief, removed the glasses, clouded them up with a quick breath that filled the room with the essence of sen-sen, and said,
Well?
Where's Otis?
You mean Sergeant Loveloon? He's been transferred.
He's been what?
Transferred.
Who are you?
Sergeant Andre Clume. Is there something I can do for you?
Andre Clume?
Sergeant Andre Clume.
Sergeant Andre Clume.
Just one moment.
Yeah?
Where do you think you're going?
Look, Sonny, I'm going in to see the lieutenant.
You'll have to wait until I find out if he can see you.
Oh, he'll see me. He just called me.
May I have your name, please?
What? Citation.
Mr. or Mrs.?
Hey, this may not be so bad after all.
No?
No. We're going to have fun, Andre.
Are we?
Yes, indeed. Now, call in to the lieutenant and tell him Mr. Diamond is coming in to see him.
Yeah?
The gentleman you were expecting, Mr. Diamond.
He's getting introductions now? Send him in.
Yes, sir. The lieutenant will see you, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Sergeant Clume.
And something else, Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
Sergeant Loveloon warned me about you, and I can assure you right now that I have no intention of becoming the brunt of your obvious, crude comedy.
Sergeant Clume, I don't think there's much you can do about it. Oh, Walt, I want to go on record right now as saying
Don't. I know.
Well, what is that out there?
The commissioner says he's one of the most valuable men on the force.
But how can you put him in a cop's uniform? It's like dressing Rasputin and the Mother Hubbard.
I miss Otis as much as you do, but strictly off the record, Sergeant Clume has relatives.
Oh, I thought so. Been scratching all the way in here.
Otis moved over to the 11th precinct.
Who's he working for now?
Lieutenant Crawford. They've had a suicide watch on him all night.
What's this Andre Clume supposed to be so good at?
He's only been with us for a couple of days. I don't know.
Well, if I keep thinking about him, I may have to be dipped in hot tar. You better tell me what you want to see me about.
You may not like it, Rick.
Oh? This is new?
Remember Ralph Baxter?
Sure. I sent him up while I was still on the force.
Yeah. Well, you worked on that case for over a year, didn't you?
You were in charge of the department. You know darn well I did.
Rick, you knew Baxter's habits better than anyone on the force.
Oh, now, Walt, what's it all about? Is Baxter loose?
Very loose. Busted out at 8 o'clock this morning along with 7 other guys.
Oh, all got away clean?
Every one of them. One of the best planned breaks I've ever heard about.
Now, if Baxter was in on it, it had to be. He's a smart boy, Walt. One of the smartest.
Yeah, well, the commissioner says we've got to pick him up before he does any damage.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that. I need someone who knows him so well he might have a chance of nailing him before the trouble breaks loose. And you know Baxter and trouble.
How come you're in on this, Walt? Somebody already get killed?
Truck driver.
Oh. Baxter's an unhappy boy. He kills to make up for it. Really does a fancy job.
You want to help me out?
You in trouble if they don't nail Baxter in a hurry?
The commissioner is relying on me.
Okay, then.
It's got to be official in case you have to make an arrest.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Got to swear you in as a deputy. Look, Rick, we've got to. I don't really care how you bring Baxter in and who gets the credit, but
what
will the commissioner say if...
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Walt. Every time I used to put on that badge, a book of rules and regulations went with it. I do it my way or not at all.
But...
Now, don't start running your motor. I don't want the credit. The department can have it. Besides, it's 20-1 in any man's book that I'll never even get close to Baxter.
Well, you stand more chance than anyone else.
Okay, then. You still don't have to worry about the credit. It's 50-1 that the newspapers will read. Private detective found with his head missing.
Okay, Rick. Your way. Andre.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Andre.
Yeah, some name.
I beg your pardon?
Bring in all the information on Baxter and the 7 other men who were in on the break.
Yes, sir.
Andre Clume.
Yeah.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
You want to look over this stuff, Rick?
Yeah. I want to know how the break was pulled off. Maybe if we can get a line on who helped them, we can get it Baxter that way.
A truck was used. A Ford pickup that hauled garbage regularly. The large garbage cans were placed on the truck and taken off to a dump. The 7 men and Baxter hid in the cans and were covered up with garbage.
Oh.
The men in the prison kitchen have all been questioned, but none will admit a thing.
Well, thank you, Sergeant.
Maybe you can tell us what happened after that, Sergeant.
Several miles outside of the prison, the men got out of the cans. One man climbed up into the cab of the truck and ordered the driver to stop. He shot the driver, and the men climbed off the truck, rolled it over a 44-foot hill.
44 feet?
44 feet 9 inches at the first point of impact where the truck went over. The hill, of course, varies at other spots.
Of course.
2 cars were waiting for the 8 men. Tire tracks were found and casts made. A report on these casts should be in at any minute.
Synchronize your watches, men.
Rick.
Tell me, Sergeant Clume, have you any idea who might have been driving the 2 cars?
No.
Turn in your MiGs and your ray gun. You're through.
Very amusing.
Now, please, Rick, for the sake of my psychiatrist, don't start on Clume like you did on Otis.
Might be a woman.
Clume?
Driving one of the cars.
Oh.
Baxter was a known woman hater.
You don't say. I suppose the other 7 guys got together with him and formed a club.
4 of the 7 men were known to have had women friends at one time or another. But only one woman remained loyal after the men were sent to prison.
How do you know that?
I remember things.
He remembers things.
Oh.
She visited the prison many times to see Tony Ligeti, one of the escapees.
Maybe you can remember the dates?
The first time was right after Tony was sent up, November.
All right, Sergeant.
What's the girl's name and where does she live?
Jean Lawrence, 1782 East 12th Street, apartment C. No, B.
Butterfingers. I'll take this list of histories on the 7 guys.
You going to check on the girl?
Yes, and thank you, Sergeant Andre Clume. You've been a brick. I left Clume polishing his glasses, Walt looking sick. Jean Lawrence did live at 1782 East 12th, apartment B. So I looked up the landlady, a nice old reproduction of Whistler's mother with a hangover, Mrs. Shook by name. She was a little unhappy that I'd bothered her, but I finally sold her on the idea that she could shave any time, and aided by my best smile and the promise of a fast 5th, I finally got her to open the door to apartment B.
There you are, lover, but I can tell you right now, Jeannie ain't in.
Well, what's in this room?
Bedroom. She didn't come home all day yesterday or last night.
She didn't, huh?
You know, I shouldn't be showing you around like this, except that you look like a real nice fella.
And you're thirsty.
Oh, go on.
You see anyone else hanging around, say, in the last week?
Yeah. Come to think of it, about a week ago, some dark fella started coming over to see Jeannie. Used too much hair oil, greasy type.
Think you'd recognize him?
You bring me that present, lover boy, and I could recognize a clove of garlic in an onion warehouse.
I'd make book on it. May I use the phone?
Go right ahead, lover. Oh, by the by, 100 proof, huh?
100 proof.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, this is Rick. I'm up at the girl's apartment. Not here. But the landlady says she can identify some guy who's been hanging around here for the last week. So look up
Hold it a minute, Rick. Something coming over the hot shot.
Okay. Oh, bottle and bond, is that right, dear?
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Lovely.
Rick?
Yeah?
Get that landlady in here, then meet me out at the end of River Street, Pier 14.
Something up?
Sus came up. Someone didn't want it to. When she hit bottom, the bricks in the sack must have torn it open.
What?
A dock worker spotted her floating near one of the pier pilings.
Jean Lawrence?
Yeah. I'll see you over there.
Something happened to little Jeannie. I could hear.
Found her floating in the river.
Oh. Well, if we're going down to the station, can we stop off and get that present?
Yeah.
Bottled in bond, you promised.
I grabbed a cab and took Mother McCrae over to the 5th Precinct, making one stop on the way for the promised present. I turned her over to the desk sergeant and took off for Pier 14 at the end of River Street. When I got there, I spotted the homicide prowl car and Walt standing near the ambulance. On the wooden floor of the pier, covered with a sheet, was the dead body of Jean Lawrence. The coroner had just finished his examination.
Well, give me a full report as soon as I get to the lab, Lieutenant.
This is a rush, Coroner.
It always is. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Charlie.
Shot twice, then thrown in the drink.
Yeah, nice. Anything else?
Book of matches in her coat pocket. Probably don't mean a thing.
Lieutenant, we just got a report from the precinct. Hello, Diamond.
Oh, good afternoon, Clume. You're looking fine.
Oh, you'll be kissing each other on the cheek in a minute. What about that report, Sergeant?
The landlady Diamond brought in 22 minutes ago has just identified a picture in the morgue as a man who had been visiting Jean Lawrence for the past week.
Anyone we know?
William Nash, alias William Barnes, alias Bootleg Barnes.
Yeah.
5'11", black hair, brown eyes, slight scar.
Oh, hold it. What about his record?
9 arrests, 2 convictions, robbery and assault. In the cafe business now at...
Red Dot Inn?
Yes, sir.
Matches you found on the girl, Walt?
Yeah, Red Dot Inn. Let's take a run over there.
Yes, gents, what'll it be?
William Nash. He around?
No.
Police.
He still ain't around.
He got an office?
Well,
He got an office.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Top of those stairs. Down the hall, last door.
Go around to the back of the bar, Clume.
Yes, sir.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You ain't supposed to come back here.
See that he doesn't have any way to let Mr. Nash know we're coming up.
Just go ahead and tend your bar.
You guys want to get me in trouble?
Not unless Nash is really in his office. Then you don't have to worry about trouble. You're in it.
Let's go, Rick. Down the hall, he said. Last door. We both go?
Yep. Fire escape down there. This way, Sergeant Clume covers him. Can Clume shoot?
I forgot to ask him.
You get on there by the fire escape in case he gets past me.
Who is it?
Fire department.
What?
Yeah, we received a report that your cafe isn't properly equipped in case of fire.
Are you nuts? I just had no extinguishers.
William Nash?
Yeah. Now what the
Let's
devil...
go.
Huh?
You heard him.
Hey, what is this?
Police, let's go.
He's clean.
All right, copy. You want to haul me in. What's the charge?
Murder.
Murder? Now, listen,
Start
you don't...
walking.
Who's murdered?
Gene Lawrence. Down the steps.
I don't know any Gene Lawrence.
Sure.
Everything all right, Lieutenant?
Go upstairs and watch this guy's office.
Yes, sir.
You need a warrant for this, you know.
I'll get one.
I tell you, I don't know any Gene Lawrence.
My friend, I know a little old lady who thinks you wear too much hair oil. She's going to make a very big liar out of you.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
All right, Sergeant, get the lineup going.
Yes, sir. Henry Phipps. Henry Phipps, alias Henry Phipps.
I ain't never seen a lineup before, lover.
The man you identified earlier from the picture. See if you can pick him out.
George Chalmers.
No, ain't him.
Chalmers, alias George Lippert, alias Geo the Lip, charge petty theft.
Ain't him, neither.
William Nash.
That's him.
William Barnes.
All right, hold him.
You sure that's a man who was calling on Gene Lawrence?
Yep, that's him. Why don't he use bay rum on his hair?
Nash.
Yeah?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You know Miss Gene Lawrence?
I told you I don't, Lieutenant.
He sure is a lousy liar.
All right, run him off.
Step down. Helen Asher.
He killed Jeannie.
We don't know.
Yes, sir. He sure should use bay rum.
Well, Walt and I and a couple of the boys took Nash downstairs and worked on him for about a half an hour before I got tired and decided to see what I could turn up myself. Nash still wouldn't admit he knew the dead girl, and we still weren't any closer to finding Ralph Baxter. I was pretty sure that Nash was connected with Baxter in some way, or he would have admitted knowing the girl and denied the killing. So I went back to the Red Dot Inn with a warrant to search Nash's office. Sergeant Andre Clume was guarding the door in the best prescribed manner. Legs spread, arms folded, back straight against the door. You're flat.
Mm-hmm. What? Oh, Diamond. I have absolutely no excuse. I'll understand if you report me to the lieutenant.
No one could get by, could they?
Not without waking me.
Then you did what you told to. You guarded the place.
But there is no excuse for falling asleep on duty.
Unless you get tired. Now, forget it. I got a warrant here. Let's give this officer going over. And that's exactly what we did. We took the place apart piece by piece. And I have to go on record by saying that Clume really knew his business. He didn't miss a thing.
This might be important, Diamond.
What is it?
Bills to William Nash from the garage.
Let me see. Nick's Garage, 13th Street. 1,000-mile service on both cars, $14.90. Parking space rental on both cars, $25.
2 cars.
May not mean a thing. I'll check it anyway.
2 cars were used in the escape, Diamond.
Now, don't get excited. You stay here. I'll call you from the garage. I left Clume and went over to Nick's Garage, looked up the owner, and he showed me the 2 cars, both sedans. 48 Chrysler and a new Hudson. Nick told me that both cars had been taken out the night before and returned early that morning. He said that Nash had driven one and the girl the other. So I put in a call to the Red Dot Inn and Sergeant Clume.
Yes, the lab has 2 good casts of the tire prints.
Well, put in a call to the lieutenant and tell him to get right down here with him.
I hope you'll forgive me being a little premature, but...
You already told him to come down.
Yes.
Tell me, Sergeant, you don't know anything about the 5th at Hialeah, do you?
One by step up in one and...
Goodbye, Sergeant.
Hello, Rick.
Well, this is Nick Miller, runs the garage.
Hi, Lieutenant. Miller. How about the cars?
This one and that one.
Hold this cast. I'll try the other one.
Okay. Fit?
No.
Those tread prints on that can supposed to fit the treads of one of these cars?
We hope so.
How about that one, Walt?
Like a glove. Try your cast on that car.
Fits this one, Walt.
Rick, both of the cars were used in the getaway.
What happens now?
Go back to headquarters and tell Nash we got him dead to rights. We'll sweat him till he cracks.
I got a better idea. Turn him loose.
What?
Nash knows that it's only a matter of time until we turn up his evidence anyway. And he knows something else. He knows Ralph Baxter. He knows if he spills anything, Baxter will kill him sure.
But we'll promise him protection.
Against Baxter? Baxter'd get him if it took 10 years.
Not if we get Baxter first. Nash probably knows where he's hiding out.
Walt, even if Nash knows where Baxter is, he'll be a long time telling you. In the meantime, Baxter can cause a lot of trouble.
All right, so I let Nash go. So what?
Get a hold of the newspapers. Tell them to run a story that you've picked up Nash for questioning in the prison break, but that you had to release him because of insufficient evidence.
You think Baxter will go after him?
Well, he'd at least send some of his boys. I think the girl was knocked off because she got out of line. You can bet that Baxter won't want Nash around for a witness.
Okay.
Gee, you're kind of making Mr. Nash a sit and duck, ain't you?
Oh, I guess you'd say that, Mr. Miller. Now, why don't you come on down to the station with us and answer a few routine questions?
Oh, hey, I don't know nothing about this.
That's what Mr. Nash said, but you can see what a liar he turned out to be. We went back to the precinct, and the garage owner was held for questioning. In the meantime, 2 men were sent to the home of William Nash, and the phone tapped. 2 other men took their places on a stakeout at the Red Dot Inn, another pair at the garage. The garage owner was cleared of any suspicion and told to go back to work, but warned not to say anything. About 4 in the afternoon, a call came over the hot shot at the 5th precinct.
My name is Barton. I've just been robbed.
Where are you calling from?
I own the Rome jewelry store. 3 men came in and tied us all up. They stole over $100,000 in gems.
Anyone hurt?
My clerk. He's still unconscious.
All right, what's the address?
Corner of Wilmot and 21st Street.
It looked like just a routine robbery at the time, so the robbery detail took over. Walt released Nash and called the papers. Around 4:30, Walt got a call from robbery.
Levinson.
Jennings, Walt. Those guys that held up the jewelry store over on Wilmot Street. The owner just identified one of the hold-up men, Tony Lughetti.
Oh, thanks. Rick, Tony Lughetti, one of the guys that busted out with Baxter, has been identified as one of the hold-up men in the jewelry store.
Now it starts. The gang had gotten away clean. No trace, except a cab driver who spotted a green sedan in front of the jewelry store. 3 men in it. We waited.
Levinson.
Sullivan. Nash just got a phone call. Man said he wanted to see him for the payoff. Said to meet him at the place. Nash left the house. Fisher's tailing him.
Right. Nash just left the house. Got a call.
Let's go. We piled into the squad car and headed across town in the direction of Nash's house. A newsboy on the corner yelled the planted news of Nash's arrest, and the car radio told us what Nash was doing.
Suspect just went into garage. We're parked across the street. Instructions.
I'm about 2 blocks away. If he gets in his car, let me know.
He's coming out, turning north on Chestnut. See him?
There he is, Walt.
We've got him, Jennings. We'll tail him.
We followed Nash until he hit the outskirts of town. He drove for another good half hour, then pulled into a roadside eating place with a motel off to the left.
This looks like it.
Yeah. Drive past. We'll swing back. Nash is going into the diner.
We'll walk up. Attention, all units. I'm at a roadside diner. The stop-a-while motel near it. Suspect just went into diner. All units proceed with caution. A whole bunch might be in that motel.
Mm-hmm.
Hope the boys get here before things start popping.
You said it.
We can't go in.
Hey, there's Nash at the counter.
See anyone else?
Not from here. Let's walk over to the other side. Hey, Walt.
What?
Over there by the gas pump. Green sedan.
Think it might be the robbery car?
Nobody in it.
Look. 2 guys coming out of the restroom.
Yeah. And one of them, Tony Lughetti.
Baxter's boys.
I got a hunch Baxter's around. I got Tony's going in the diner. He's going in to pick up Nash. Probably going to take him for a ride.
Let's take this guy before Lughetti comes out.
He hears us. He's turning around.
Police. He's going for a gun. Knocked him cold. Nice tackle, Rick.
Vassar, 28. Here's his gun. I'll dump him in the car.
Here come some of the boys. I'll wave them off. You get in the back of the car. Okay, I'll get in with you.
I wonder where Baxter is.
Can you look out that back window without being seen?
Yeah. 2 more prowl cars pulled up. If the boys in the diner don't spot them.
Nothing yet?
No. Hey, here they come.
Spaghetti and Nash?
Yeah, holy cow, the whole bunch.
Is Baxter with them?
Yeah, and 1, 2, 5 others. They've spotted the cars. They're headed for this car.
You go out that side, I'll go out this.
You're boxed up, Baxter.
Look out, Rick!
2 of them down. Baxter's heading around back.
Rick, don't go after Malone, you crazy!
Now he tells me. Stop, Baxter!
You get him, Rick?
Yeah, but just barely. That was my last shot.
How was the dinner?
Oh, if I'd eaten any more, I'd need a new belt.
You gonna tell me what you did all day and why you were so late?
Went for a long walk in the park.
Oh, that's what I love about you. Gone all day. Come in smelling like a shooting gallery until you tell me you went for a walk in the park. Oh, no.
I get it. Yes?
Oh, Rick, you going to give me a routine, or do you want to hear about Baxter?
Oh, Harold Appleknocker's tired. Let's have it.
Well, Giddy's dying in the hospital. 2 of the other boys died on the way. The guy you tackled is singing all over the place, and Baxter will have a quiet funeral tomorrow. The others we got locked up.
Your boys all right?
One of them got it in the leg. Otherwise, okay. You were right about the girl. Baxter killed her because he was afraid she'd talk. Seems she had a beef and walked out. Baxter got worried. Nash was to get his tonight, just like you figured.
Okay, Walt, thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And thanks, Rick.
Sure.
Well?
Well?
Wanting to know if his boys were all right. Now, Rick, you've been doing something exciting, and I want to know about it.
Honest, baby. The park's very dull in the afternoon. Want to go stir up some action in it now? Good mood.
Rick, why do you lie to me? Oh. All right, come on.
Oh, wait. We're forgetting something. I got to sing a song first.
Oh, Rick, now that you brought it up, I want to go to the park.
Well, this will only take a few seconds. You just pucker up and hold.
Well, look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, baked a cake. Baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band, grandest band in the land. Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band and spread the welcome mat for you. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? Oh, how'd you do?
Miles, still puckered?
Mm-hmm.
Think you can hold it till we get to the park? Now, you see, if you're patient, I always make it up to you.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Lieutenant Levinson was played by Ed Begley. Also in the cast were Virginia Del Valle and Wilms Herbert. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, will next be heard 2 weeks from tonight. Check your local newspaper for the time of broadcast. Listen next week at this hour for Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, Soldier of Fortune. Remember, at this time next week, it's Dangerous Assignment on NBC. This is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us 2 weeks from tonight when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. For all the family, try Father Knows Best tomorrow on NBC.
Listen, while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store name, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made for the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall Milk of Magnesia, for example. Here's a milk of magnesia, so pure, so mild, so creamy smooth, and free from earthy grittiness, even children taste the difference. Ask for Rexall Milk of Magnesia at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, hello.
Mr. Diamond?
Well, depends on who you are and how you got in my office.
I got tired of waiting in the hall, so I presented this room with a $5 bill.
So it cost you $5.
$5 bill.
So?
My name's Roger Blake, Vice President of Intercontinental Indemnity in Bond. My company holds an insurance policy with...
I don't know what you want, but doesn't a big company like yours have some pretty good insurance detectives?
Yes, but none of them have been able to do any good.
Oh, what's the problem?
The jewels were stolen.
That's a pretty good problem.
The jewels were stolen from Mrs. Carter's safe some 3 months ago. Until yesterday, neither our men nor the police had a clue as to the thief.
Thief? Only one?
Only one that we know of. Last night, we got a tip that a certain man was responsible for the theft. That he knows where the jewels are hidden.
Please, Brinzoll?
No, and for a very good reason. This man is being held in Havana, awaiting extradition this weekend. When he gets back, he's bound to serve at least 10 years, and we are due to pay off Mrs. Carter's policy by Monday noon of next week.
And you want to know where he stashed the jewels before they put him away?
Exactly.
Well, now, let's see. This is Thursday. You haven't much time.
Yes, we must hurry. It's reasonable to believe the jewels are someplace in Cuba. When they extradite him, he will leave and the jewels will remain behind.
Oh, what's his name?
William Carnes.
Wanted in the state, 2 counts of forgery.
Yes, that's the man.
Now, what makes you think he knows where the jewels are?
As I said, Mr. Diamond, a tip. My own source of information, and usually quite reliable.
What do you want me to do?
Do your utmost to find out where the jewels are before Carnes is extradited.
When are they sending an officer down to pick him up?
Today or tomorrow. You must beat them there.
Well, then I'll have to get a search permit and ticket.
You can take care of the permit this afternoon. As for the ticket, I have one here on the 6 o'clock plane.
Well, now, here, don't rush things. Maybe I don't like the time.
I'll give you a $500 retainer now, and another $500 when you deliver the jewels.
Oh, well, I'm always asking stupid questions.
Several things to remember. My company wants credit for recovering the jewels.
Of course.
The police are not to be told, as they may cause delay. We haven't the time.
Well, if this Mrs. Carter knows the jewels have been recovered, won't she be glad to give you an extension?
No, indeed. She'd rather have the $800,000.
Makes sense.
Here's your return ticket. No, something else. If Carnes is taken away before you accomplish your mission, wire me at the plaza in Miami Beach. If you have the jewels, fly to Miami, where I shall meet you.
If you don't succeed, may return to New York, and the incident will be forgotten.
If I get the jewels, I'm to meet you in Miami?
I'm leaving on a vacation, and I would like to return with the jewels myself. As I said...
Your company wants the credit.
Exactly.
He paid me in 5 crispy $100 bills and left the office, so I left also. When a man like Roger Blake walks in, offers me the total sum of 1,000 iron men to locate $800,000 in missing jewels, things start confusing me. I have a habit of putting myself in a prospective client's place and then asking the simple question, why? I decided if I were Mr. Roger Blake, I might gladly pay $1,000 for a chance at an $800,000 jackpot. I headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station to do some checking.
Oh, hello, Rick.
Hello, Murph. Where's Otis?
In with the lieutenant. I'm taking over for the next couple of days.
Taking over? What's the matter with Otis?
Oh, he's leaving town tomorrow morning. Extradition job.
Extradition job? Otis?
Otis.
Wouldn't by any chance be Cuba?
Certainly would. How'd you know?
Well, he can't be going down there to bring back a criminal. Got to be a gorilla or something. Somebody he can talk to. He in with the lieutenant?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me know what you find out.
What difference does it make? Who's going to believe it anyway?
You don't have to speak the language, Hornhead. Somebody will be there to meet you. Oh, hello, Rick.
Well, good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you, Sergeant Loveloon?
Como está Puino, amigo?
Oh, an accent from Old Castile.
By way of explanation.
Otis is going to Cuba.
How did you find that?
Murph told me.
I'll have his badge. Outside of this office, it's to be considered nothing but an rumor.
But I am going.
Yes, you am.
Walt.
Don't look at me, Rick. It's the commissioner. I've sent the police psychiatrist up there to see him unofficially, of course.
The old man told you to send Otis?
Right over that intercom.
Well, he must have given you a reason. That's like blowing up Boulder Dam to take a shower.
Now, what kind of a remark is that, Thomas?
I've been trying to think of that all day.
Otis, go home and start packing.
I'm packed.
You just found out about it this morning. How can you be packed?
Walt, a package of cents in a grocer of Blue Jay corn plasters and his book on 301 things a bright boy can do. He's packed.
Okay. You'll leave tomorrow afternoon. Go get your papers.
Right, Lieutenant. Buenos dias, Diet.
Go.
Who did you say he was going to bring back?
William Carnes. You remember him. We got a tip he was hiding out in Cuba, and we had the authorities down there pick him up.
They holding him in the jail in Havana?
Yeah.
Do me a favor, will you?
Oh, damn.
Check on a guy named Roger Blake. Supposed to be a vice president of a firm called Intercontinental in Bombay.
Anything special?
Oh, background, anything you find out. I need it today. I'm sort of taking a little vacation myself, starting this evening.
Yeah? Why don't you go along with Otis? Cuba's nice this time of year. You can help him keep his brains in one lump.
Cuba sounds great, but you know me, Walt. Where would I get enough money to take a trip like that? Diamond talking.
Walt, nothing wrong with Roger Blake, Rick. The vice president of the bonding corporation, like you said, married once, wife died 4 years ago. Has a brother somewhere in the West, William Blake. Nothing on him.
What else?
Well, let's say, vacations in Florida every year about this time. Used to be in charge of the Cuban office of Intercontinental, whatever that is. And you working for him?
You're getting nosy now.
Well, he's got a good record. Gambles a lot when he's down in Florida, but who doesn't?
How about his financial statement?
Not bad, not good. He's got about $15,000 in the bank.
Okay, thanks. I'm in a rush, Walt.
Well, have a good time.
You'll hear all about it. I grabbed my plane okay, and 6 hours later we dropped down for a landing at the Havana airport. I checked in at customs, and being able to habla enough Espanol, I got a tip-hungry cabbie to take me to one of the better hotels, $3 a night. I got a good night's sleep, and bright and early the next morning went over to the local Bastille. After not too much effort, I was able to visit William Carnes in his jail cell.
Someone to see you, Senor Carnes.
Well, I'm just making a new pot of tea.
You can call when you are ready, Senor.
Hello, Carnes.
You the cop come down to take me back?
No. I understand he won't be here until late this afternoon.
Well, who are you? Seems to be no privacy even in jail.
Name's Diamond. I'm a novelist.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was in Havana, and I heard you were going to be extradited. I thought you might have an interesting story.
I'll bet you did.
I understand you're wanted for 2 counts of forgery.
Oh, you do, huh?
No story?
No story. Okay, pronto, move, or I stick you again. Hey, move. Hey, what's going on out there?
I don't know.
This is your cartel? Bueno, amigo. Bueno. This is a cell. What do you want? What's the idea of the knife? I want you out of this lousy jail, senor. The idea of the knife is to slit this pig's throat if you do not open your cell. You will open it now? See, I open it.
He held the knife to the jailer's throat while the door was open. He was dressed in what used to be a white Panama suit. He stood about 5 feet 4, weighing in around 200. On his feet, he wore sandals that looked like he'd stayed up nights drilling holes in them. On top of his head, covering his shaggy black hair, was a straw hat, and stuck in his fat lip was a long black cheroot. Between the smell of garlic and cigar smoke, I began to feel what it might be like to come face to face with a bilious dragon.
Senor Carnes, vámonos, who sent you? Hey, friend. You go now, pronto.
So look, fella,
You go too, senor. If I had time, I would let everybody out. I don't get your angle, but I'm not squawking, okay? Thanks. Then, now, you get in the cell, jailer. Senor Diamond, you want to go,
And that's exactly what I did. I don't dicker with the dirt. I had a .38 under my arm that could have caused a lot of trouble, but I wanted to try and tail Carnes. Knowing that the law was on the way to picking up, Carnes might just head for the jewels and try to get out of the country. I went out of that building like a homesick jackrabbit, and I lamped Carnes ducking into a building about halfway down the street. The sign over the door read Eduardo's Havana Brooklyn Cafe. Made me feel right at home, so I slowed down to a sprint and went in.
You're listening to Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Brought to you by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family drug. And here he is.
Whenever warm weather rolls around, people start talking about air conditioning, and I start talking about the air-conditioned aspirin tablet.
You mean Rexall aspirin?
Exactly, ma'am.
Well, why do you say it's an air-conditioned aspirin tablet?
Well, it's the extremely low moisture content of Rexall aspirin that makes it break up so quickly. And in order to keep it that way, Rexall aspirin is compounded in specially sealed air-conditioned rooms, where the humidity and temperature are kept at ideal levels. That's one reason why Rexall aspirin, when swallowed with water, disintegrates even before it reaches your stomach.
Well, that's good enough for me.
And it's good enough for 10,000 independent family druggists, too. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
The bar room in Eduardo's Havana Brooklyn Cafe was small and dark. Carnes was nowhere in sight, so I walked over to a long bar and watched the lazy bartender move slowly up the counter with a wet bar rag.
Something for you, Mac?
Yeah. You American?
Yeah. So I got sold on siestas.
Where did the guy go who came in here just before I did?
I didn't see no one.
Now, look. A guy by the name of Carnes just romped in here, and he didn't go back out the front door. Are you going to tell me where he went, or I'm going to fix it up so you take your siesta early?
You know, friend, I got a bunch of bottles back here.
Good. Line them up. I'll see if I can shoot the corks out.
You in, Mac. Carnes went up to see Maria. She thinks in the evening. Door at the top of the stairs.
I took off up the stairs like the V1 and didn't remember to knock at Maria's door. I went in, and there, standing in the middle of the room, was the best reason I could think of for upholding the good neighbor policy. Her south of the border, plus her north of the border. Wow, a gorgeous geography.
Yes?
Yes. Where's Carnes?
Don't you think it would have been more polite to knock?
Now, baby, I'm in a hurry. Sometimes I get so wound up I forget my manners. Now, where's Carnes?
I don't know who you are talking about.
Where did he go?
Who, senor?
Honey, now listen. I just had trouble with a bartender. He said Carnes came up here to see you. Okay, now I got you. I still need Carnes. So shall I start convincing you too?
How do you propose to convince me?
Well, right now, time's important. $500 worth fitting. For 5 C's, I might even become a bully and start twisting arms.
I'm not going to tell you where to find Carnes.
But as much as it hurts me, I'll have to twist your arm.
You're not twisting very hard.
Oh, well, my mind was on something else.
My leg?
No, it was about that $500 I was going to get for bringing in Carnes.
Yes.
I really don't need all.
No?
No. You like Carnes a lot?
He was the best one around.
Oh.
Was.
Oh, I could get along on half of the 500.
I could get along on a lot less. Will you come back?
Where can I find Carnes?
You could leave the 250 now. Just to make sure you come back, of course.
I could leave 100 just to make sure you give me the right address, of course.
Número 3, Avenida Portería.
No, thanks.
Forget the 100. I trust you. When you come back, you can bring everything.
I may be bald. I think my hair just caught on fire. I left before the room filled up with smoke and went down to the bartender again. He told me where to find Avenida Portería. The back entrance to the cafe opened on it. It was a dead-end street. A half block down, I found a narrow tree, a hired building all slumped down. I quietly tried the door. Finding it locked, I knocked so quietly, braced myself against the far wall, and took off like an erratic car driver. I had to make it full the first time I hit it. It did, and I sprawled in just in time to see Carnes die for a dresser drawer. He stopped cold, and he saw the 38 in my hand.
Okay, don't shoot.
All right now, Happy Fingers. I won't unless you get too frisky.
For a rider, you're carrying a funny tool.
Yeah, and it writes in lead on all 6 cylinders. Where's the stuff? Now get with it.
You know about
Yes, I know about the jewels. Come on, now give.
Well, can't we make a deal? There's 800,000 in hand. See? Right here in the desk. You can get at least 500 grand at a cent. And 250 is yours.
Oh, my itching palm. What did you think that to happen to me?
Do not worry about it, senor.
What is it?
As I say, senor, do not worry about the jewels now. I and my 45 will take all the responsibility. Hand me your pistola, senor. Now, are you doing it? I don't get it. First you bust me on the stern, then you come in here.
Oh, you got it now?
He springs me and I bird dog him to the jewels. Well, I did not know what you would lead me to, senor, but I am one happy man. It turned out to be this. Pick them up and put them in my hat, senor.
Fat boy, you said a friend sent you to get Carnes out.
No, not my friend. Friend of Senor Carnes. I think he had good reason for wanting him out of jail, so I followed. I am smart, right? I'd be rich now. This yours, senor.
Oh, here you are.
Gracias. I don't think you should come after me for a while. Oh, pretty good, huh? Adios, senor, and once more, sir.
Carnes and I both went for the gun in that dresser drawer like a maid for the gin bottle. It was bargain day in Klein's basement until Carnes decided to pick up a piece of the metal bedpost and start me on the siesta habit. When I finally came around, well, I'd done it. Well done. I'd lost the 800,000 in jewels, William Carnes, and enough blood from my scalp wound to make a vampire to a shotty. I stumbled out of the building and put in a call to the plaza in Miami. Before I could shake a maraca, Mr. Roger Blake was on the pipe.
Yes?
Mr. Blake, this is Diamond.
Yes, Diamond.
I was in touch with the party you sent me to see, and he took me to the item you wanted me to get hold of.
Well?
A big bundle of garlic, speaking broken English and carrying pistolas now in possession of the item.
You mean you had and you let someone take them away from you?
Yes. So there's something bothering me. I want to know who gave you that tip. Maybe they tipped the Cuban wino who swiped the item from me. That way I can locate the guy and maybe still earn my other 500.
Well, get the whole thing, Diamond.
What?
Keep the original 500 and go on home. Just forget everything. You understand?
Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Blake. I really didn't understand much, except that a very bad smell was beginning to creep over from Denmark and land in Havana. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was really wrong. I thought the thing out and then put in calls to all the ticket offices in Miami and got the answer I wanted. United Airlines in Miami said a Mr. Roger Blake had booked passage and was due in Havana at 5 that evening. I was waiting at the airport when Mr. Roger Blake, as big as life, stepped down from the big transport, and I trailed him out of the cab stand. He climbed in a hack and took off with my cab right behind. Blake's cab reached the outskirts of town and stopped on a dirt street, fronted by adobe buildings. I had my cab pull up a safe distance behind and got out. Blake went up to one of the buildings and knocked on the door. Someone let him in, and I went around back to find a way to get in. I found it in the form of an open window. I could hear voices coming from the front of the place.
I'm certainly glad to see you, Senor Blake. Can I get you some Bacardi or something? You can stay right there and tell me where they are, Juan Cuidado.
I slipped quietly in and started moving in their general direction. It was thick dark, so I made like a bat, shooting the walls and hoping I wouldn't bump into something. Through a crack in the door, I could spot 2 people, Mr. Roger Blake and short, fat, and dangerous himself.
I want the jewels, Juan.
So do I, Senor, and I do not give them unless you want to pay me for it.
I've already paid you well.
To get Senor parents out of jail, okay, I did that.
Well, and I warn you.
No, you do not warn me, Senor. I don't care of you.
That's when I heard it. Some copycat who climbed in the same window I had was heading to the front of the house. While Juan and Blake continued to argue, I ducked into the shadows to the side of the door and waited. I didn't have to wait long to let snuck William Times, and in his hand was the 32 we'd wrestled over earlier. He poked the muzzle of the gun into the room and went in after it. Roger Blake turned to meet him, and for the first time I saw the gun in Blake's hand. They both froze, keeping their sights on each other's records. Juan took on a swamp alligator smile and sat down to watch.
Well, William, I am so glad to see you again.
I'll bet you are. Better drop the gun.
My dear.
He is your brother. Senor Times is your brother. We don't brag about it.
Especially when one of us is a cheat.
And the others are no good double-crossing louts. You get the police that I was in them. What do you say? Hey, if you're brothers, how come your name's Barnes and your name's Blake? I changed mine a long time ago when I got into some trouble. I didn't want to ruin my beloved brother's reputation. Senor Blake got a good reputation. He hired me to get you out of jail so that diamond fella could follow you. He said nothing about the jewels, but I knew Senor Blake when he used to work in Havana. You could not trust him.
Rat. I hire one to do a job for us,
Senor Carnes had the jewels.
Half of them were supposed to be...
Mother looked me up and asked me to steal. Sure, I swiped them and forgot to split. So what? Well, you got it.
Point for nothing.
Little mistake. One who has the jewels, and I am not giving to anyone.
Well, I might as well get in on this. All the options free. Carnes turned and tried his luck. I felt the bullet part my hair and it hit the linoleum. Carnes was aiming again, but he forgot to figure 3 things. His brother's nasty disposition, and the gun his brother was aiming at him. Carnes took the slug right around the belt line, and he went down like a punctured zeppelin. He must have cut his spine in 2 because he folded up for keeps. Then Blake decided to add me and play for a pair. And just as he started to squeeze the trigger, I saw Juan reach back to his collar. His arm hissed down in a blurred half-arc. And before Blake could nail me, he was trying to squirm away from the 10-inch knife that made a gory chasm between his shoulder blades. I grabbed his gun quickly and covered Juan.
They did not love each other, these two. I threw pretty good, eh?
Yeah. Thanks, Juan.
I suppose you're going to want the jewels, too, aren't you?
That's right.
Would you consider what you call the partnership?
Afraid not.
Mm. And the jewels?
Sending him over to the constabulary.
Oh, senor.
That's the truth.
Okay. And me?
Well, you killed man.
Well, I say you're alive.
I'm not the police, so I can't arrest you. And I would think a long time before I'd shoot a man who saved my life.
Oh, you would?
But I warn you, don't try to make a break for it.
Oh, I think I got to. I do not want to stay in jail. The jewels are in my heart. I leave them in the middle of the floor. Adios, amigo.
Come back, Juan. Stop her out. Miss. Well, Maria will understand. I found the phone and explained the whole situation to the local chief of police, who was just leaving to meet one Sergeant Otis Lovelow, arriving on the 7 o'clock plane from New York. I ducked out because in my blood was the call of the wild goose, and in 20 minutes I was sitting in Maria's room over the cafe.
I'm glad you came back.
I didn't get that extra 500.
Oh, then I'm really glad. Because you must have come back just because you wanted to see me.
Well, yes, that had something to do with it.
You like me to play to you?
Oh, sure. Love it. Love it. Oh, love it. Love it. Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing, and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true. Oh, well, it's, you know, it's... Oh, well, the reason for the ears twitching is quite interesting. It seems that when I was very young, There's not too much light in here. You see, I have a terrible fear of light. Masdophobia, they call it. Well, I... Oh, no.
Come on, Simon. You better open up.
Oh, no. Otis.
Who is it?
I know you're in there. Let's rush you down.
Goodbye, dear. Stall him, will you? His name's Loveloon.
You better open up, Simon.
Will I see you again?
Not if you don't stall him. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yes.
Now, look, I don't...
Come in.
Well, I don't...
Come in.
Sexy macho.
Dick Powell will be back in a moment. But now, once more, here's your Rexall family druggist.
In a recent nationwide survey, American mothers agreed that every family medicine cabinet should contain a reliable, all-round mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. And millions of homemakers choose Rexall MI31 to fill that need. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs in a few seconds, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Ask for Rexall MI31 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Powell. This is our first show in our new series of the Rexall Drug Company. We want to thank you and the 10,000 independent Rexall druggists for making it possible. Good night.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids. Like Stag Brushless Shave Cream.
No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.